Russia is running out of money. It's trying everything in its power to continue this war, but it seems like the West's actions are finally working. The price cap strategy that went into effect just 2 months ago is hurting Russia right where it hurts the most: their bank account. You see, ever since the price cap went into effect, Russia's oil revenue has been declining. This is great news for everyone, especially Ukraine. But Putin isn't about to let it go so easily. So Russia is already planning its own counterattack in this economic war. Putin announced that from February 1st, Russia will ban selling oil to any nation that follows the Western price cap. So does this mean Russia is on its last leg in this war? Is the price cap going to be the final nail in Putin's coffin? Or will Putin's counterattack revitalize the Russian offensive? Let's take a look at that in this video.
Russia overnight launched its long-anticipated attack on Ukraine.
Russian President Vladimir Putin
warning other countries that any attempt to interfere with the Russian action will lead to, quote, consequences they have never seen.
New sanctions on its central bank just today. Russians now lining up at banks only to find ATMs out of cash.
We will limit Russia's ability to do business in dollars, euros, pounds, and yen.
The European Union and its partners are working to cripple Putin's ability to finance his war machine.
The European Commission talks about this oil cap.
EU price cap on Russian oil.
G7 group of nations have decided that no country should pay more than $60 a barrel.
So the Putin oil ban went into effect on February 1st. Hopefully this video is soon after that. But if you guys want to keep up with the global news on a weekly basis, be sure to sign up for my newsletter down below. 2 times a week, I pick some of the most important stories and send them directly to your inbox. That way, you're always up to date on global events. And there's no third party like YouTube deciding what news should be age-restricted and what shouldn't. So go sign up by clicking on the link in the description. And did I mention it's completely free? Alright, coming back to the video. To truly understand why the price cap was needed, we have to back up a little bit and look at how Russia is continuing this war. Don't worry, I'll keep it short. Russia attacked Ukraine on February 24th, 2022. Millions of lives were changed because of the decision of one man, Vladimir Putin. Other countries had to do something to stop this senseless violence, but they didn't want to get involved directly to avoid any escalation to a World War III, especially since Putin controls a large nuclear arsenal. So the US, the UK, the EU, Australia, and a bunch of other countries that you can see on the screen hit Russia with sanctions. Now these sanctions were broad and quick. Much like any other country in the world, Russia's economy is heavily connected and dependent on trade with other countries. So these sanctions heavily targeted Russia's ability to trade freely. In 2020, Russia exported around $330 billion worth of stuff, a big part of which consisted of oil and natural gas, as Russia is one of the biggest energy producers in the world. And on top of this, Russia also imported over $220 billion worth of stuff, including cars, microchips, computers, and so much more. As you can tell by these numbers, Russia was heavily connected to other countries. And once sanctions were announced, all this trade was either completely halted or slowed down pretty heavily. Many countries who had other sources of energy announced that they would stop buying energy from Russia. Countries in Europe who were a bit more reliant on Russian oil announced plans to phase out oil purchases from Russia. And as you guys already know, it didn't stop there. Russian reserves were frozen in foreign countries. This was money that the Russian government was holding in foreign central banks to maintain the ruble and for foreign exchange transactions. And all of a sudden, Putin had lost access to billions of dollars. Russian banks were also kicked off the SWIFT network, which is a vital part of the financial world. This meant Russian banks were now cut off from doing business with the rest of the world. Sanctions were so harsh and unexpected that Putin had to come out and announce to the world that if sanctions continue, he will be forced to use nuclear weapons. Here it is.
Тем, кто позволяет себе такие заявления в отношении России, хочу напомнить, что наша страна также располагает различными средствами поражения. а по отдельным компонентам и более современными, чем у стран НАТО. И при угрозе территориальной целостности нашей страны для защиты России и нашего народа мы, безусловно, используем все имеющиеся в нашем распоряжении средства. Это не блеф.
Alright, since we just mentioned some controversial war stuff, according to YouTube guidelines, this video won't be brand friendly. So if you guys can take a second to hit the like button, it lets YouTube know that this is a valuable video, and hopefully the algorithm won't kill its reach. Alright, coming back to the video. This all happened very quickly, but what was not quick was the effects of these sanctions. You see, even though those sanctions are nicknamed weapons of economic war, they are very different from actual weapons used in wars. When a missile is launched, the painful effect of it is immediate. When sanctions are dropped, the effects are very slow, and very rarely do they actually hurt the people who are making decisions. It was Putin's decision to launch this war. We've seen from videos of young Russian soldiers that some of them don't even know they are attacking Ukraine, and they were just ordered to go attack by their superiors. And they're just following orders. But sanctions that were enacted because of this war probably will never actually reach Putin. These sanctions will affect average Russians whose jobs and livelihood depend on trade. People who worked in factories or stores that were closed down because of sanctions, those are the ones suffering, not Putin. Of course, I'm not trying to say that sanctions don't work. Sanctions work very slowly when it comes to affecting people in charge. But they usually affect the average citizens first. This is why the West was always looking for creative ways to get to Putin in order to stop this war. This is why the second round of sanctions were against oligarchs and politicians. The goal of these was to hurt the people closest to Putin, in hopes that they would either turn against him or convince him to stop the war. Oligarchs' bank accounts were frozen, their yachts/jets were seized, and their assets were repossessed. It's estimated that Russian oligarchs and officials lost close to $100 billion because of these sanctions, and they were cut off from using the world as their playground. Now the plan was to just sit back and wait and hope somehow Putin is forced to stop the war. But slowly, the world realized that Putin was prepared for most of these sanctions. You see, since 2017, Putin has been building up a war chest from oil sales, and it's estimated that this war chest alone can help Russia sustain this war until the end of 2023. On top of that, as soon as the invasion was launched, oil prices shot up to the highest levels last year, and they stayed relatively high for a good part of 2022. This helped Russia generate a record amount of revenue and keep funding its economy and the war. Record oil prices and inelasticity of oil demand helped offset a lot of the drag down from the sanctions. Russia made $100 billion from fuel exports in the first 100 days after the invasion, which was up 60% from the same time in the previous year. And it made more money while exporting less oil, all thanks to the high prices. This is when the West realized that if they wanted Putin to stop the war, they had to attack where it hurts the most, Russia's oil revenue. Europe was Russia's biggest customer, so they set out a plan to phase out Russian energy purchases by December of 2022. Around the same time, G7 and Australia also passed a price cap on Russian oil to control revenue.
European Union countries have agreed to put a cap on the price of Russian oil.
Western-led price cap on Russian oil
have decided that no country should pay more than $60 a barrel.
$60 a barrel on Russian oil.
Russia, it's about to ban those countries that set price caps.
And will apply to those countries that implemented a cap on what they were willing to pay for Russian oil.
Now, the oil price cap means pretty much what the name implies. G7 and Australia wanted to cap the price at which Russia can sell its oil. This way, they can cap the profits Russia is making and hopefully end the war sooner. Now, before we get into how they enforce the price cap, let me quickly answer the question that I'm sure many of you have already been wondering. If Europe had already stopped buying Russian oil, what's the point of a price cap? I'm sure you already know this, but modern economies live on oil. So even if Europe stopped buying Russian oil, that doesn't mean other countries will too. especially India and China, because they're getting it at a sweet discount. But that's something we'll talk about in just a second. Also, we can't afford to cut off Russian oil from the market either. Russia is one of the largest oil producers in the world. Cutting them off completely could mean prices rising exponentially. That's something we definitely can't afford on top of our current inflation crisis. And that is something developing countries definitely can't afford, considering the sensitive state the global economy is in. If you've watched my videos about Sri Lanka, Pakistan, and several of these African countries, you already know the turmoil these developing nations are going through because of high inflation. Now imagine if oil prices were to triple or even quadruple at this point. It could literally spell doom for these nations and millions of their citizens. That's why G7 needed some kind of solution where Russian oil is still available in the market, but Russia isn't benefiting from the profits of these oil sales. The solution was a price cap. Enforcing the price cap has a list of challenges that I'll go over soon, but first, let's go over the importance of picking the right price for this price cap. When setting a price cap for anything, there are certain rules you have to follow to even have a shot at success. Number 1, prices can't be so low that the seller isn't even incentivized to sell the product. In Russia's case, the price for the cap can't be below what it costs to produce the oil, because at that point, Russia would just stop producing oil because they're losing money by doing it. Number 2, prices can't be so high that it's not even affecting the market. Meaning, if oil is trading around $80 a barrel, you can't set the price cap at $100 because at that point the price cap doesn't really matter. Following these 2 rules, the price cap of Russian oil was set at $60 per barrel. Based on expert estimates, it costs Russia around $40 per barrel to produce the oil, so at a $60 price cap, there is profit to be made by still producing the oil. On top of that, for the most part, Russian oil was trading above $60 per barrel, so the price cap does have some effect on the market, and it does somewhat limit Russia's ability to maximize their profits from high oil prices. Now, as I've discussed in my previous video about Russia's finances, announcing the price cap is one thing, but enforcing it at an international level is a whole different challenge. When Russia and China are doing a deal to trade oil, the West can't possibly tell China to follow their rules, especially since that relationship hasn't been so friendly recently. It's not just China either. Many other countries are happy to buy Russian oil. And remember, most of the West has already stopped buying oil from Russia. So how do you tell so many other countries to follow the price cap? This is where the power of insurance and the shipping fleet come in. So, what the Western governments have done is make it illegal for Western companies to work with Russian oil unless the price cap of $60 is confirmed. This means that Western vessels can't ship Russian oil unless they have the proper documentation to confirm that the price cap is being upheld. So, this stops Russia from using Western shipping companies. But that doesn't mean it can't just use other shipping companies, right? Wrong. You see, insurance is a very important part of the world's shipping ecosystem. You can't set sail without insurance. You can't dock at ports without insurance, and you can't enter canals without insurance. Luckily for the West, we control 99% of this shipping insurance market. So any ship, no matter what country it's from, can't get insurance unless it has proper documentation that shows the price cap is being upheld. That means even if Russia was selling oil to India or China, there's a pretty good chance it would be below the price cap. Now, the price cap started on December 3rd of last year, so I have some data on how it's doing, and then we'll go into what Russia's counter is. As soon as the price cap was announced, Putin announced that any country that agreed to the price cap will be banned from buying Russian oil starting February 1st. Which kind of doesn't really make sense, because every country that has agreed to the price cap has already stopped buying Russian oil. That's why they implemented the price cap through the shipping and insurance companies so that other countries follow it. That's like me getting banned from going to the Super Bowl and then saying that I'm never going to go to the Super Bowl. Moving on. The good news is the price cap is working. Quite well, actually. If we look at these charts, we can see Russian oil has traded below $60 a barrel for pretty much the whole time since the cap went into effect on December 3rd. Now, there were reports of Russia trying to set up its own insurance and shipping networks to continue selling its oil, but it doesn't seem like any of that has worked out yet. Worse yet, I think Putin really counted on China and India to make up the demand that had disappeared after Europe stopped buying Russian energy. But that didn't go as he expected. As I mentioned in my previous video, China and India were buying more than the usual amount of oil from Russia, and that was before the price cap. But the only reason they were doing this was because they were getting the oil at a discount when compared to the market price. Now, I have to bring back this famous geopolitics quote because it reminds me of the situation perfectly. There are no permanent friends in geopolitics, only permanent interests. China and India were buying Russian oil before because it was benefiting them. And once the price cap went into effect, they made sure they took full advantage. As the price of the Russian oil fell, there were reports that India had been buying even larger quantities at a steeper discount. Since the price cap, Russian oil export volumes are down substantially, and the price at which it's selling the oil is lower too. Considering all of this, we can safely assume that caps are working, but the West doesn't plan on stopping there. Recent reports confirm that G7 and the EU plan on setting 2 more price caps for Russian products. One is a $100 per barrel cap on products that trade at a premium to crude, like diesel, and the other is a $45 cap for petroleum products like fuel oil and industrial lubricant oil. Analysts believe this will further cause market disruption and hurt Russia even more. At the start of 2022, rumors of Sweden and Finland considering joining NATO had started appearing in the mainstream media. Russia is pushing Finland and Sweden toward NATO. Finland and Sweden are done with deference to Russia. These rumors received a lot of criticism, as Russia was still portrayed as a very powerful country with a military that could march all the way to Paris, if only given the reason. Little did the critics know, the Russians can always find a reason. And if they actually could stage a successful invasion, or rather if they thought they could stage one, they wouldn't hesitate. Chances are, the closer you live to Russia, the more obvious this seems to you. Finland shares a 1,300-kilometer, about 833-mile, border with Russia. And it seems like the logic applies to both it and its immediate neighbors to the west. Less than 3 months after Russia invaded Ukraine, Finland and Sweden applied for NATO membership together. But was this really a sudden U-turn, or rather, a logical ending to a decades-long process? In this video, we're going to talk about exactly that. This is by far my longest video ever, and it took a really long time to make. So, if you appreciate the effort, can you please hit that like button? It would mean the world to me, and it would help out this video a lot with the YouTube algorithm. Thanks. The history of Sweden's and Finland's neutrality stems from as early as 1809, when, as a result of the Finnish War between the Kingdom of Sweden and the Russian Empire, Finland was made into an autonomous part of Russia. And from there, the story of these two Scandinavian regions have quite a lot of differences, so we'll cover them separately. In 1917, Finland declared independence after the Russians were weakened by the February Revolution and then the October Revolution. Shortly after, though, because of the century-long history of Finland being a part of Russia, a mirror image of the empire's civil unrest started to emerge in Finland itself. Conservative whites, backed by the Tsarist Russians, and socialist reds, backed by Bolshevik Russians, fought a devastating war, which ended after the German Empire intervened at the whites' request. The whites won in Finland, but their main supporters from Russia lost to the Bolsheviks, and the German occupiers lost the World War. The radical Reds in Finland were already marginalized, so instead of igniting a new war, this turned out to be the best possible outcome for the Finns. It allowed their country to start breaking away from the severe Russian influences that caused the Civil War in the first place, and it prevented Germans from occupying the region for too long. Independent Finland was slowly recovering under the control of whites. As the war-torn country was slowly yet steadily healing its wounds, a new cruel invasion was about to start from the east. In late 1939, the Winter War broke out. During that time, the Finns defended their country fiercely, but could not stage a large-scale counteroffensive. This resulted in the Moscow Peace Treaty, which the Finns were, to say the least, not satisfied with. Because of this, Finland now sought help from Germany, which was unsatisfied with the outcome of the Winter War in its own way. Invading the Soviet Union was not a good strategic decision, though. Thankfully for the entire world, the Wehrmacht was defeated. Finland was still at its 1940 border, but now it was not in the position to complain. The hatred for Russians was there, but the Russians themselves were just over the border. Any intentions of allying with the USA were enough of a reason for the Soviets to initiate yet another war. The only viable way for the Finns to save their democracy and independence was neutrality. After the Soviet Union collapsed, Russia was fairly good at posing as a country that Europe shouldn't worry about. The two Russian invasions of Chechnya received little to no attention from the Western media. The invasion of Georgia ended quickly and with little casualties. Syria is simply too far away to care about. And the Russians made the land grab of Crimea and Donbass complicated enough for most people in the West to stop forming their opinion at a point where they needed knowledge of a sizable chunk of Ukrainian history. Learning all that, on top of their other activities, was understandably just too much, so they believed in the possibility of a peaceful resolution, or at least maintaining the status quo. Secretly, though, the Cold War never ended for Finland. But in the eyes of the public, Russia wasn't that dangerous. Why don't we just stay neutral, as always? Surely we don't want to be the provocateurs. Sweden, unlike Finland, didn't lose its sovereignty at the start of the 19th century. After it lost control over Finland, it joined the Allies to fight against Napoleon and defeated the Danes in 1813. As a result, Denmark ceded Norway to the Swedes. In the next year, Norway tried to declare independence, but was invaded by Sweden again. For the rest of the century, Norway stayed independent except for its foreign affairs, which were controlled by the Swedish king. In the First World War, after Norway declared full independence, the Swedish foreign policy was not really neutral. It was more like slightly siding with different powers at different stages of the war. Between 1920 and 1939, though, the country's efforts were focused on avoiding German and Soviet influence. When World War II started, this policy persisted. Despite being surrounded by German allies and occupied states, it managed to stay neutral at the little expense of providing Germany with a passage to Norway and trading steel with it. This neutrality policy was highly popular among the Swedes, so it's only natural that the country had no intention of joining NATO throughout the course of the Cold War. It did accept the Marshall Plan funding, though, unlike Finland. Neutrality is often associated with peace, or even freedom from participating in wars. In reality, it's not that simple. To maintain neutrality, a country must either be able to defend itself from an invasion of a superior power, or become allies with stronger nations, but indirectly, without angering their enemies. As with everything, in Sweden and Finland's case, it's a mix of both. But let's see what this mix is really all about. First, let's look at the defense spending. Sweden's military spending has been in a steady decline from 4% of its GDP in 1960 to just 1.3% in 2021, which is far less than the NATO target of 2%. Finland, being closer to the danger zone, didn't have that luxury. So it goes to figure that in the same period, it didn't really change that much and fluctuated around 2%. But when looking at the raw numbers adjusted for inflation, we can see quite a different picture. This chart more or less shows the real dynamics of how much Sweden invested in its military over the last 60 years. We can clearly see that this number only started a long-term decline in 1992, just after the collapse of the Soviet Union. As for Finland, though, similar trends can be seen, but only in the last decade. And in 2004, it almost completely negated. Perhaps its government sensed that the Russians were preparing for a new attempt at restoring their empire? The Finns knew it all, didn't they? Well, it may have been one of the key reasons, but it's certainly not the only one. As of 2021, Finland and Sweden have the 15th and 12th biggest military budgets in Europe, respectively. They are an order of magnitude smaller than those of the UK, France, or Germany, but still enough to maintain rather capable armies. So, what are these armies really made of? Sweden's population is 10.5 million people. Among them, 2 million males and 1.6 million females between the ages of 18 and 47 are considered fit for military service. Notably, Sweden is one of the few countries where conscription is mandatory and gender neutral. The size of the regular army is relatively small at just under 23.6 thousand active personnel and 31,000 in reserves. The Swedish army possesses 121 German Leopard tanks, 1,300 Finnish and 800 domestically produced armored vehicles of various types, and around 170 mortar and artillery guns, all of which were also produced in Finland or Sweden. The country's navy has a few submarines, corvettes, large patrol boats, and around 350 smaller vessels. All of that originates from Sweden, and some of the small boats like the CB-90 were even exported to various countries. Where the Swedish armed forces really shine is their Air Force, which has over 200 aircraft, among which 94 are fighter jets made by Saab. You might recognize this name if you know a thing or two about the automobile industry. But this Saab hasn't had much to do with cars since 1990, when the automobile division was spun off and sold to General Motors in 2 steps. The defense Saab, however, is doing well. And apparently it also has a really nice website that strangely makes you feel like they just sell mugs and t-shirts. Anyway, the reason why Sweden has such a disproportionately strong air force compared to the other branches of their military is rather easy to understand. This is the Gotland Island. It's not only the biggest one in the Baltic Sea, but also one of the most conveniently located islands there. Less than 300 kilometers to the Russian enclave of Kaliningrad, and at the same time, less than 700 kilometers to St. Petersburg. All while being separated from Russia with hundreds of kilometers of water, Gotland is one of the key strategic points in the region. During the Cold War, it held even more importance as Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania were occupied by the Soviet Union, connecting Kaliningrad to Russia proper. The island, sometimes referred to as an unsinkable aircraft carrier, had to be protected with a very strong air force. Another very important factor that encouraged Sweden to expand this department of the army was the region next to the west coast, where American nuclear submarines were located in the early 1960s. A strong Swedish air force was necessary to keep Soviet anti-submarine aircraft from operating in the missile launch area. Around this time, its size was about 1,000 planes, the 4th largest in the world. With Finland, however, the situation is quite different. The primary purpose of its military is stopping a potential land invasion from the east. Since the Finnish defense forces are designed for, well, defense of Finland only, there's no real need to maintain a sizable army at all times. With a population of 5.5 million, it has 1.5 million men between the ages of 18 and 60 available for service. Women may also join the military, but voluntarily. The size of the regular army of Finland is just 23.8 thousand active personnel in peacetime, only 200 more than Sweden. During wartime, however, this number would be increased to 280,000, almost by a factor of 12. The size of the reserves is also staggering, 900,000 personnel. This army's equipment is also far different from that of Sweden. Apart from 239 German Leopard tanks and almost 1,200 armored vehicles, it has 800 artillery systems, 76 rocket launchers, 146 missile systems. You get the idea. There's a lot of land-based stuff. The Finnish Navy, though, doesn't have that many ships. Still, there are 4 corvettes, 8 missile boats, and over 100 small transport ships. The Air Force of Finland is just a bit smaller than that of Sweden, but is still by no means small at 164 operational aircraft, among which 55 are fighter jets. What's interesting about these numbers, though, is the origin of all this equipment. Sweden's possessions, apart from the tanks, are almost entirely produced domestically or in Finland. Finland itself has equipment from all around Europe, as well as the Soviet Union. One of the reasons for that is economics. The Swedish government could just be hesitant to increase its military spending because it's not that beneficial to the economy, unless it's investing in domestic production or for the benefit of its neighbor, the country that would most likely be attacked first in the case of a war with Russia. Finland, on the other hand, just needs the most modern stuff. It's cool to encourage domestic production, but not when you have better options and a neighbor with an unpredictable past. Another reason is, well, Finland just doesn't have a company like Saab. Its defense companies are dwarfed by the Swedish giant, and I'm not even going to compare them to what the US has. So, having bigger needs for equipment and smaller production capabilities, Finland just chooses to buy rather than to produce at home. Speaking of buying, surely these countries don't do much more than that to appear neutral in the eyes of everyone? Finland stayed almost completely neutral during the Cold War, apart from buying equipment from both the Warsaw Pact and NATO countries. In 1995, all of this changed when the country politically and economically allied with the West, joining the EU together with Sweden and Austria. Militarily, however, a shift in Finland's policy occurred as early as 1994, when it joined NATO's Partnership for Peace program. One Finnish battalion was sent to help NATO's peacekeeping mission in Bosnia in 1996. And since 1999, over 7,000 Finns have served in the KFOR operation in Kosovo. Finnish forces also worked alongside Allied forces in Afghanistan and then Iraq. A consensus about joining NATO was nowhere to be seen, but the membership option was kept on the table since as early as the mid-1990s. Gradually, Finland intensified its NATO collaboration and geared its defense forces towards full interoperability. In 2014, Russia took Crimea without asking. So a year later, Finland joined NATO's Enhanced Opportunities Partners program along with Sweden and 3 other nations. This Enhanced Opportunities Partners thing has never been given a real definition. So we have to think of it as an initiative which would offer specific benefits that are tailor-made to meet each of these 5 countries' interests. Sounds boring, and well, that's by design. It's more like saying, look, we're doing something productive but not provocative. It's just peace and friendship stuff. But because of bureaucracy, you won't understand much, as always. Nobody's joining NATO, you can move on with your lives, and Russia shouldn't worry either. Since 1991, Sweden was drifting away from neutrality almost identically to Finland. We'll not go through that again. What is worth covering, though, is Sweden's cooperation with the West during the Cold War. Initially, right after World War II ended, rulers of Sweden and Finland were expressing interest in creating a neutral alliance of North European countries. This idea was soon forgotten, as NATO was founded with Norway and Denmark being among the first 12 members. Therefore, Sweden maintained its neutrality policy, fearing that the Soviet Union might respond by invading Finland, which was definitely not favorable. This neutrality policy was nothing like Finlandization, though. In the late 1940s, Finland quietly tried to start an independent nuclear program, involving production of plutonium and acquisition of nuclear secrets from all nuclear powers. This initiative was scrapped as too costly. A nation with such a small budget and so little manpower simply could not compete with the nuclear powers. Similar thoughts about neutrality in general were often expressed. Sweden's leaders understood that, in a Third World War, neutral countries would be seen as easy prey rather than a party that the fighting powers would not care about. So there was a lot of cooperation between them and the US. In the late 1940s and early 50s, Sweden built very close ties to both NATO and the United States. It was deeply involved in Cold War spying operations, as well as secretly given security guarantees. The military cooperation also included providing much help with the development of the fighter jet Saab 37 Viggen, which is part of why Sweden's defense industry is doing much better than Finland's. Swedish scientists, in turn, helped enhance the accuracy of the Polaris nuclear missiles. And yes, these are the ones that were carried by submarines near the west coast of the country. They didn't just happen to be there because of Denmark and Norway. The US relied on Sweden to cover the airspace next to these submarines. And on top of that, every publicly available war games training included the scenario that if Sweden was under attack from the Soviets, it would rely on NATO forces for defense. That's some pretty strong cooperation. And knowing all of this, it's really hard to see Sweden as a neutral state. So, a lot has been going on behind the scenes as ordinary people were thinking of Finland and Sweden as just neutral countries. Not many were aware that only one piece of the NATO membership puzzle was missing. And ironically, this last piece was the awareness itself. But it's never an easy task to make people agree on something that has been controversial for decades. On the scale of an entire nation, it might just be impossible to do it from the inside. Though at the start of 2022, this problem was about to get solved in an instant. Logically, Russia's next move was not that hard to predict. The buildup of forces was not fake, with field hospitals and all sorts of other military infrastructure being set up on the border. The propaganda campaign was in full swing. It wasn't hard to believe Russia would invade Ukraine again, but it was hard to believe that it would launch a full-scale invasion on Europe's doorstep. And so, quite unexpectedly, not only did Russia invade in one of the most violent ways imaginable, but Ukraine was ready to fight back. Our armed forces are here. The citizens are here. We are all here. Defending our independence, our country. It will remain like this. In April of 2022, the Russians withdrew from the north of Ukraine. They were stopped by a far less experienced military with far more limited equipment. For a lot of people, this put an end to the debate of whether NATO was necessary after the collapse of the Soviet Union. Not to mention, now that Russia is barely making any advances in Ukraine, it's not possible to launch yet another invasion into Finland. All of this means that now, the perfect opportunity to join NATO has emerged in front of the remaining non-allied Scandinavian nations. Shocking clips of atrocities done by the Russians, absurd claims and violent threats from the Russian state TV, stories of Ukrainian refugees, all of this changed the minds of millions of Finns and Swedes far better than any logical arguments could. The support for joining NATO skyrocketed in both Finland and Sweden. The fearful respect for the Russian armed forces just vaporized, as if it was never even there in the first place. It was replaced with memes about an army of uneducated marauders. Here's a clip of Finnish tractor drivers moving towards the eastern border. If the Russians invaded with their tanks, someone would have to tow them after they ran out of fuel, I guess. So, the public support for joining NATO is finally here. Awareness is not missing anymore. The puzzle is complete, and the next step can only be a formal application for NATO membership, which Finland and Sweden announced together on May 18th, 2022. One more request before moving on to part 2 of this video. If you enjoy videos like this, please consider supporting the video on Patreon. With YouTube's strict monetization requirement, a lot of my videos are restricted and demonetized. So all this is made possible mainly by the support of my patrons. So if you enjoy the videos, please check out my Patreon by clicking on the link in the description. For a lot of us, 2022 didn't start well. The world was only starting to recover from the pandemic, but not a lot of time was left before the start of a gruesome event that would make some people simply forget about COVID. While the common folk didn't believe in what was about to happen, those who knew were preparing to respond to the Russian invasion. This response was not limited to the immense fortitude of the Ukrainian army. It would be an understatement to say that the support Ukraine received from the West was unprecedented. But one act of solidarity stood out from the rest. It wasn't humanitarian aid, it wasn't a transfer of weapons, it wasn't even intended to be a gesture of support. And yet, the Ukrainians viewed it as one of the most inspiring and historic events of the century. You read the title. This event was Sweden and Finland's joint application for NATO membership. Yes, in retrospect, it sounds cool and epic, but it's taking a bit longer than the couple of months that some people expected from countries which would be pretty valuable to the alliance. So what happened? There are a few reasons why a country might have its NATO accession postponed. First, let's look at the minimum requirements for NATO membership. This is not the complete checklist, it's just a good baseline to start with. These 5 criteria are actually a piece of cake for Sweden and Finland. Look for yourself. Uphold democracy, including tolerance for diversity. I don't think there's much to say here. Check. Be progressing towards a market economy. Well, a lot of countries are looking up to the Nordic nations on this matter, so check. Have their military forces under firm civilian control. Yeah, also check. Be good neighbors and respect the sovereignty of other nations. Sweden and Finland don't even have any ongoing territorial disputes. There are the Åland Islands just to the southwest coast of Finland, which were disputed between, funnily enough, Finland and Sweden themselves over 100 years ago. The dispute was settled by the League of Nations in 1921, and the Swedish Prime Minister expressed their dissatisfaction with the conclusion, but also said Sweden would not use force to regain control over the islands. Now that a century has passed, this dispute is barely worth noting, so we can put a big ol' check mark here as well. And lastly, work towards interoperability with NATO forces. That's exactly what they've been doing for the last few decades, so check. But you might think that there's a sixth one: keep the country's military budget at or above 2% of GDP. But it's more of a guideline than a requirement. In fact, only 10 of the 30 member states meet this target, and Iceland doesn't even have a military at all. For Finland and Sweden, though, it's one of the major considerations regarding their potential membership. If you are that close to the enemy of NATO, your army must be well-funded and be ready to defend against an invasion. Finland already meets this requirement, just like basically every possible requirement regarding military capabilities. Sweden, on the other hand, is having some problems with that. But it's nothing too major, since its government has already been steadily increasing its defense budget since 2018 and has the 2% goal in mind. So this requirement is also not the real problem. What actually stops the accession from happening is the stance of other countries. The first country that comes to mind here is Russia. It's not a member of NATO, so on the legal side it has nothing to do with accepting new members. However, if Russia doesn't like the prospect of a neighboring country joining the alliance, then a mysteriously repetitive sequence of events tends to take place. A separatist movement emerges out of nowhere, tries to create a new country next to the Russian border, and later gets recognized by only Russia and their puppet states. It's already happened in Georgia, then in Ukraine, and it's unlikely that Finland would be eager to repeat this experience. So what do the Russians think of these North European countries joining NATO? Well, it turns out, nothing to be afraid of. In Putin's speech from June of 2022, he signaled that it's ultimately okay if they join, but if NATO deploys military infrastructure and soldiers there, Russia would be obliged to respond symmetrically. Other Russian officials often talked about serious military and political consequences. But it's clear that they would first need to deal with the serious consequences they created in Ukraine before moving on to any other nations. Anyway, this position seems pretty nice overall, even suspiciously nice. Maybe that's because Russia doesn't have that much bargaining power anymore, or maybe the Russians are just very confident that the current NATO members won't be able to agree and accept the new states. It looks like the second option has been successful, so far. So, all 30 current member states must accept the new countries into the alliance. As this video is being made, 28 of them have ratified the treaties in their parliaments. Only Hungary and Turkey haven't done this yet. So, about Turkey. There are a few things about the current situation in the country which you have to know to understand what's happening. 1. The presidential election is scheduled to take place on May 14th, 2023. 2. The current president, Mr. Erdogan, is not necessarily going to win. And 3. He has quite a lot of power in Turkey. All this means that it would be just strange if he didn't use this power to secure the third term. On top of that, Turkey wants to buy some American F-16 jets after getting their initial 2 purchases blocked because they ordered a Russian S-400 air defense system. However, these 2 reasons blend together very well, as the acquisition of F-16s would be a considerable diplomatic win for Erdogan. So the question of why Turkey hasn't accepted Finland's and Sweden's NATO ascension is now more about how Erdogan uses Finland and Sweden to win in this upcoming election. The answer to this question has a lot to do with how the opposition is structured. Erdogan's main rival in the election is a coalition of 6 parties with pretty various views. Despite being rather diverse, it agrees on supporting the ideas of strengthening the parliamentary system, the full guarantee of rule of law, separation of powers and human rights, and overall, moving in the direction of a more liberal democracy. This is largely why the coalition has gained as much popularity as it did. The other main reason is this man, Ekrem İmamoğlu. In 2019, he was elected as the mayor of Istanbul. He narrowly won the election by a margin of less than 14,000 votes, which is really nothing in a city of 15 million people. It would be an understatement to say that İmamoğlu took Istanbul by storm. Then, the election was annulled. But in the next one, İmamoğlu won again, now with a margin of over 800,000 votes. Shortly after, because of how quickly he gained popularity, he was called a possible candidate from the coalition for the 2023 presidential elections. Then, İmamoğlu was noticed by Erdogan. Noticed in a bad way. In January of 2022, İmamoğlu was put on trial for insulting electoral officials, and effectively banned him from competing in the upcoming elections. He called them fools for overturning the first Istanbul mayoral elections in 2019, which is apparently against Turkish law, but now he's appealing the conviction. No matter the results, İmamoğlu will not be able to participate in the 2023 elections. It's not the first time Turkish opposition leaders were thrown out of politics like this. The head of İmamoğlu's party in Istanbul, as well as the leader of the second biggest opposition party in Turkey, were also subject to this kind of prosecution. So we know for sure that Erdogan will take every opportunity to turn the elections in his favor. But what does this have to do with Finland and Sweden? Well, as you might already see, the biggest opposition coalition is generally centrist as opposed to Erdogan's right-leaning alliance. The third coalition, which is generally considered an underdog, is firmly left-wing. So that leaves Erdogan being the only major candidate on the right. So, how about broadening the spectrum of voters and appealing to the far right as well? Basically, Erdogan is doing just that, while capitalizing off of national security threats by oppressing the Kurdish minority, which is not seen as a problem by the opposition. We won't get into the details of why, because there might be enough information there for an entire another video, but the main takeaway is that Finland and Sweden have contributed to the American-led intervention in Syria, supporting the Kurdish groups, with Sweden even supplying them with light anti-tank weapons. That did not go over well with Turkey, which has a goal of establishing a 30-kilometer buffer zone in the north of Syria. It would serve as a place where a considerable portion of Kurds could be resettled. This is not a first because Turkey already controls a chunk of this zone after a 2019 invasion. This intention can also explain why reversing the F-16 ban would be a diplomatic win to Erdogan. But the Americans are not the only ones to have blocked arms exports to Turkey. Both Sweden and Finland have also stopped supplying weapons. They did it not because of the S-400 air defense system, but in response to the Turkish offensive in 2019, exactly the one mentioned before. So what did Erdogan initially want from Sweden and Finland? First, lift the arms embargo. Second, break any ties with Kurdish forces in Syria. And third, extradite a list of people that are allegedly connected with PKK, a Kurdish group that is recognized as a terrorist organization by both Turkey and the EU. To settle these disagreements, the countries signed a trilateral agreement. And as a result, the first two demands were actually no problem at all. But the third one put Sweden and Finland in a stalemate. It's not rare for Erdogan to erase opponents from politics, so, quite expectedly, he put some people on the list for rather political reasons. Some of the cases have been blocked in court because of the following legal issues. An independent court has to review the cases, so politicians do not really have any power here. Citizens of neither Finland nor Sweden can be extradited. Yes, Erdogan really wants a couple of Finnish and Swedish citizens to be sent to Turkey. Politically incentivized extradition requests simply can't be fulfilled. And lastly, the alleged offenses must be also seen as crimes in Finland or Sweden. So you can't just extradite someone for insulting the Turkish president, even if that is technically illegal in Turkey. Among the so-called terrorists, there are a few blatantly political cases. There's a journalist who was given a suspended jail term for a tweet that said Erdogan's late mother would be ashamed of him. Also, there's a teacher who fled Turkey some 20 years ago, and now couldn't possibly have any ties with the PKK. It really looks like Erdogan just filled the list with people not connected to any terrorism just to make it look more impressive. Anyway, it looks like some progress has been made on this matter, and on the 29th of January, Erdogan said he might approve Finland's application. The Kurdish diaspora is a lot smaller in Finland. So Ankara's dispute with this country is less severe than the one with Sweden. The Finnish foreign minister, however, insisted on waiting to join the alliance together with Sweden. But the wait might get longer than anticipated. On the 21st of January, the Kurdish Democratic Society Center organized an anti-Islamic demonstration against Erdogan and joining NATO. The protest included jumping over a banner portraying the Turkish president, a puppet of Erdogan hanging by his feet, and a burnt copy of the Quran. This is going to be important later in the video. The protests were immediately condemned by Swedish officials, and its foreign minister said that an act of sabotage with respect to the ratification of Sweden's NATO membership. And, well, that's exactly what it was, considering that the Quran was burnt by a far-right pro-Russian extremist, and the demonstration overall was funded by a journalist with Kremlin ties. Turkish officials' reaction to this was rather strong, with Erdogan even saying that Sweden cannot join NATO as long as burning copies of the Quran is allowed, and quite interestingly, adding an additional 130 people to the extradition list. Sweden obviously will not change its laws just to fulfill this specific request, so the three countries agreed to take a timeout regarding NATO talks. However, the recent news tells us that the Swedish government is not going to helplessly watch people ruin the country's intention to join the alliance. On the 8th of February, Swedish police refused to permit a rally that would have included a burning of the Quran. It wasn't the same group of protesters as before, but still, what are they even hoping for? Did these people really think that burning a Quran twice a month was a good strategy to keep Sweden from joining NATO? Anyway, while this is a rare move by the police, it's definitely the right thing to do, especially considering just how much hostility the entire nation of Sweden received from Muslims because of a small group of Russian-funded extremists. Now back to Turkey. You might have some concerns of whether Erdogan is doing all of this to turn the situation in Russia's favor. In Ukraine, the local joke is that the morning of the average Ukrainian goes like this: wake up, eat your breakfast, brush your teeth, then read the news and check whose side Erdogan took today. For real though, if that were really the case, he would just focus a lot more on targeting Finland with the dilemmas that Sweden is facing right now. He's just doing that to win the upcoming election. There's not really much more to it than that. But what should we expect after the election? Will the winner allow Sweden and Finland to join NATO right away, or will we have to wait even longer? Well, the answer depends on who wins, because if it's the opposition, then it would definitely speed up the process. The opposing alliance does not have a strong anti-Kurdish stance, unlike the currently ruling coalition. It's also a lot more pro-European and pro-NATO. As for Erdogan, he could well approve of both Finland and Sweden joining the North Atlantic Alliance because of growing pressure from other European countries. Though he might have to wait a month or two to pretend that he didn't just use this whole situation to improve his approval ratings. And finally, this is Hungary. This is Viktor Orbán, the Prime Minister of Hungary. This is how many seats his party has in the country's parliament. And this is what he said after winning the election for the fourth consecutive time in May of 2022. You might see what the problem is already, but let's get into the details. Hungary is a part of both the EU and NATO, yet the policies and rhetoric of its government are not quite what you'd expect from one. Let's take a familiar example: the demonstration in Stockholm where a far-right pro-Russian guy burnt a Quran. How did the other alliance members react to this? Interestingly enough, no official statements on these events came from Albania, which is the only Muslim-majority country in NATO, apart from Turkey. Norway didn't permit a similar demonstration shortly after, due to a warning from the Turkish Foreign Ministry. Finland assured that it would not allow acts such as this as well, referring to the Finnish law where violating religious peace is a punishable offense. A German Foreign Ministry spokesperson said, "It was disrespectful and highly inappropriate. And we also doubt that this action represents the view of the majority of Swedish society." A US State Department spokesman said, "Something can be lawful but awful. What we've seen in the context of Sweden falls into that category," adding that the burning was the work of a provocateur who may have deliberately sought to put distance between two close partners of ours, Turkey and Sweden. He said it was repugnant, disgusting, and vile. But apparently, it was not enough for one of the Turkish media outlets, which went as far as contradicting itself in the title. US says Quran burning in Sweden disrespectful, but falls short of condemning it. When Russians burn copies of the Ukrainian constitution, Ukrainians just laugh and think of it as the terminal stage of coping. When someone burns the Bible, Christians don't care as much as to start worldwide protests. Still, given that the Quran is literally the centerpiece of the culture and society of Islam, it's very easy to understand how some Muslims can even mix up far-right extremists with regular Swedes, who certainly didn't ask for these Quran-burning demonstrations. However, there was one country that stood out from the rest. And you guessed it, it was Hungary. Hungary's foreign minister said, "If a country wants to join NATO and is endeavoring to win over Turkish support, then perhaps it should behave a little more carefully." Hungary stood out as the only country to shift the blame from extremists to the entire government. And it's not a coincidence. Turkey is one of Hungary's best political partners. In fact, Viktor Orban's first post-election visit in 2022 was to Erdogan. The country's officials also did not want to condemn Turkey's military operation in Syria in 2019. As well as that, Hungary has uncommonly good relations with Russia. Its dependence on Russian oil is one of, if not, the highest in Europe. In 2014, after the annexation of Crimea, Orban refused to sanction Russia, which continued in 2022, when he strongly opposed energy sanctions and hesitated to let Sweden and Finland in NATO. Now, it's quite easy to see why Hungary is sometimes called the Trojan horse in the EU and NATO. But what are the causes of these unconventional policies? Turns out, there's enough information for yet an entirely another video, so here's the short answer. First, Viktor Orban is a very influential figure. So in some cases, his political decisions are based on his own views. And these views are not what you'd expect from a European prime minister. Here's a couple of his quotes. "We do not want to become peoples of mixed race. Ukraine is a land of nobody. Hope for peace is named Donald Trump." And so on and so on. On top of that, there's the Eastern opening policy, which Orban started all the way back in 2010. It was supposed to boost the economy for Hungary by attracting investors from Asian countries. But in reality, it only tied the country to Chinese and Russian political interests. It is also the primary reason why Turkey and Hungary are close allies. A pretty reasonable question might arise at this point. Why wouldn't Hungary just leave the EU and NATO if it doesn't like the European policies this much? There really are talks about a possible hard exit, but it's not likely that we'll see it anytime soon. The official reasoning provided by Orban is that Hungary is severely dependent on trade in the EU. Well, Eastern opening is a failure, so he's right about this one. But apart from just trade, there's also direct funding from the EU budget. Hungary is the second biggest beneficiary of the EU, only behind Poland, which receives roughly half as much funding per capita. Polling shows that Hungarians think this funding is the best part about being an EU member. So it's important that even a decade of anti-European Orban propaganda is not enough to convince the people of quitting the Union. Naturally, when this funding stops, it's a big deal for Hungary. When the funding was blocked for the first time in April of 2022 due to the increasingly authoritarian policy of Orban's party, Hungary tried to show its power by blocking sanctions against Russia and weapons exports to Ukraine, and not accepting Sweden and Finland into NATO. The intent was to get the funding back without meeting the demands of the EU regarding rule of law, prevention of corruption, and other suggested reforms that would reverse some of Orban's questionable decisions. It seems that Hungary did have a partial success here. In December of last year, a deal was agreed upon. Previously, 7.5 billion euros in payouts were frozen. Now that number has been lowered to 6.3 billion euros. In exchange, Hungary approved an 18 billion euro aid package to Ukraine. To get the rest of the money, it would have to complete 27 anti-corruption and judicial independence reforms. But most importantly, to the topic of this video, the last time Hungary's officials mentioned Sweden and Finland's NATO application was in late January of this year, when its foreign minister reacted to the notorious Quran burning incident. Despite taking quite a strong position there, he mentioned that Hungary still has a clear standpoint on admitting the two new members into the alliance. Earlier, in late November 2022, Orbán stated that he would accept Sweden and Finland's NATO applications at the legislators' first session in 2023, which was planned for mid-February. On the 24th of February last year, Russia took an aggressive stance and invaded Ukraine, which was a major escalation of their border conflict. This war, which just hit its one-year anniversary as of this recording, has caused devastating effects globally. Both Russia and Ukraine have suffered heavy losses, and the whole world has been dragged into this messy situation. The US is giving out billions in loans to Ukraine, while EU nations are sending a lot of arms to the nation to help out with the war effort. It seems like it's a lot of expenditures and losses on all sides. One country, however, has risen to a triumphant grace in the middle of all this commotion. That one country is not losing, but gaining heavily from this global conflict. That nation is none other than Qatar.
Qatar's energy minister has announced a long-term deal to supply gas to Germany.
China's Sinopec has signed a $60 billion agreement with Qatar Energy.
2 million tons of liquefied natural gas will be delivered annually.
Oil and gas, the cornerstones of Qatar's economy.
Prices are so high that the deliverers of energy like Qatar are the ones who want long-term contracts.
As we shed some light on one of the lesser-known gems of the world, please take a moment to shed some light on this video by liking it. Your 2-second action will go a long way towards helping with the algorithm. Alright, let's get into it. This is Qatar. It's a Middle Eastern country blessed with vast supplies of natural gas, making the nation ridiculously wealthy. Despite being home to just about 3 million citizens, Qatar has gas reserves that, at 858 trillion cubic feet, account for about 12% of the world's total natural gas reserves. To put this into some perspective, this gives Qatar the third largest natural gas reserve, and it makes it one of the top 3 natural gas exporting nations, along with the United States and Australia. Quite an achievement for the small nation, and one they have leveraged quite nicely. In fact, many people did not know Qatar before the 2022 World Cup, where the small nation shined by hosting what was the largest and most extravagant World Cup in history. I'm not joking. Qatar spent over $200 billion on this 30-day affair, a figure that far eclipses the previous amounts spent. In fact, Qatar spent over 12 times as much as the previous spending record holder. I say all this to show you just how wealthy Qatar has gotten off its gas. And now, I'll show you just how the Ukraine conflict is making them even richer. It's safe to say that if there ever was a winner to be named out of this horrible conflict, it is undoubtedly Qatar. To understand Qatar's advantage, we have to look at what the oil and gas supply chain used to be like. Russia was a big exporter of gas to Europe. Having the largest natural gas reserves in the world, Russia had an ample market and ample supply. In 2021, before the war started, Russia was supplying EU countries with 40% of their natural gas, with Germany being the largest importer. Other nations like Italy and the Netherlands imported an exorbitant amount of gas too. This chart shows just how much of a chokehold Russia had on Europe, and how much they were making off of Europe's pockets. Their aggressive international policy, however, did have an effect on this. Once Russia invaded Ukraine, its diplomatic relations with Europe were pretty heavily affected. By August of 2022, Europe was importing just about 17% of their gas from Russia. That figure has continuously dwindled over time. This presented quite a problem. Europe still needs a lot of gas, and they don't want to fund Russia's war by buying Russian gas. What's the answer? Qatar. You see, Qatar is presenting itself as the solution to all of Europe's natural gas problems. Qatar has placed itself in a position where it solves a problem and also benefits pretty heavily in the process. And it's not just with Europe alone, oh no, it is benefiting from China as well. In a way, Qatar is robbing Russia of all of its customers and outlets, all while making billions in the process. You see, what Saudi Arabia is in the world of oil, Qatar is in the world of gas. What makes Qatar's situation even more royal is that when it comes to gas, it has it in spades. Qatar has proven reserves equivalent to 609.2 times its annual consumption. This means it has about 609 years of gas left at current consumption levels. That's no small blessing. It means that Qatar will be able to sell gas for longer and in more quantities in comparison to its rivals, those being the US and Australia. While Australia is starting to see its reserves dwindle, Qatar has so much more to explore and take advantage of. And given its neat diplomatic ties, it outshines countries like Russia too, who, though they possess more gas, have muddled reputations. Honestly, all fingers just point towards the small nation right now. Bin Cahill, an energy expert at the Center for Strategic and International Studies, rightfully said, "This is Qatar's moment. Everyone needs them now." And he couldn't have been more correct. Qatar itself seems to sense this, and they have doubled down on natural gas production. Despite being the largest liquefied natural gas exporter at the moment, Qatar is growing even bigger. Last year, the country announced the North Field East project. This is a project aimed at increasing liquefied natural gas production globally, and the project itself is the world's largest liquefied natural gas project ever in terms of capacity. That says a lot. Qatar has been serious about expanding its liquefied natural gas production from the North Field, which is the world's single largest non-associated offshore natural gas field. The nation began the construction of 4 giant liquefied natural gas production lines with a capacity of 8 million tons each per year. This is in addition to gas-producing facilities, natural gas liquids recovery, and helium extraction and refining facilities in Ras Laffan Industrial City. These investments will increase its export capacity by more than a third by 2026. In fact, when the project is complete, it will be churning out about 1.4 million barrels of oil equivalent per day. Put together, the project will raise the country's liquefied natural gas production capacity from 77 million tons annually to 110 million tons. That's all dollar bills, as far as I can see. Qatari officials have also announced plans to build 2 more terminals later in the decade. When you factor it all in, by the time everything is said and done, the country's capacity to produce liquid natural gas will grow more than 60% to 126 million tons a year later in the decade. This is the biggest doubling down action I have ever seen. In addition to liquefied natural gas, the project will produce condensate, LPG, ethane, sulfur, and helium. All this just means extra profits for Qatar. This is money upon more money for Qatar. The Arab nation is betting that even as much of the world is trying to cut greenhouse gas emissions, demand for liquefied natural gas will keep growing. That's because many elected leaders and energy experts believe the fuel is essential as a replacement for coal and to back up solar and wind energy, which can be limited by inclement weather. That fear, or rather need for consistency on their nation's energy needs, is Qatar's winning bet. Well, just how viable is this gamble, you may ask? Well, let me show you.
Negotiate a long-term energy partnership. Germany's reliance on Russian gas has exposed Europe's biggest economy.
Is a milestone toward what he calls Putin-free energy.
Qatar's state energy company seals a 27-year deal to supply China's Sinopec with liquefied natural gas. Qatar Energy will send 4 million tons of LNG annually to China's
expansion projects respectively will start in 2026.
Just last year, Qatar signed a mega deal with German firms. The 15-year deal is for Qatar to supply Germany with over 2 million tons of liquid gas. This deal is set to start in 2026, the same year that Qatar's new expansion project ends. As Germany has begun weaning itself off of Russian gas, Qatar is coming to save the day. Now, granted, Qatar has faced some scrutiny from Europe regarding its workforce and LGBTQ violations, scrutiny that rose particularly during the World Cup, as you may remember. However, whatever scrutiny they may face, it pales in comparison to the crimes that Russia is currently committing. so in European eyes, Qatar is by far the safer option. On the other hand, Qatar is guaranteed a market for its gas for the foreseeable future. Again, it's not just selling to Europe either. The Middle Eastern nation has also penned quite the deal with China. Last year, Qatar and China also agreed to a $60 billion, 27-year deal for liquefied natural gas. Yeah, you heard that right. That's billion with a B. And yes, I did say 27-year deal. This monumental deal, which guarantees the export of 4 million tons of liquefied natural gas annually to China, is notable for several reasons. Firstly, as the longest liquefied natural gas supply contract signed to date, it signifies that long-term oil-indexed liquefied natural gas supply contracts are still an essential method for buyers to ensure the security of their supply, and for suppliers to maintain the security of demand. This is in tandem with Qatar doubling down on its infrastructure and building more refineries. Guaranteeing long-term contracts like this gives them that boldness because they have a guaranteed market for their gas. Also, securing these types of contracts is a big deal because it shows that, despite predictions that the world going green will phase out Qatar's relevance quickly, this does not seem to be the case at all. In fact, Qatar's relevance and geopolitical importance has only shot up even higher, as they are a stable gas supply for Europe. And this is during a time when the continent is heavily struggling to reduce its dependence on Russia, and as other countries increase their natural gas consumption in a bid to decarbonize their macroeconomics. Qatar is essentially the best friend who worms their way into your heart after your breakup with your long-term partner. Always there, always reliable until boom, one day you wake up naked together in a bed after a long night of partying. Yeah, you get the idea. Qatar's energy minister and Qatar's energy CEO said in a statement that the deal opens a new and exciting chapter with China. Best believe the minister is not just talking about the money in this deal. Qatar is gaining far more than financial benefits. You see, at the present moment, Qatar already provides China with 1/4 of its gas. That number is rising quickly with the addition of new deals being signed between these nations. What this does is that it makes Qatar very important to China, as anything pertaining to this gas provision becomes essentially China's business. Despite China reducing dependency on Russian gas and the uncertainties that it brings, China is also casting its own lot with Qatar. For Qatar, this means that an additional layer of security has been formed as the nation's two interests are aligned. This 27-year deal gives Qatar more protection from its enemies, not least among them a potentially hostile Iran, with which Qatar shares one of the largest gas fields in the world. Qatar has long relied on a U.S. military base near Doha as a bulwark. But as some lawmakers in the United States grow wary of foreign entanglements, experts say Qatar is looking for an additional buffer against Iran. And that buffer is now China. It's always a win when you secure an important energy customer and a geopolitical partner in the same breath. I mean, talk about a win-win. Boosting international relations and fattening your pockets simultaneously? According to Citigroup projections, the country's economy will grow at 4.4%, the fastest pace since 2015. Meanwhile, Qatar's GDP per capita, with a population of less than 3 million, will reach $77,000, thus reaching levels similar to that of Switzerland. That puts the nation in a very nice niche. So, where does this leave the matter? Well, Qatar is emerging as quite the regional figure and an important geopolitical player in the modern world. On top of befriending both the West and the East, Qatar is actively helping other nations like Egypt, and this serves to heighten Qatar's regional role. Also, with the signing and cementing of all these deals, and many more to come, Qatar has quite comfortably turned Russia's crisis into a feast for themselves. Russia might never be able to recover its markets from Qatar. In fact, in the case of Europe, it's a guaranteed no. That leaves the small nation of Qatar in one of the most enviable positions for any country to be in 2023. And only time will reveal what riches are to come for Qatar.
Russian president has launched a major
full-scale invasion.
Military trucks and tanks were seen moving into the city with white-painted Z signs on
full-scale
nation at war.
Explosions around the capital.
Sudden as it was brutal and relentless.
Having to fight on the front line. They've gone from being civilians to now being soldiers.
Vladimir Putin warning other countries that any attempt to interfere with the Russian action will lead to, quote, consequences they have never seen.
A year ago, Russia invaded Ukraine. You probably remember watching this unfold on live television. At the time, the invasion didn't come as a complete surprise. For months, Russia was suspiciously building up troops along the border of Ukraine. At first, Russia denied that it was going to invade its neighbor, but we all know how that went. On the 24th of February, 2022, President Vladimir Putin gave the starting sign for what he called his special military operation. Fast forward to 2023, and Ukraine is still fighting off this Russian invasion. You won't be surprised to hear that a lot has changed for both Russia and Ukraine in the past year. But one thing has stayed the same. This war is still very relevant. To this day, the war is making headlines all over the world. There's one reason for this relevancy, and in this video, I'll explore how the Ukraine war began in the first place and why it's more relevant than ever. As you'll see later, this war has become an unofficial conflict between the United States and Russia. By the way, if you can, please help out in my war against the dislike bots, and please hit the like button below. It helps the video out tremendously against the algorithm, and in return, here's a funny meme for you.
President Boris Yeltsin today recognized the independence of two Baltic states, Latvia and Estonia, and the second largest Soviet republic, the Ukraine, today declared its independence.
Let's go back to 1991. This was a very important year for Ukraine. In 1991, the Soviet Union fell, and Ukraine gained its independence. For decades, Ukraine had been a part of the Soviet bloc. In the eyes of the West, the Soviet Union was the evil empire. Ukraine was an important part of this. It was one of the 4 founding members of the Soviet Union. After Ukraine gained its independence, it had an important choice to make. One option was to leave Soviet times behind and form an alliance with the West. This is what some other former Soviet states did, as some joined the NATO alliance and the European Union. The Baltic states are an example of this. Ukraine's other choice was to continue working together with its former Soviet partner, Russia. You can understand why this was a divisive topic in Ukrainian politics. Some Ukrainians were pro-Western, while others were in favor of a relationship with Russia. The 2004 presidential election results showed a clear division. You had Viktor Yanukovych on the one side and Viktor Yushchenko on the other. Even though their names sound really similar, they had totally different opinions. Viktor Yanukovych was aligned with Vladimir Putin and wanted to cooperate with Russia, but Viktor Yushchenko wanted to join the European Union. Viktor Yanukovych won the election with a small majority, but the election result was kinda shady. Some international organizations said that the election was rigged. The opposition was angry about this election fraud and went to the streets. You may have heard about these events under the name of the Orange Revolution.
Hundreds of thousands of pro-democracy Ukrainians in the streets today protested against the results of the presidential election.
The protests were effective. Eventually, the Supreme Court of Ukraine ruled that the election results were falsified. In the new election that followed, the other pro-Western Viktor won. As you can imagine, Putin, he wasn't too happy about that. The new Ukrainian president was choosing the West over Russia and seeking EU membership. Russia thought that the US Special Services were behind the Orange Revolution. This resulted in a lot of tensions between Ukraine and Russia. The 2005 gas disputes are a pretty good example of this. Back in 2005, tons of Russian state-owned gas pipelines went through Ukraine. Russia accused Ukraine of stealing natural gas from these pipelines and not paying for it. Russia went as far as to temporarily cut off gas supply to its neighbors in 2006. Russia and Ukraine didn't have a good relationship, to put it mildly. However, much of these tensions cooled down after the 2010 presidential election. Viktor Yanukovych became president of Ukraine once again. He shifted Ukraine's policy from pro-Western to pro-Russian. Western countries criticized his government for having a controlled democracy as he cracked down on his opposition. In 2011, he sentenced his main political rival, Yulia Tymoshenko, to prison. This sentence was likely politically motivated. The arrest caused some protests in Ukraine, but nothing like what was about to come. In 2013, President Yanukovych made a bold move. He suddenly chose not to sign an important agreement with the European Union. This association agreement was supposed to deepen Ukraine's ties with the EU. For many Ukrainians in support of the European Union, this was the last straw. In 2013, they went out on the streets to protest once again. These protests resulted in the Revolution of Dignity, also known as the Euromaidan. They were the biggest protests in Ukraine since the Orange Revolution in 2004. From the end of 2013 to the beginning of 2014, several uprisings happened in major Ukrainian cities. Protesters took over government buildings and clashed with the police. The special forces opened fire on these protesters, resulting in 103 deaths. These casualties are now called the Heavenly Hundred. Just like the Orange Revolution, the Euromaidan was effective. The Ukrainian parliament removed Yanukovych from his office on the 22nd of February 2014. The former Ukrainian president quickly fled to Russia. Moscow saw this revolution as an illegitimate coup caused by outside factors. The Euromaidan, along with the Orange Revolution, were the starting point for a lot of the tensions between Russia and Ukraine. As it happens, the events of 2014 had a bit of a snowball effect.
With the stroke of a pen, Russia defied protesters in Kiev, minorities in Crimea, and leaders across the Western world.
Celebrating leaving Ukraine and joining Russia. The city of Simferopol in Crimea, where thousands of people have been rejoicing in Moscow's annexation of the Black Sea Peninsula.
After signing the treaty, Putin greeted supporters in Moscow's Red Square, saying Crimea was returning home.
In February and March of 2014, Russia annexed the Crimean Peninsula. Before the annexation, Crimea was an autonomous republic within Ukraine. The fact that the annexation happened just after the Euromaidan protests, it's no coincidence. The correlation between the two has to do with what Putin was thinking. On the night after Yanukovych was ousted by parliament, Putin held an all-night meeting with his security advisors. He was afraid that the new Ukrainian government would turn against Russia. Crimea in particular was an important point for discussion. Putin came to the conclusion that we must start working on returning Crimea to Russia. But why Crimea in particular? There are a couple of reasons for this decision. The majority of the Crimean population is ethnically Russian, which means that their ancestry and culture can be traced back to Russia. Most people in Crimea speak Russian instead of Ukrainian. These facts have to do with Crimea's history. For more than 100 years, Crimea was a part of Russia. In 1783, it was taken in by the Russian Empire. Later, Crimea became an autonomous part of the Russian Soviet Republic. But in 1954, the Soviet Union decided to transfer Crimea to the Ukrainian Soviet Republic. Back then, it didn't really matter all that much. The Russian and Ukrainian Soviet republics were both parts of the Soviet Union. But when the Soviet Union fell, this transfer had some big consequences. Crimea is now rightfully a part of Ukraine. Putin still thinks that this 1954 transfer was unfair. However, Putin's reasons weren't only historical or cultural. Crimea is a very strategic asset because it has access to the Black Sea. This is important for both Russian commerce and the Russian Navy. Now, these reasons don't justify breaking international law, of course, but for Putin, it was enough to move his troops in. At the beginning of 2014, Russian soldiers crossed into Ukrainian territory. These Russian troops were called Little Green Men. because they were disguised in unmarked green uniforms. They took over government buildings and blocked the access points to the Ukrainian mainland. There wasn't really much resistance in Crimea, which allowed Russia to take it over quickly. In March, Putin held a referendum on joining the Russian Federation. 97% voted in favor of this, according to Russia. This referendum result wasn't legitimate, as Russia wasn't allowed to hold it in the first place. However, an independent US government survey showed that 74% of Crimeans believed life would be better when they joined Russia. The 97% figure? It's unrealistic. But the end result was still likely a majority. On March 18, 2014, Crimea was officially incorporated into the Russian Federation. The Crimean annexation was the starting point of the Russo-Ukraine War. However, Crimea wasn't the only part of Ukraine that Putin targeted. Russia began to support tons of separatist groups in the east of the country. In these parts of Ukraine, there's an ethnic Russian minority, and especially in the Donetsk and Luhansk regions, fighting was fierce. Separatists in Donetsk and Luhansk wanted to create their own republics, which Russia supported. You see, the soldiers fighting for these republics weren't just Ukrainian separatists. Just like in Crimea, Russia sent disguised soldiers. The situation in 2014 got very tense when these separatists threatened to take over Mariupol, but eventually the conflict cooled down. Around 2015, the fighting in eastern Ukraine got less intense. Ukraine, Russia, and the separatist groups signed the Minsk agreements. These agreements stopped most of the heavy fighting by establishing a buffer zone. Both sides began to fortify their positions by digging trenches, which changed the combat into trench warfare. The state of trench warfare in eastern Ukraine continued for several years. The slow war in eastern Ukraine became irrelevant in most countries, as the situation didn't really change all that much. But in Moscow, plans were being drawn to radically change this status quo. From March to April of 2021, Russia began a large-scale military buildup near the border. Putin mobilized thousands of troops in the largest mobilization since the annexation of Crimea. Satellite imagery showed that Russia was piling up military equipment near the border and building up military infrastructure. People were scared that an invasion was imminent. We know now that they were right, but this invasion didn't happen immediately. In June of 2021, Russia called many of its troops back. Maybe this invasion thing won't happen after all, you might think. But Putin didn't change his mind about his invasion plans. The first buildup was nothing yet. Starting in October of 2021, Russia had an even bigger buildup along the border. About 100,000 Russian troops were stationed next to Ukraine by December. Newer satellite footage showed that Russia wasn't up to anything good. Russia was resuming the buildup it started months earlier. Kyiv and its allies started to get real nervous at this point. President Joe Biden said in a press conference that he expected Russia to attack Ukraine. Russia initially denied these allegations, but a month later, Biden was proven right.
Трагическим событиям, происходящим на Донбассе, и ключевым вопросом обеспечения безопасности самой России. Начну с того, о чем говорил в своем обращении от 21 февраля текущего года. Речь о том, что вызывает у нас особую озабоченность и тревогу. О тех фундаментальных угрозах.
Of what Russia is calling a special military operation.
Russian military vehicles moving in the Kherson region.
Military trucks also seen heading north from Crimea.
Trucks and tanks.
Armored personnel carriers and other military vehicles cross the border from Belarus into Ukraine.
With white painted Z signs.
And tanks roll through cities including Sumy.
On the early morning of February 24th, Putin announced the start of the invasion on live television. Putin said in his speech that a special military operation was needed to defend Russia. The Russian military would demilitarize and denazify Ukraine. Minutes after the speech, airstrikes hit cities across Ukraine. The Russian military began to move into Ukrainian territory. It was clear the long-awaited Russian invasion had begun. A lot has happened since then. For months on end, an endless stream of information came from the front lines. To keep it simple, military analysts had divided these months into 4 different stages. The first unpredictable weeks of the invasion are called the first phase of the war. Of course, Russia had thought out a strategy for these initial days. The Russian military would overwhelm Ukraine, take Kyiv, and install a pro-Russian government. Pretty simple, right? Apparently, Putin thought that the Russian military could pull this off. After all, you only start a war when you think you're gonna win. But we all know that it went a whole lot differently. A few hours after Putin's speech, Russia attacked from all sides. Putin wanted to overwhelm Ukraine's defenses with this. Belarus in the north, Donetsk in the east, and Crimea to the south were the main points of the attack. But as the days went by, cracks started to show in this Russian strategy. The Russian military failed to achieve full air superiority, which is well needed if you want to send your troops in. And to Putin's unpleasant surprise, the Ukrainian resistance was much stronger than he expected. Residents of Kyiv took up arms and prepared Molotov cocktails for the Russian troops. The Russians didn't receive a warm welcome, to say the least. Russia's military tried to encircle Kyiv and take it over, but they failed. Ukraine quickly pushed the Russian troops away from Kyiv. Clearly, something went wrong in this initial phase for Moscow. Russia assumed superiority, which it didn't have, and the Russian strategic planners aren't the only ones who got this assumption wrong. US intelligence officials thought that Kyiv would be taken within 96 hours. We all know that they got this wrong by already a year at this point. The reason for this mistake is obvious. Russia's military was weaker than expected, and Ukraine's military, stronger. The failed Russian Kyiv convoy is a pretty good example of this. Russia prepared a 40-mile-long convoy which was headed for Kyiv. The convoy had tons of military vehicles and held an estimated 15,000 troops. This was an integral component of Russia's invasion plans. Putin needed this convoy to take over Kyiv. The thing is, though, it never arrived in Kyiv. In March, the convoy stalled. We don't know the exact reason for this. It could have to do with bad planning, food or fuel shortages, or even Ukrainian counterattacks. One thing seems clear, though. The Russian military couldn't achieve what Putin wanted. Ukraine could defend Kyiv, and the Ukrainian government remained in power. But Putin was already pretty deep into this war, and he couldn't stop this special military operation he had just begun. That's why he changed his strategy during the next phase of the conflict. The second phase of the war started in April of 2022. Putin had to tone down his expectations and focus on smaller areas. So Russia started focusing on southern and eastern Ukraine. These regions of Ukraine were the most obvious places to attack. Remember the 2004 election results we talked about earlier? This map should explain things a bit. The southeast of Ukraine voted mainly for Viktor Yanukovych, while the northwest voted mostly for Viktor Yushchenko. There's a clear divide between these two parts of Ukraine. The southeast wanted close ties with Russia, while the northwest wanted close ties with the EU. Since 2014, this has obviously changed a lot. After the war began, the opinion on Russia has just deteriorated. The people in southeastern Ukraine are obviously not in favor of war, but because of the 2014 election results, Putin had a better chance in the southeast than in the northwest. This is why the second phase was mostly fought out in the southeast. Apart from the front line, the Russian military tactics have also changed. The swift attacks from the first phase changed into slow and prolonged defenses. But this new tactic wasn't going smoothly. The Russian military wasn't making any progress in the second stage of the war. Basically, Ukraine and Russia were locked into a stalemate. For Ukraine and its allies, this was good news. Ukraine was putting up a fight against Russia, and it was able to fend off Russia's attacks. But in order to do this for a long period, Ukraine needed military aid from its allies. NATO realized this and started ramping up military support for its ally. The United States gave billions of dollars worth of military aid, and other NATO countries did the same. This military support has had huge effects on the rest of the war, as we'll discuss later. Now to the third phase of the conflict. In September, Ukraine regained lots of territories from the east near Kharkiv. As you all probably know, this counteroffensive brought Putin big trouble. For Putin, starting the war is one thing, but losing the war he started was not an option. With such a failure, Putin would lose all credibility at home. So he chose the second worst option, a partial mobilization. On September 21st, Putin called up 300,000 Russian men to fight. According to Putin, this was necessary because Russia was at war with the collective West. Many Russians didn't like this draft, though. Hundreds of thousands of Russian citizens have left after the mobilization. Forbes reported the number could be as high as 700,000 people. Apart from this draft, Putin had other plans to stop Ukraine's advance. In October, Russia began massive bombing rounds on Ukraine's infrastructure. This strategy didn't destroy all of Ukraine's infrastructure, as the US had already deployed air defensive equipment to Ukraine. You could say that the bombing rounds were counter-effective. After these airstrikes, NATO only sent more defensive equipment to Ukraine. The third phase ended with Russia withdrawing from Kherson in November, a major city in Ukraine's south. The Russian army drew back its forces to the Dnipro River, which was another victory for Ukraine. The third phase went relatively well for Ukraine. Ukrainian soldiers liberated some territories in the south and the east, but this didn't continue in the fourth phase of the war, which started after the Kherson counteroffensive. Just like in Phase 2, Ukraine and Russia became locked into another stalemate. Russia achieved some small advances, but nothing much. The biggest capture was the town of Soledar, a relatively small city in eastern Ukraine. Unsurprisingly, the front line didn't move much in this new stage. But it's not like the war didn't change at all in Phase 4. Talking about wars, it's a very risky move covering controversial topics like invasions on YouTube. I often have to blur footage or cut out parts altogether to make sure my videos don't get restricted. That's why I launched my own newsletter, where every week I cover important world news and send it directly to your email. You can sign up now by clicking on the link in the description, and best of all, it's completely free.
Western weapons, including German-made Leopard tanks, due to arrive soon.
For months, he's campaigned for these, in public and intensely behind the scenes diplomatically. Now, Ukraine's leader is going to get this powerful, reliable, and potentially transformative bit of kit.
Kyiv's forces are training to maneuver, load ammunition, and maintain Western military vehicles, ahead of their delivery to the battlefield, which the UK says could be weeks away.
NATO is going to send tanks to Ukraine. Now, at first, that doesn't seem very special. The NATO alliance has sent billions of dollars worth of military aid to Ukraine already. So why not send tanks as well? But sending tanks is a huge shift in NATO policy. Most of the military support for Ukraine was meant to defend it against Russian attacks. Things like air defense systems or anti-tank weapons have tremendously improved Ukraine's defense capabilities. But tanks definitely fall out of this category. Ukraine wants to use them in a new counteroffensive. Tanks could help Ukraine push Russian troops out of Ukrainian territory. No problem, right? Ukraine has the right to take back the land Russia illegally snatched away, but it isn't as simple as it seems. Zelensky wants the border back to where it was before the Russian invasion. The thing is, though, Putin, he's not going to allow that to happen. Russia has spent billions of dollars on the war already. If Putin loses his captured territories, all his money will be spent in vain. And don't forget that tens of thousands of Russian soldiers have already died in this battle. Putin can't back off after he's spent taxpayer money and lost troops. He needs something to show for his special military operation in Ukraine. If Ukraine launches a successful counteroffensive, Putin will do anything to stop it. That's why sending tanks could escalate this war even further. But again, I'm not saying that Ukraine shouldn't take back its territories. It has the right to do so. But the fact is, Putin will do everything to prevent that from happening. If you think about it this way, the war is now even scarier than it was in the beginning. At first, NATO was defending Ukraine against the Russian invasion. But now, NATO and Russia are indirectly at war with each other.
A dictator bent on rebuilding an empire will never be able to ease the people's love of liberty. Brutality will never grind down the will of the free. And Ukraine will never be a victory for Russia. Never.
Joe Biden wants Russia to lose this war. This doesn't stay at words. The Biden administration has sent more than $75 billion worth of support to Ukraine. It's obvious that the US is fully invested in a Ukrainian victory. The United States wants Ukraine to get its territories back. But, as we've discussed earlier, Putin won't allow this to happen. It's safe to say that the United States and Russia have conflicting interests here. And the way they're solving this right now is through armed conflict. Of course, the US isn't directly involved in this, but through military aid, America is entangled in this war indirectly. Depending on how you define a war, solving conflicting interests through supporting an armed conflict comes pretty close. This is important to realize in the second year of the war. Russia is indirectly facing the US and our allies. And the stats are looking pretty bad for Putin. Combined, the NATO alliance is spending a mind-blowing $1.2 trillion a year on its military. Russia's $84 billion seems like nothing to that in comparison. The NATO alliance could just send billions of dollars worth of military support, which would force Russia to give up its territories. It's a good plan, right? Well, it's not going to be that simple. Putin has already compared this war against the West with the war against Nazi Germany. At a World War II memorial, Putin said that again and again we are forced to repel the aggression of the collective West. Back in World War II, the Soviets had a brutal tactic. They would fight a war of attrition as long as necessary. They would just rein in troops until the enemy was defeated. The Soviet Union won, but at a great cost. The death toll was between 20 and 27 million. And that uncertainty of 7 million people says it all. More than anything, Putin's historical comparison tells us that he won't give up easily. As long as Putin remains in power, he will fight a war of attrition, just like the Soviets did. But with NATO sending more and more sophisticated weapons to Ukraine, this war of attrition will get harder and harder for Putin. So then the question becomes, how long can Putin keep on fighting? To fight a war of attrition, you certainly need a firm grip on power. If the Russian people don't agree with the war anymore, the Russian president will have a big problem. Even Putin isn't immune from a coup. That being said, though, he has enough supporters for his war at the moment. According to the independent Levada Center Institute, 75% of Russians support Russia's military actions in Ukraine. But a leaked Kremlin report showed that this support was only at 25%. This 50% difference is a pretty big one. So we don't really know how many Russians actually support the war. And when you publicly say you're against the war, you can get arrested in Russia. It's hard to say how much support Putin actually has. If you want to predict how this looks in the future, well, good luck with that. But the 75% and 25% figures do show that Moscow's propaganda is at least bearing some fruit. If all Russians knew about the war crimes that Russia was committing in Ukraine, the numbers would hopefully be much lower. To keep support during the next year of the war, Putin has to continue running his propaganda machine. He has to censor news exposing the dark side of his so-called special military operation. And the Russian government has to continue framing the West as the bad guy. With NATO sending military aid to Ukraine, this becomes increasingly easy to do. Putin will say that this is clear-cut evidence of the West trying to destroy Russia. Chinese President Xi Jinping and Russian President Vladimir Putin met in the Russian capital of Moscow for a closed-door meeting. Their sit-down has worried the world, wondering if these two nations are up to something sinister, or if indeed a resolution is being found for this Russia-Ukraine war.
All eyes were on Moscow.
Turning now to a high-stakes
visit between two powerful strategic partners.
between two of the world's most powerful nations.
Chinese President Xi Jinping.
President Xi
Jinping.
President Xi Jinping has left Moscow after 2 days of talks with President Vladimir Putin.
Beijing has described it as a trip for friendship and peace.
Well, this is Xi Jinping's first visit to Russia since the Russian invasion of Ukraine. And in that sense, it is a demonstration of support for Russia.
Mr. Xi says that China will work with Russia to safeguard the international order.
Xi Jinping called for pragmatism on Ukraine.
The visit is a clear sign of support for Russia.
Since Russia invaded Ukraine over a year ago, almost the entire world has alienated Russia, with the West imposing heavy sanctions and restrictions on the nation. The only nation that has been there for Russia is China, and the two have seen their ties grow more robust than ever. The West fears that China is on the brink of offering Russia military help, something that will turn an already disastrous situation into an unbearable one. That is why Xi's visit has had a few bones rattling. In this video, I'll explore the talking points of the meeting and the concessions and agreements that have been made between the two superpowers. I will also explore how the US is tied into this and the ramifications that this meeting will have on the US. I'm trying my best to get this video out as soon as possible since the meeting, just happened, and that means some fast edits. So if you guys can take a quick second to appreciate the effort and hit the like button below, it would help me out a lot. To understand how this meeting came to be, we need to understand how China inserted itself into this invasion situation. Just around the 1-year mark of Russia's war against Ukraine, China decided to step into the situation to mediate between both sides. Its intervention came in the form of a 12-point proposal to end the fighting and bring about peace. When this plan was announced, President Xi Jinping's government emphasized how China was neutral in this situation. And because it was neutral, it was seeking a peaceful resolution to the war. The language of the document, which was not particularly kind to the West, echoed sentiments that those Western governments were to blame for the invasion through their actions. It is in the spirit of bringing Russia to the peace-talking table that sent President Xi Jinping to Moscow. The 3-day meeting between the two superpowers had a lot of talking points, most of them centralized around war-related talk and continued trade growth between the two nations. At the end of the talk, there is now a clear picture of how things went down and how those talks have shaped the world today. Let's go over the major talking points of the meeting. Some of these will shock you. It's no secret that there is no love lost between both Russia and the US. Putin's government has been very vocal about American interference and nosiness, so to say. The same goes for Beijing. In recent weeks, after the US blew up China's weather balloon, I uploaded a video that touched on their relations. I'll link the video in the description below. After that balloon was brought down, Beijing was quick to express that the US had become conceited and is more of a bully. It is therefore no surprise that one of the major agendas, the real agenda as some would say, was China and Russia's desire to deepen their interests targeted mainly against the US. The US stands as a barricade to Russia and China doing as they please. When you look at Taiwan and even the Ukraine situation, you get perspective on this. If China and Russia were to unite and strategically destabilize the current world order in favor of their own, they would, by all means, become unstoppable. Many experts say strategies to implement such a plan were at the heart of these closed-door meetings, and that the two superpowers are planning something to that order. These sentiments were solidified because at a dinner during that summit, Putin, on how the global power dynamics are shifting, had this to say: "Together, we should push forward these changes that have not happened for 100 years. Take care." The two leaders expressed in not-so-subtle language that the US's time was up, and that the US had to stop interfering in matters. No doubt Russia is not happy with the military aid that Ukraine has been receiving. And on the other hand, China is angered by the US's constant support of Taiwan. The phrase that kept being used by these two nations was multipolar world. In short, this is a word that means a system that is not led by so-called Western values and rules. China and Russia want to shape the world in their own image and make it less like the Western culture and value system have made it out to be. In what seems like a direct attack on Washington, both nations said they urge the United States to stop undermining international and regional security and global strategic stability to maintain its unilateral military superiority. If nothing else, such joint statements show how synchronized and aligned the Chinese and Russian worldviews are. To both Beijing and Moscow, the US is a threat, and one that should be taken out of the picture. This is easier said than done, however, because of the allies that the US carries, which is maybe one of the reasons why both Russia and China are seeking to deepen their ties and become more aligned. Such sentiments can be felt through the joint statement that both countries released, expressing concerns over NATO, a coalition of allies for the US. The statement said that both nations opposed the continuous strengthening of military ties with Asia-Pacific countries, and that they opposed external military forces undermining regional peace and stability. This statement comes as no surprise to anyone, given that the US and its allies have been the chief deterrent to China just doing as they please in the South China Sea. On the other hand, NATO's strength has been a thorn in Russia's side for the longest time. It's almost scary how both Russia and China have aligned purposes that pit them against the rest of the world. This is why Russian and Chinese pledges to become more militarily aligned and increase joint exercises come as somewhat of a scary prospect. Just how far will these juggernauts take such a partnership? The two nations have already been having joint drills globally. Could this be some sort of practice? Could this be in preparation for something we do not know about yet? Now make no mistake, the United States, China, and Russia are the chief players in global politics. If fractures and sides are being taken among these nations and their allies, this is not good news for anyone. If anything, this is just making for a more divided, fractured, and unstable world. Around the same time that Xi visited Putin, there was also a meeting in Ukraine between Zelensky and Japanese leader Kishida. This just shows how the global superpowers are taking stances and reinforcing ties in the face of the horrors to come. If each of the main powers and their allies start to strategically align, the world is going to be divided into chunks that will ruin any form of global unity we can aim to have. Aside from uniting against the US and its allies, there are more talking points to take from President Xi's visit. Chief among them is the map and direction of Ukraine's future, the supposed key point for the trip. On one hand, it's very tempting to applaud China for having come up with talking points that are meant to lead to peace. But on the other hand, it's easy to see the facade in these points. The language of these points shows that China was never really hopeful about coming to any reasonable conclusion, but instead shines in the light of having to be the hero. If nothing else, this situation is meant to increase China's PR without actually achieving anything at all. Why do I say so? Because China's language in its proposal is so watered down that China doesn't even acknowledge that Russia's invasion and use of military force are what has resulted in this crisis. Instead, through joint statements with Moscow, China just vaguely communicates that any actions that increase tensions between Ukraine and Russia should be halted. It's funny, isn't it? It's like a robber and the police coming out to make a joint statement on the evils of stealing. In a similar fashion that shows their utter disdain for the West, the two leaders also urged NATO to respect the sovereignty, security, interests of other nations. This was in context of both China and Russia blaming NATO for provoking Russia to invade. The simple truth is that President Xi has no breakthrough in resolving the conflict in Ukraine. Even before his visit, both the West and Ukraine had made it clear that China's proposal was unacceptable. This is primarily because in that entire peace proposal, nowhere does it include the provision that Moscow should withdraw their troops from Ukrainian land. This is a key point because, according to Ukraine, if the aggressor is not withdrawing its troops, then any sort of ceasefire just counts as time for the enemy to gain strength and fortify its hold. Xi's proposal is a failure, but he must have known this was going to happen. So why go through all this trouble? What are they gaining from this situation? Well, this.
The leaders of China and Russia are hailing a new era in relations.
For Vladimir Putin especially, this visit matters.
Putin and Xi pledge to strengthen ties, signing an economic deal,
To expand bilateral trade and energy ties.
deepening their partnership. China has been propping up Russia's economy amid Western sanctions,
Giving Vladimir Putin what Western sanctions are designed to deny him of: cash to fund his war in Ukraine.
With the entirety of Europe alienating Russia for its aggression, China has stepped up to be the only major superpower still having dealings with Russia. This has had the effect of providing Russia with a market and finances for its war machine, while also autonomously giving China whatever it needs at bargain prices. And by that, I do mean bargain prices. The longer this war has gone on, the more reliant Russia has grown on China. During the meetings they had, Putin even echoed that Moscow was ready to support Chinese business, replacing Western enterprises that left Russia since the start of the invasion of Ukraine. For China, this is a pretty clear win. In joint statements, both Putin and Xi have said that they will build a closer energy partnership, supporting companies from both countries in advancing cooperation projects in oil, gas, coal, electricity, and nuclear energy. China has basically become Russia's major market for all their energy. Putin even added that there were talks of the implementation of the initiative to build the Power of Siberia 2 gas pipeline through the territory of Mongolia for Chinese needs. For the most part, this seems like a replacement for the Nord Stream 2 line that delivered gas into Europe. China is basically Russia's crutch, giving Putin the economic support he needs. Being the most populated country on Earth, China is a big market and a worthwhile replacement for the business that Russia has lost. With China's backing, Putin is enabled because he feels he has a strong ally to rely on. On the other hand, President Xi is milking Russia for all he can, whilst avoiding direct military help. All the dealings that China is doing with Russia are coming at bargain prices for China. For the Dragon of the East, economic prowess has always been prioritized above all else. This is why, when it comes down to it, it's hard to imagine that China would actually support Russia militarily, because then it would be alienated from international markets, much like what happened to Russia. This is not a model that would be suitable for China. However, as much as China is not in a rush to give Russia missiles and tanks, it is fueling Russia's war machine by providing it with the funding that it needs. The whole point of cutting Russia off from the global economic train was so that it would not be able to sustain the war. With China financing them in the interests of its own economic advancement, this agenda is put at risk. Also, when you factor in the closeness of China and Russia and their mutual animosity towards the US and their allies, you have to wonder just how much it would take to escalate this situation to a point of no return.
Since February the 24th of 2022, the world has fundamentally changed.
Overnight in the capital of Ukraine,
Russian troops are closing in on the capital.
The initial strikes that we think we're hearing right now.
large-scale military attacks against Ukraine, calling this an act of war.
It seems that we're back in Cold War times, where the West, led by the United States, is fighting a proxy war against Russia. And the effects of this war have been brutal. Although the estimates vary, the death toll probably ranges in the hundreds of thousands. A New York Times report said that Russia has 300,000 casualties, of which 120,000 have died. Ukraine suffered 200,000 casualties, including 70,000 dead. This would put the total amount of casualties at around 500,000. The war in Ukraine has also cost both sides a huge amount of money. Russia spends around $100 to $120 billion per year on the conflict. The financing on the Ukrainian side is supported by its allies. In 2022 alone, the United States has approved $113 billion to support Ukraine and its allies in Europe. This includes advanced military equipment such as Abrams tanks, HIMARS rocket systems, and the Patriot air defense system. In total, The military equipment sent to Ukraine by Washington is worth $43.9 billion. Other NATO allies have also contributed, mainly Germany, with $17.1 billion worth of military aid. Apart from the costs, the war in Ukraine has also had a huge effect on geopolitics. Russia has left a global nuclear test ban treaty, which is a telling sign that things are moving in the wrong direction. A direct confrontation between the US and Russia is more likely now than it was 5 years ago.
When the history of this era is written, Putin's war in Ukraine will have left Russia weaker and the rest of the world stronger.
And Russia's attacks on Ukraine has also encouraged other countries. Nations like Iran, Belarus, and North Korea are supplying arms to Russia to fight Ukraine. Not because they dislike Ukraine, but because they see NATO as their biggest enemy. And China's position, well, that's a whole other video by itself. Beijing certainly doesn't mind the US taking its attention away from Taiwan. Anyways, the last 2 years of fighting have left a mark. And sadly, it seems like this costly and deadly conflict could go on for a while. On the one side, there's Putin, who wants to conquer at least some of Ukraine's territories. Getting the whole of Ukraine has proven to be difficult because of fierce resistance and outside support. But Putin has said that there will only be peace once the Kremlin has achieved its goals. On the other side, we have Ukraine that wants to get back to pre-2014 borders. Zelensky vowed to retake Crimea, which will be a tough battle that Putin doesn't want to lose. Because of these opposing goals, there's no sign of a peace deal coming anytime soon. Meanwhile, the US President Joe Biden has said that he will back Ukraine for as long as we can. With the war heading into its third year now, the exact timeline of the last 24 months might be getting a little bit vague. So, in this video, we'll go over what happened between the start of the invasion in 2022 to the situation we're in now. As with many conflicts, there isn't a fine line of when it began. After centuries of Russian influence, Ukraine became one of the 4 founders of the Soviet Union. It was a very important asset for the USSR because of its industry and agriculture. But as you all know, the Soviet Union eventually collapsed. This led to the founding of the Ukrainian state in 1991. Still, there was a complicated relationship with its neighbor, Russia. Moscow refused to completely let go of its former empire, which was the start of the idea of a Russian sphere of influence. For example, Russia wanted to be the inheritor of the Soviet Union's nuclear arsenal. Ukraine once possessed 1,700 nukes, which it handed over to Russia in the Budapest Memorandum of 1994. In turn, Ukraine would get security guarantees. But Ukrainian politics were divided over what Moscow's role should be. On the one hand, there were strong cultural and historical ties with Russia, but many European Union countries decided to leave Soviet times behind. This includes the Baltic states, Poland, and Romania, who all joined the NATO alliance and the European Union. In Ukraine, too, there was a large group of people who wanted this to happen. Leading up to the 2004 presidential election, the division was clear. The pro-Russian candidate won with a small majority, but the pro-Western side believed the election to be rigged. This caused the Orange Revolution, which effectively ousted the pro-Russian candidate from office. When the pro-Russian candidate won again in 2010, he pulled out of a planned deal with the EU. The so-called association agreement would make trade with Europe easier, but it would hurt Ukraine's economic ties with Russia. When the president refused to sign the agreement, there followed yet another wave of pro-Western protests in 2013, called the Euromaidan. The Ukrainian parliament decided to oust the pro-Russian president after he fled to Russia. This was the beginning of the tensions between Russia and the West. Putin was quick to blame outside actors for causing the Euromaidan protests, aka the CIA. To this day, the Kremlin's narrative is that NATO tried to take over Ukraine to pose a threat to Russia. However, NATO countries took a totally different conclusion from the Euromaidan protests. In their eyes, the Ukrainian people wanted to get rid of the corrupt pro-Russian government. A showdown between Russia and NATO over the Ukraine issue seemed inevitable, and in 2014, the fighting began. Following the ousting of the Ukrainian president, Putin held an all-night meeting with his security advisors. The world would soon see what came out of these talks. Not too long after, little green men crossed the border into Crimea. These disguised Russian soldiers took over government buildings and blocked key access points. Because the resistance wasn't strong, Russia quickly took control over the peninsula. After holding an illegal referendum showing 97% support for Russia, Crimea was officially annexed. However, it's important to note that this wasn't completely faked. A US government survey showed that 83% of Crimeans believed the referendum, and 74% thought life would be better under Russian rule. For a long time, Crimea was part of the Russian Empire and the Russian Soviet Republic. It was only in 1954 that the Soviet Union transferred the area to the Ukrainian Soviet Republic. Nevertheless, the 2014 annexation was still an illegal land grab under international law. Russia violated the Budapest Memorandum because it didn't respect Ukraine's territorial integrity. And it wasn't only Crimea. At the same time, a conflict in the eastern Donbass region began. Just like in Crimea, the population of the Donbass is much more pro-Russian. As you can see in the 2004 election results, the pro-Russian candidate had the biggest support in Crimea, Donetsk, and Luhansk provinces. Putin used this to his advantage by supporting separatist groups in Donetsk and Luhansk. Together with disguised Russian soldiers, these separatists almost took over Mariupol in 2014. But after this escalation, the Ukraine situation lost its relevance for a while. This was because of the Minsk agreements, which established a buffer zone between Ukraine and the separatists. The war continued, but at a much slower pace than before. 7 years later, though, things were changing. From March to April in 2021, Russia suddenly held a large military buildup near the Ukrainian border. According to Russian military, these were just exercises. But not everyone believed the story. The satellite images of Russian military equipment and infrastructure proved otherwise. After a short pause, the buildup continued in October, as shown by new satellite images. When 100,000 troops were stationed next to Ukraine in December, it was obvious. Russia was going to invade. In January, US President Joe Biden claimed an invasion was imminent. A few weeks later, President Biden was proven right. The war begins. On February 24th of 2022, the news of the invasion spread all over the world. We all remember the clips of Putin announcing his special military operation. He claimed he would denazify and demilitarize Ukraine. Soon, columns of tanks and armored vehicles were rolling over the border. Large bombing campaigns targeted many of Ukraine's major cities. The first phase of the war that followed was perhaps the scariest and the most unpredictable. With US intelligence saying Ukraine would be defeated in 96 hours, there was a lot of doubt about NATO's response. Russia invaded from 3 axes: Crimea, Belarus, and its vast border in the east. Most people thought this would overwhelm the Ukrainian defenses, but the strong Ukrainian resistance that came afterwards proved everyone wrong. The incident at Snake Island, a small islet in the Black Sea, perfectly describes what happened. The Russian Moskva cruiser demanded that the Ukrainian soldiers laid down their arms, to which they replied, "The Ukrainian people didn't want to surrender. Instead, they took up arms." The Ukrainian president was also not planning on giving up. After Zelensky received an offer by the United States for an evacuation, he said that he needed ammunition, not a ride. This was a bold move because the Russians were trying to assassinate him. According to Ukraine, Putin instructed the Chechen leader to send assassins to Kiev. Putin also ordered people from the Wagner Group and the Red Up private military company to go after Zelensky. But as we all know, these attempts have been unsuccessful so far. Apart from the strong resistance, there was another unpleasant surprise for Putin. His own military wasn't as capable as he thought. In the first weeks of the war, Russia tried to capture Kiev and failed badly. Their plan was to create an air bridge at the Hostomel airport, where Russia could send in weapons and troops. Hostomel is only 6.2 miles or 10 kilometers away from Kiev, so this air bridge would allow Russia to decapitate the government. To take control of the airport, Russia prepared hundreds of Special Force commandos to go into Hostomel with helicopters. The problem was that Ukraine already had intelligence about the attack from the CIA, meaning that they were able to prepare. Several of the helicopters were shot down by the Ukrainian air defenses. Over the next days, the airport switched hands a couple of times, but due to heavy Ukrainian fire, the air bridge couldn't succeed. South of Kiev, there was also heavy fighting near the Vasilkiv air base. But here, the Russian forces also failed because of strong resistance. For the next weeks, the Russian and Ukrainian military were fighting in the cities close to Kiev, like Bucha and Irpin. But Russia failed to achieve air superiority, and the offensive stalled. In order to regain momentum, Russia sent a massive column heading towards Kiev. It was a 40-mile or 64 kilometers convoy, with 15,000 troops and hundreds of trucks, pieces of artillery, and tanks. The Ukrainians in Kiev were bracing to defend themselves. But the thing is, the offensive never came. 8 days into the war, the Russian column stalled where it was, just 19 miles or 30 kilometers from Kiev. The reasons are unclear to this day, but there was obviously a big mistake on the Russian side. It could have to do with fuel and food shortages, communication problems, or Ukrainian counterattacks. All in all, Russia failed to swiftly take Kiev, which was clearly something Putin was aiming for. After the offensive on Kiev flopped, the massacre that happened in Bucha soon got worldwide attention. In this town northwest of Kiev, Russian soldiers murdered 458 civilians. Russia claims this was a staged performance, but the Ukrainians don't believe this. If anything, this made the Ukrainian people even more angry at Putin, strengthening the resistance. After 2 months or so, the Russian forces switched their attention from Kiev to southern and eastern Ukraine. In this area, Russia was much more successful at first. Russian forces from Crimea quickly took over most of the Kherson province. Together with the key city of Kherson, this was the first major city and regional capital captured by Russia, falling in just 6 days. Together with the forces from Donetsk, Russia pushed for the Zaporizhia province. Once they united, Russia formed a single front in the southeast. By this point, the key port of Mariupol was in grave danger. It was already under attack since the start of the invasion, but now it was fully encircled. The following siege was one of the worst blows to the Ukrainian side. Ukraine didn't want to give up Mariupol and the Sea of Azov, but the Russian siege came at great cost. There were 3 months of bombardments on the city, destroying 90% of the city's residential buildings. The city had a pre-war population of about 430,000 people, of which most were able to flee. But according to Ukraine, 25,000 people have died in the city. The soldiers in Mariupol retreated to the Azovstal Iron and Steel Works, a huge complex in which they could escape the Russian bombardments. For weeks, these soldiers stayed there without outside support, but eventually, they were forced to surrender. Apart from these gains on the southern front, Russia also had succeeded in the east. It gained a lot of territory in the Kharkiv and Luhansk provinces. However, it failed to take over the capital city of Kharkiv after a period of intense fighting. It's the second largest city in the country and only 19 miles or 30 kilometers from the border with Russia. Obviously, it was a big target for the Russian invasion. At the very start of the invasion, Russian forces captured various towns around Kharkiv. For 2 days, there was actual street fighting in the city between Russian and Ukrainian forces. Afterwards, following a long period of intense bombings on the city, according to American officials, Kharkiv had the worst fighting in the entire conflict thus far. Apart from the fierce fighting in the first phase of the conflict, there was also developments behind the scenes. The most important were perhaps the financial sanctions that many nations placed on Russia. Around $300 billion worth of Russian assets were frozen. Russian banks and central banks were sanctioned, and key Russian imports and exports were blocked. On top of that, hundreds of individuals related to the Russian government were banned. This was retaliation for the invasion, and also an attempt to cripple Russia's economy. The idea was to isolate Russia, to harm its war capabilities in the long run. The most important part of this plan was the EU's sanctions on Russia's oil and gas industry. This trade link was vital to Moscow's state income, as Europe was Russia's top energy export market for years. Through a vast network of pipelines, the EU and the UK imported $147.8 billion worth of Russian oil and gas in 2021 alone. In the same year, 45% of Russia's state revenue came from its energy industry. However, the boycott came at a great cost. There was a global surge in energy prices and a massive wave of inflation in 2022. And initially, the sanctions didn't work as intended. Because of the soaring energy prices, Russia was actually making huge profits. In the first 6 months after the invasion, Russia earned 158 billion euros from fossil fuels. After the sanctions got tougher with price caps, India and China started to buy up Russian oil, be it at a discount. But as you can see on this chart, the Russian energy revenues have been falling gradually ever since. Long term, the energy boycott is having an effect. Another part of the isolation plan was for Western brands to start leaving the country. Companies like Volkswagen, Apple, and MasterCard have all made the decision to leave Russia behind. The total number of firms leaving Russia eventually reached 9,600, but soon it was discovered that these isolation tactics didn't have the desired effect. Many Western brands were simply replaced by local ones, or Chinese companies seeing an opportunity of a lifetime. The companies that left were required to sell their assets at a discount to local startups, and Chinese businessmen founded 1,500 new companies in Russia over the next months. Another big development that deserves to be mentioned is the refugee crisis. By the 20th of March 2022, 25% of Ukraine's population left their home. 6.4 million Ukrainians fled to other countries, and 8 million Ukrainians are internally displaced. An estimated 1.2 million people went to Russia, mainly from the Donbas region. A big part of this group was forcefully expelled, according to the US. Ukraine claimed that 150,000 children from eastern Ukraine were illegally transported to Russia and adopted there. Meanwhile, 4.2 million refugees registered for temporary protection in the European Union. Germany took in the most refugees, followed by Poland and the Czech Republic. Because these countries all stand behind Ukraine, they are willing to provide housing and monthly allowances. After the initial shock of the war was over, though, millions of Ukrainians decided to return. Meanwhile, military support of the West for Ukraine was growing. At a meeting in the German Ramstein Air Base, Ukraine's allies pledged that they would support Ukraine until it achieves a victory. By this point, NATO members had already sent billions of dollars in the form of military aid. This included anti-tank weapons like the Javelin and anti-aircraft missiles like the Stinger, but also armored vehicles like Humvees and small arms. When it was clear that Ukraine stood a chance, the NATO alliance sent increasingly more powerful weapons to the country. For example, the US decided to send HIMARS rocket systems to Ukraine. They can attack targets within a range of 300 miles, or 480 kilometers, and with high accuracy. It has allowed Ukraine to destroy many Russian targets beyond front lines. But military-wise, drones have been just as important. An example of this is the Bayraktar drone, supplied to Ukraine by Turkey. They attacked Russian artillery positions and did reconnaissance flights. Later, the Russian air defenses caught up to the Bayraktar drones, making them less useful. For short-range reconnaissance, Ukraine uses various hand-launched drones like the Puma. It also operates kamikaze drones such as the Switchblade or the Ram-2 to damage enemy armor. Additionally, the Ukrainian forces have bought an army of commercial drones carrying grenades or mortars. Meanwhile, Russia is doing exactly the same. It has reconnaissance drones such as the Orlan 10 and kamikaze drones like the Iranian Shahed 136 and the Russian Lancet. The Shahed 136 was especially gaining a lot of attention because it showed how Russia and Iran were cooperating. Both countries have their issues with the NATO alliance, so they're supporting each other militarily. This is why Iran sent hundreds of drones to Russia, and even Iranian personnel to train the Russian soldiers. Reportedly, Iran even helped Russia build a drone factory in Yelabuga, hundreds of miles east from Moscow. This plant would produce 6,000 suicide drones. In return, Iran would get military hardware from Russia, like Sukhoi 35 fighter jets and attack helicopters. Against all odds, Ukraine successfully defended itself in the initial phase. In March, the Russian forces left the north of the country following the offensive on the capital city. This was after talks in Istanbul, where the first negotiations were held after the invasion. According to the Russian military, retreating from the North Front was a gesture to de-escalate hostilities. Ukraine's story was a little different. It said that Russia left because of heavy Ukrainian resistance in the north. By April of 2022, Ukraine successfully recaptured the entire Kiev, Sumy, Chernihiv, and Zhytomyr provinces. Another important victory was the sinking of the Moskva flagship of the Russian Black Sea Fleet. On April 14th, this ship was attacked by Ukrainian missiles or drones using American intelligence. The Moskva was the very same ship that attacked Snake Island just weeks earlier. So the sinking was both a tactical and a symbolic victory for Ukraine. Going on a little bit of a side tangent, we should also discuss the Black Sea Grain Initiative that formed around this time. Because both Russia and Ukraine are huge wheat exporters, number 1 and 5 globally to be exact, the war had a huge effect on the world's food supply. The Black Sea became a battleground, so it wasn't possible for Ukraine to ship its grain. On top of that, Russia also limited its grain exports. This was a recipe for disaster, as there was a risk of famine in lower-income countries. Food prices soared in 2022, while 20 million tons of grain were held up in Ukrainian ports. Turkey and the UN tried to solve this with the Black Sea Grain Initiative, which both Ukraine and Russia signed. This was a big milestone, because it was the first major agreement since the invasion began. It created a safe corridor through the Black Sea for both Ukrainian and Russian agricultural products. The initiative was successful at first, and it allowed for 33 million tons of food products to leave Ukrainian ports. But even though the food crisis was solved, there wasn't a solution for the conflict itself. Ukraine wanted to continue with its successes by recapturing territory in the south and the east. The problem was that the Russians built a large amount of defensive positions along the front lines. This forced the conflict into its first stalemate. There was a small victory for Ukraine when it recaptured Snake Island on the 4th of July 2022, but the only way to change the course of the war was to break through enemy lines. On August 29th of 2022, Ukraine launched a widely anticipated counteroffensive in the southern Kherson province. But the Ukrainian attack was making slow progress at first. In a bit of a surprise move, Ukraine started a huge counteroffensive in the Kharkiv province on the 6th of September 2022. This part of the front line stagnated after Ukraine successfully defended Kharkiv during March and May. Ukraine took advantage of this and launched a surprise attack. The Ukrainian forces quickly broke through enemy lines, which were already weakened because of HIMARS attacks. Within only 3 days, the Ukrainian troops advanced 31 miles, or 50 kilometers. Russian forces began to flee villages like Izium and Kupiansk, and they suffered thousands of casualties. In total, Ukraine retook 500 settlements and more than 4,500 square miles of territory, or 12,000 square kilometers. At the same time, Russia was making plans to officially annex the Donetsk, Luhansk, Kherson, and Zaporizhia provinces. It did this with a referendum, which was likely rigged in Russia's favor. According to the deputy chairman of the Russia Security Council, the territories will be accepted into Russia, and there is no turning back. As a result, a Ukrainian counterattack would be seen as an attack on Russian territory. But the annexation was also a form of propaganda. Putin had to sell the huge mobilization that followed just days after. Because Ukraine made a huge breakthrough, Russia needed reinforcements to send to the front line. To be exact, it planned 300,000 of them, according to Defense Minister Sergei Shoigu. Putin said that this was to protect the people in the recently liberated territories. But not everyone liked this. Although the exact figures are unknown, hundreds of thousands of Russians fled the country in the months afterwards. The Prague Process Group estimates that 700,000 to 1.2 million Russians left in the first year of the war. After the mobilization announcement, there were huge traffic jams at Russia's border countries. Most of the people fleeing were of working age, so this was a massive economic blow for Russia. Not too long after the annexation and the mobilization were announced, Ukraine carried out a long-awaited attack in Crimea. In 2018, Russia constructed a 12-mile or 19-kilometer bridge, crossing the Kerch Strait between the Russian mainland and Crimea. It integrated the peninsula with Russia after the 2014 annexation, and it carried military supplies to the forces of Crimea. That is, until the 8th of October 2022. there was an explosion on the bridge carried out by Ukrainian special services. This wasn't a surprise because a Ukrainian general said that the bridge was target number 1 months before. The Kremlin wanted revenge, and it soon adopted a similar tactic to damage Ukraine. On the 10th of October, Russia started a massive bombing campaign on Ukraine's infrastructure and power grid. Because it targeted civilian areas, it was widely considered a war crime. In the middle of November, half of Ukraine's power grid was out, and 10 million Ukrainians didn't have electricity. By December, Russia fired more than 1,000 cruise missiles and suicide drones at energy infrastructure. They targeted major cities like Kiev and Kharkiv, but also cities like Lviv, far away from the front lines. This continued for months on end, but Russia's campaign eventually slowed down. This was because Ukraine's allies sent a large number of air defense systems, most notably the Patriot system. This is the best surface-to-air system the US has, with a range of about 90 miles and a cost of $1.1 billion. Throughout the bombing campaign, however, the Ukrainian counteroffensive in the south was grinding on. Because the Russians were taking heavy losses, they decided to abandon the west bank of the Dnipro River. On the 11th of November, Ukraine scored a big victory when they recaptured the regional capital of Kherson. But near the end of 2022, Russia took the initiative again, starting large battles in and around the Bakhmut and Soledar. The escalation led to one of the longest and bloodiest battles in the war. Both sides dug themselves into trenches, and they suffered hundreds of casualties a day. This part of the front was described as the most bloody, cruel, and brutal one, and a meat grinder. After months of costly offensives, Russia captured Soledar in January of 2023 and encircled Bakhmut. Eventually, the Ukrainian troops pulled out of Bakhmut in May after heavy urban warfare. By this point, most of the city was reduced to rubble. Still, it was a key Russian victory. Bakhmut had a strategic value for capturing the rest of the Donetsk region, but the traditional Russian forces didn't receive all the credit for their success because the Wagner paramilitary group was also involved. Putin hired Prigozhin to send mercenaries to the front, which included many convicts from Russian prisons. According to the Wagner leader, he employed 35,000 regular fighters and 50,000 former prisoners. Although this could be an overstatement. Prigozhin also claimed that many of the advances in Bakhmut were because of his fighters. Despite his successes, the cooperation between the Wagner group and the traditional Russian military wasn't going smoothly. The Wagner leader posted a viral video showing dead bodies of mercenaries and cursing the Russian military leadership for not supplying enough ammunition. In May 2023, just after Bakhmut was captured, the Wagner troops were redeployed. As you know, this wasn't the end of the story for Prigozhin. Eventually, the conflict became entrenched. When we look at changes in territories from the beginning of 2023 all the way until now, we can see one thing. The conflict went into a stalemate. But saying that the war experienced a complete standstill couldn't be further from the truth. While Russia was making small gains in the Donetsk region, Ukraine was preparing for a huge counteroffensive. Countries like France, Poland, Germany, and the United States promised to send tanks and armored vehicles. This was a big shift in NATO policy. At first, Ukraine's allies only focused on sending defensive equipment like anti-tank missiles or air defense systems. But with the tanks and armored vehicles, NATO was giving Ukraine the tools for a counterattack. This includes hundreds of Soviet-era T-72 tanks from mainly Poland, and tens of German-made Leopard 1 and 2 tanks. The American M1A2 Abrams tank was also highly anticipated, although it only sent 31 in the end. To support the tank force, the NATO alliance also sent hundreds of armored vehicles. The most important ones were the nearly 1,700 American armored Humvees, but it also included armored personnel carriers and infantry fighting vehicles. Meanwhile, Ukraine was preparing 50,000 to 60,000 soldiers for the counteroffensive, divided into 12 brigades. However, the attack came later than expected. The plan was to start in the spring of 2023, but this kept getting pushed back. There were multiple reasons for this. For one, the weather conditions were terrible because the ground was too muddy to operate in. On top of that, some of Ukraine's new troops were still in training. 30 allied countries were training 41,000 new Ukrainian troops, but it wasn't completed in time. For example, the US training for the Abrams tanks only began in May of 2023, and a lot of the weapons that were promised to Ukraine hadn't arrived yet. In May, only 100 of the planned 300 tanks had arrived, and only 300 of the 700 fighting vehicles. There was also a big concern that Ukraine wouldn't have enough ammunition for a counteroffensive. Before the attack began, Ukraine already used 2,000 to 3,000 artillery shells a day. It was burning through ammunition faster than its allies could produce. Nevertheless, the Ukrainian military launched the long-awaited counteroffensive on the 4th of June, 2023. Perhaps the biggest focus of the attack was on the southern Zaporizhia province. Ukraine attacked this part of the front from two angles, and it wanted to capture the cities of Melitopol and Berdyansk. The idea was to push towards the Sea of Azov in order to split the Russian forces in two. There were also attacks on the Donetsk front line, where Ukraine tried to push back the Russian forces to Bakhmut and Avdiivka. Additionally, Ukraine wanted to regain towns in the Kherson province on the other side of the Dnieper River. But just days into the offensive, it became clear that it wouldn't be as successful as hoped. The Ukrainian troops encountered strong Russian defenses, which meant that they could only make small and slow gains. In the months before the counterattack, the Russian side built hundreds of miles of fortifications. They were placed in strategic lines of defense to guard the front and key captured cities. These lines included anti-tank ditches, complex trench systems, concrete and steel barricades, and razor wire. But most importantly, Russia placed a huge amount of mines on the battlefield. This made it impossible to swiftly break through enemy lines. By September of 2023, Ukraine had only recaptured 143 square miles, or 370 square kilometers of territory. This included various strategic towns such as Robotyne and Verbov, but it failed to breach through all of Russia's defensive lines. Ukraine couldn't retake the city of Tokmak, which was a minimum goal according to the Ukrainian general. Near the Dnipro River, though, there were some interesting developments. On the 6th of June 2023, the Kakhovka Dam in Kherson was blown up. This raised the water levels in the left part of the Dnipro River, flooding the area of 230 square miles, or 600 square kilometers. It's not known who's responsible, as both sides blamed the other. But it could have been a Russian attempt to slow the Ukrainian offensive in Kherson because it had become harder to cross the Dnipro River. But the world's attention suddenly shifted away from the front lines on June 23, 2023. The Wagner leader Prigozhin turned against Russia's military leaders. He accused them of killing Wagner forces, and he wanted revenge. His mercenaries captured the southern city of Rostov-on-Don and quickly advanced towards Moscow. Russian soldiers took defensive positions in the southwest of Moscow, and military helicopters started to attack the Wagner troops. The next day, Prigozhin suddenly retreated to avoid further bloodshed. The March for Justice ended only 59 miles or 95 kilometers from Moscow. Prigozhin was sent to Belarus without charges, despite being accused for treason. But everyone knew that this couldn't be the end of the story. 2 months later, a plane carrying Prigozhin and other Wagner leaders crashed in Russia. It was probably shot down by Russian air defenses. After the armed rebellion in Russia was over, the focus was once again on the war in Ukraine. The Ukrainian military continued its counteroffensive by attacking behind front lines. It conducted attacks in Crimea, with another attack on the Kerch Bridge on July 17, 2023. This time, it attacked with 2 suicide drones. Ukraine also carried out a small amphibious landing in western Crimea on the 32nd Independence Day. In September of 2023, Ukraine began to attack the Black Sea Fleet. It used Storm Shadow cruise missiles supplied by Britain and France with a range of 340 miles or 550 kilometers. With these missiles, it bombed the Sevastopol naval base and the headquarters of the Russian Black Sea Fleet. As a result, Russian warships were forced to leave Crimea. This was a huge win for Ukraine and its grain exports in particular. Russia had pulled out of the Black Sea Grain Initiative in July, saying that it didn't cover enough Russian exports. But after the Black Sea Fleet left Sevastopol, the new Black Sea corridor became a safe alternative to shipped grain. This was also because of Ukraine's sea drones, which posed a new threat to the Russian fleet. They're small, remotely controlled boats, which can outmaneuver and strike big warships. Due to these threats, Russian warships steered clear of the Ukrainian coast. Meanwhile, Ukraine also began to strike inside Russian territory, using long-range drones. It attacked buildings in 6 Russian regions, including Moscow. The drones also hit an airbase, destroying 4 transport planes. Ukraine is planning to produce thousands of these long-range drones, so we can expect this to continue in the future. But while drones were changing the situation behind enemy lines and on the sea, the front remained stagnant. By November of 2023, less than 0.2% of Ukraine's territory changed hands over the previous year. Near Kherson, Ukraine captured several small towns on the east bank of the Dnipro River. But after this important Ukrainian advance, nothing much happened on this part of the front. The top Ukrainian general Zaluzhny admitted that the war had went into a stalemate, recognizing that the counteroffensive didn't succeed. He said that there will most likely be no deep and beautiful breakthrough. In the east, Russia was on the offensive again in October of 2023. It moved thousands of troops towards the key cities of Avdiivka and Kupiansk. But Russia also failed to take any meaningful territory after heavy fighting. One of the reasons for the failure of both of the offensives and the counteroffensives is that this war favors defense. With current technology, it's easier for both sides to defend their positions than to gain new territory. This has turned the conflict into a war of attrition, where both sides are using artillery-heavy tactics. Putin seems to be getting ready for a long war, to slowly exhaust Ukraine and its allies. Russia's weapon producers have increased the output of some military hardware by tenfold. According to the Estonian defense minister, Russia is producing 7 times as much ammunition as Western defense companies. In 2024, the Kremlin plans to increase defense spending by 68% to 10.8 trillion rubles, which would be more than 6% of the GDP. As we know from history, Russia is able to keep a war economy for long periods of time. In World War II, Russia's tactic was to overwhelm its enemy through the sheer amount of resources and manpower. And Moscow is also getting support from its allies. According to Ukrainian intelligence, Russia has received 1 million artillery shells from North Korea. To put that into perspective, the US and its allies have supplied 2 million rounds to Ukraine in the first year and a half. While Ukraine's allies have more money at their disposal, that doesn't mean they have more weapons. Most of the military support given to Ukraine came out of defense stockpiles, but this can't go on forever. The NATO alliance has realized that it must increase military production to continue its support. The situation is especially dire with ammunition, which has been drying up over the past months. According to the EU Parliament report, Ukraine is using up to 7,000 artillery rounds a day, more than 2 million a year. This is more than the NATO alliance is currently able to produce. The European Union could only send 500,000 rounds over the span of 12 months, and the United States Army only produces 30,000 artillery rounds per month, so around 360,000 a year. This is planned to increase to 100,000 a month by the end of 2025, but until then, the ammunition supply will fall short. Meanwhile, the war of attrition is also having an impact on Ukraine's manpower. Its military proposed a plan to mobilize 450 to 500,000 people, which would be a drastic measure for a country of 37 million people. In a war of attrition, Russia definitely has an advantage because of its larger population. To wrap it all up, a lot has happened in the last 2 years of conflict. While this video covered some of the biggest events, it's impossible to do justice to all of the developments. Heading into the 3rd year, we will all be hoping that Ukraine returns to peace. But in the likely scenario that this war drags on, it will be interesting to see how the situation evolves. It's quite possible that next year's video will be even longer. Since February the 24th of 2022, the world has fundamentally changed.
Overnight in the capital of Ukraine,
Russian troops are closing in on the capital.
The initial strikes that we think we're hearing right
Russia has launched a large-scale military attack on a number of Ukrainian cities. Ukraine calling this an act of war.
It seems that we're back in Cold War times. where the West, led by the United States, is fighting a proxy war against Russia. And the effects of this war have been brutal. Although the estimates vary, the death toll probably ranges in the hundreds of thousands. A New York Times report said that Russia has 300,000 casualties, of which 120,000 have died. Ukraine suffered 200,000 casualties, including 70,000 dead. This would put the total amount of casualties at around 500,000. The war in Ukraine has also cost both sides a huge amount of money. Russia spends around $100 to $120 billion per year on the conflict. The financing on the Ukrainian side is supported by its allies. In 2022 alone, the United States has approved $113 billion to support Ukraine and its allies in Europe. This includes advanced military equipment such as Abrams tanks, HIMARS rocket systems, and the Patriot air defense system. In total, the military equipment sent to Ukraine by Washington is worth $43.9 billion. Other NATO allies have also contributed, mainly Germany with $17.1 billion worth of military aid. Apart from the costs, the war in Ukraine has also had a huge effect on geopolitics. Russia has left a global nuclear test ban treaty, which is a telling sign that things are moving in the wrong direction. A direct confrontation between the US and Russia is more likely now than it was 5 years ago.
When the history of this era is written, Putin's war in Ukraine will have left Russia weaker and the rest of the world stronger.
And Russia's attacks on Ukraine has also encouraged other countries. Nations like Iran, Belarus, and North Korea are supplying arms to Russia to fight Ukraine. Not because they dislike Ukraine, but because they see NATO as their biggest enemy. And China's position, well, that's a whole other video by itself. Beijing certainly doesn't mind the US taking its attention away from Taiwan. Anyways, the last 2 years of fighting have left a mark. And sadly, it seems like this costly and deadly conflict could go on for a while. On the one side, there's Putin, who wants to conquer at least some of Ukraine's territories. Getting the whole of Ukraine has proven to be difficult because of fierce resistance and outside support. But Putin has said that there will only be peace once the Kremlin has achieved its goals. On the other side, we have Ukraine that wants to get back to pre-2014 borders. Zelensky vowed to retake Crimea, which will be a tough battle that Putin doesn't want to lose. Because of these opposing goals, there's no sign of a peace deal coming anytime soon. Meanwhile, the US President Joe Biden has said that he will back Ukraine for as long as we can. With the war heading into its third year now, the exact timeline of the last 24 months might be getting a little bit vague. So, in this video, we'll go over what happened between the start of the invasion in 2022 to the situation we're in now. As with many conflicts, there isn't a fine line of when it began. After centuries of Russian influence, Ukraine became one of the 4 founders of the Soviet Union. It was a very important asset for the USSR because of its industry and agriculture. But as you all know, the Soviet Union eventually collapsed. This led to the founding of the Ukrainian state in 1991. Still, there was a complicated relationship with its neighbor, Russia. Moscow refused to completely let go of its former empire, which was the start of the idea of a Russian sphere of influence. For example, Russia wanted to be the inheritor of the Soviet Union's nuclear arsenal. Ukraine once possessed 1,700 nukes, which it handed over to Russia in the Budapest Memorandum of 1994. In turn, Ukraine would get security guarantees. But Ukrainian politics were divided over what Moscow's role should be. On the one hand, there were strong cultural and historical ties with Russia, but many European Union countries decided to leave Soviet times behind. This includes the Baltic states, Poland, and Romania, who all joined the NATO alliance and the European Union. In Ukraine too, there was a large group of people who wanted this to happen. Leading up to the 2004 presidential election, the division was clear. The pro-Russian candidate won with a small majority, but the pro-Western side believed the election to be rigged. This caused the Orange Revolution, which effectively ousted the pro-Russian candidate from office. When the pro-Russian candidate won again in 2010, he pulled out of a planned deal with the EU. The so-called association agreement would make trade with Europe easier, but it would hurt Ukraine's economic ties with Russia. When the president refused to sign the agreement, there followed yet another wave of pro-Western protests in 2013, called the Euromaidan. The Ukrainian parliament decided to oust the pro-Russian president after he fled to Russia. This was the beginning of the tensions between Russia and the West. Putin was quick to blame outside actors for causing the Euromaidan protests, aka the CIA. To this day, the Kremlin's narrative is that NATO tried to take over Ukraine to pose a threat to Russia. However, NATO countries took a totally different conclusion from the Euromaidan protests. In their eyes, the Ukrainian people wanted to get rid of the corrupt pro-Russian government. A showdown between Russia and NATO over the Ukraine issue seemed inevitable, and in 2014, the fighting began. Following the ousting of the Ukrainian president, Putin held an all-night meeting with his security advisors. The world would soon see what came out of these talks. Not too long after, little green men crossed the border into Crimea. These disguised Russian soldiers took over government buildings and blocked key access points. Because the resistance wasn't strong, Russia quickly took control over the peninsula. After holding an illegal referendum showing 97% support for Russia, Crimea was officially annexed. However, it's important to note that this wasn't completely faked. A US government survey showed that 83% of Crimeans believed the referendum, and 74% thought life would be better under Russian rule. For a long time, Crimea was part of the Russian Empire and the Russian Soviet Republic. It was only in 1954 that the Soviet Union transferred the area to the Ukrainian Soviet Republic. Nevertheless, the 2014 annexation was still an illegal land grab under international law. Russia violated the Budapest Memorandum because it didn't respect Ukraine's territorial integrity. And it wasn't only Crimea. At the same time, a conflict in the eastern Donbass region began. Just like in Crimea, the population of the Donbass is much more pro-Russian. As you can see in the 2004 election results, the pro-Russian candidate had the biggest support in Crimea, Donetsk, and Luhansk provinces. Putin used this to his advantage by supporting separatist groups in Donetsk and Luhansk. Together with disguised Russian soldiers, these separatists almost took over Mariupol in 2014. But after this escalation, the Ukraine situation lost its relevance for a while. This was because of the Minsk agreements, which established a buffer zone between Ukraine and the separatists. The war continued, but at a much slower pace than before. 7 years later, though, things were changing. From March to April in 2021, Russia suddenly held a large military buildup near the Ukrainian border. According to Russian military, these were just exercises. But not everyone believed the story. The satellite images of Russian military equipment and infrastructure proved otherwise. After a short pause, the buildup continued in October, as shown by new satellite images. When 100,000 troops were stationed next to Ukraine in December, it was obvious. Russia was going to invade. In January, US President Joe Biden claimed an invasion was imminent. A few weeks later, President Biden was proven right. The war begins. On February 24th of 2022, the news of the invasion spread all over the world. We all remember the clips of Putin announcing his special military operation. He claimed he would denazify and demilitarize Ukraine. Soon, columns of tanks and armored vehicles were rolling over the border. Large bombing campaigns targeted many of Ukraine's major cities. The first phase of the war that followed was perhaps the scariest and the most unpredictable. With US intelligence saying Ukraine would be defeated in 96 hours, there was a lot of doubt about NATO's response. Russia invaded from 3 axes: Crimea, Belarus, and its vast border in the east. Most people thought this would overwhelm the Ukrainian defenses, but the strong Ukrainian resistance that came afterwards proved everyone wrong. The incident at Snake Island, a small islet in the Black Sea, perfectly describes what happened. The Russian Moskva cruiser demanded that the Ukrainian soldiers laid down their arms, to which they replied, "The Ukrainian people didn't want to surrender. Instead, they took up arms. The Ukrainian president was also not planning on giving up. After Zelensky received an offer by the United States for an evacuation, he said that he needed ammunition, not a ride. This was a bold move because the Russians were trying to assassinate him. According to Ukraine, Putin instructed the Chechen leader to send assassins to Kiev. Putin also ordered people from the Wagner Group and the Red Up private military company to go after Zelensky. But as we all know, these attempts have been unsuccessful so far. Apart from the strong resistance, there was another unpleasant surprise for Putin. His own military wasn't as capable as he thought. In the first weeks of the war, Russia tried to capture Kiev and failed badly. Their plan was to create an air bridge at the Hostomel airport, where Russia could send in weapons and troops. Hostomel is only 6.2 miles or 10 kilometers away from Kiev, so this air bridge would allow Russia to decapitate the government. To take control of the airport, Russia prepared hundreds of special force commandos to go into Hostomel with helicopters. The problem was that Ukraine already had intelligence about the attack from the CIA, meaning that they were able to prepare. Several of the helicopters were shot down by the Ukrainian air defenses. Over the next days, the airport switched hands a couple of times, but due to heavy Ukrainian fire, the air bridge couldn't succeed. South of Kiev, there was also heavy fighting near the Vasilkiv air base. But here, the Russian forces also failed because of strong resistance. For the next weeks, the Russian and Ukrainian military were fighting in the cities close to Kiev, like Bucha and Irpin. But Russia failed to achieve air superiority, and the offensive stalled. In order to regain momentum, Russia sent a massive column heading towards Kiev. It was a 40-mile or 64 kilometers convoy, with 15,000 troops and hundreds of trucks, pieces of artillery, and tanks. The Ukrainians in Kiev were bracing to defend themselves. But the thing is, the offensive never came. 8 days into the war, the Russian column stalled where it was, just 19 miles or 30 kilometers from Kiev. The reasons are unclear to this day, but there was obviously a big mistake on the Russian side. It could have to do with fuel and food shortages, communication problems, or Ukrainian counterattacks. All in all, Russia failed to swiftly take Kiev, which was clearly something Putin was aiming for. After the offensive on Kiev flopped, the massacre that happened in Bucha soon got worldwide attention. In this town northwest of Kiev, Russian soldiers murdered 458 civilians. Russia claims this was a staged performance, but the Ukrainians don't believe this. If anything, this made the Ukrainian people even more angry at Putin, strengthening the resistance. After 2 months or so, the Russian forces switched their attention from Kiev to southern and eastern Ukraine. In this area, Russia was much more successful at first. Russian forces from Crimea quickly took over most of the Kherson province. Together with the key city of Kherson, this was the first major city and regional capital captured by Russia, falling in just 6 days. Together with the forces from Donetsk, Russia pushed for the Zaporizhia province. Once they united, Russia formed a single front in the southeast. By this point, the key port of Mariupol was in grave danger. It was already under attack since the start of the invasion, but now it was fully encircled. The following siege was one of the worst blows to the Ukrainian side. Ukraine didn't want to give up Mariupol and the Sea of Azov, but the Russian siege came at great cost. There were 3 months of bombardments on the city, destroying 90% of the city's residential buildings. The city had a pre-war population of about 430,000 people, of which most were able to flee. But according to Ukraine, 25,000 people have died in the city. The soldiers in Mariupol retreated to the Azovstal Iron and Steel Works, a huge complex in which they could escape the Russian bombardments. For weeks, these soldiers stayed there without outside support, but eventually, they were forced to surrender. Apart from these gains on the southern front, Russia also had succeeded in the east. It gained a lot of territory in the Kharkiv and Luhansk provinces. However, it failed to take over the capital city of Kharkiv after a period of intense fighting. It's the second largest city in the country and only 19 miles or 30 kilometers from the border with Russia. Obviously, it was a big target for the Russian invasion. At the very start of the invasion, Russian forces captured various towns around Kharkiv. For 2 days, there was actual street fighting in the city between Russian and Ukrainian forces. Afterwards, following a long period of intense bombings on the city, according to American officials, Kharkiv had the worst fighting in the entire conflict thus far. Apart from the fierce fighting in the first phase of the conflict, there was also developments behind the scenes. The most important were perhaps the financial sanctions that many nations placed on Russia. Around $300 billion worth of Russian assets were frozen. Russian banks and central banks were sanctioned, and key Russian imports and exports were blocked. On top of that, hundreds of individuals related to the Russian government were banned. This was retaliation for the invasion, and also an attempt to cripple Russia's economy. The idea was to isolate Russia, to harm its war capabilities in the long run. The most important part of this plan was the EU's sanctions on Russia's oil and gas industry. This trade link was vital to Moscow's state income, as Europe was Russia's top energy export market for years. Through a vast network of pipelines, the EU and the UK imported $147.8 billion worth of Russian oil and gas in 2021 alone. In the same year, 45% of Russia's state revenue came from its energy industry. However, the boycott came at a great cost. There was a global surge in energy prices and a massive wave of inflation in 2022. And initially, the sanctions didn't work as intended. Because of the soaring energy prices, Russia was actually making huge profits. In the first 6 months after the invasion, Russia earned 158 billion euros from fossil fuels. After the sanctions got tougher with price caps, India and China started to buy up Russian oil, be it at a discount. But as you can see on this chart, the Russian energy revenues have been falling gradually ever since. Long term, the energy boycott is having an effect. Another part of the isolation plan was for Western brands to start leaving the country. Companies like Volkswagen, Apple, and MasterCard have all made the decision to leave Russia behind. The total number of firms leaving Russia eventually reached 9,600, but soon it was discovered that these isolation tactics didn't have the desired effect. Many Western brands were simply replaced by local ones, or Chinese companies seeing an opportunity of a lifetime. The companies that left were required to sell their assets at a discount to local startups, and Chinese businessmen founded 1,500 new companies in Russia over the next months. Another big development that deserves to be mentioned is the refugee crisis. By the 20th of March 2022, 25% of Ukraine's population left their home. 6.4 million Ukrainians fled to other countries, and 8 million Ukrainians are internally displaced. An estimated 1.2 million people went to Russia, mainly from the Donbas region. A big part of this group was forcefully expelled, according to the US. Ukraine claimed that 150,000 children from eastern Ukraine were illegally transported to Russia and adopted there. Meanwhile, 4.2 million refugees registered for temporary protection in the European Union. Germany took in the most refugees, followed by Poland and the Czech Republic. Because these countries all stand behind Ukraine, they are willing to provide housing and monthly allowances. After the initial shock of the war was over, though, millions of Ukrainians decided to return. Meanwhile, military support of the West for Ukraine was growing. At a meeting in the German Ramstein Air Base, Ukraine's allies pledged that they would support Ukraine until it achieves a victory. By this point, NATO members had already sent billions of dollars in the form of military aid. This included anti-tank weapons like the Javelin and anti-aircraft missiles like the Stinger, but also armored vehicles like Humvees and small arms. When it was clear that Ukraine stood a chance, the NATO alliance sent increasingly more powerful weapons to the country. For example, the US decided to send HIMARS rocket systems to Ukraine. They can attack targets within a range of 300 miles, or 480 kilometers, and with high accuracy. It has allowed Ukraine to destroy many Russian targets beyond front lines. But military-wise, drones have been just as important. An example of this is the Bayraktar drone, supplied to Ukraine by Turkey. They attacked Russian artillery positions and did reconnaissance flights. Later, the Russian air defenses caught up to the Bayraktar drones, making them less useful. For short-range reconnaissance, Ukraine uses various hand-launched drones like the Puma. It also operates kamikaze drones such as the Switchblade or the Ram-2 to damage enemy armor. Additionally, the Ukrainian forces have bought an army of commercial drones carrying grenades or mortars. Meanwhile, Russia is doing exactly the same. It has reconnaissance drones such as the Orlan 10 and kamikaze drones like the Iranian Shahed 136 and the Russian Lancet. The Shahed 136 was especially gaining a lot of attention because it showed how Russia and Iran were cooperating. Both countries have their issues with the NATO alliance, so they're supporting each other militarily. This is why Iran sent hundreds of drones to Russia, and even Iranian personnel to train the Russian soldiers. Reportedly, Iran even helped Russia build a drone factory in Yelabuga, hundreds of miles east from Moscow. This plant would produce 6,000 suicide drones. In return, Iran would get military hardware from Russia, like Sukhoi 35 fighter jets and attack helicopters. Against all odds, Ukraine successfully defended itself in the initial phase. In March, the Russian forces left the north of the country following the offensive on the capital city. This was after talks in Istanbul, where the first negotiations were held after the invasion. According to the Russian military, retreating from the North Front was a gesture to de-escalate hostilities. Ukraine's story was a little different. It said that Russia left because of heavy Ukrainian resistance in the north. By April of 2022, Ukraine successfully recaptured the entire Kiev, Sumy, Chernihiv, and Zhytomyr provinces. Another important victory was the sinking of the Moskva flagship of the Russian Black Sea Fleet. On April 14th, this ship was attacked by Ukrainian missiles or drones using American intelligence. The Moskva was the very same ship that attacked Snake Island just weeks earlier. So the sinking was both a tactical and a symbolic victory for Ukraine. Going on a little bit of a side tangent, we should also discuss the Black Sea Grain Initiative that formed around this time. Because both Russia and Ukraine are huge wheat exporters, number 1 and 5 globally to be exact, the war had a huge effect on the world's food supply. The Black Sea became a battleground, so it wasn't possible for Ukraine to ship its grain. On top of that, Russia also limited its grain exports. This was a recipe for disaster, as there was a risk of famine in lower-income countries. Food prices soared in 2022, while 20 million tons of grain were held up in Ukrainian ports. Turkey and the UN tried to solve this with the Black Sea Grain Initiative, which both Ukraine and Russia signed. This was a big milestone because it was the first major agreement since the invasion began. It created a safe corridor through the Black Sea for both Ukrainian and Russian agricultural products. The initiative was successful at first, and it allowed for 33 million tons of food products to leave Ukrainian ports. But even though the food crisis was solved, there wasn't a solution for the conflict itself. Ukraine wanted to continue with its successes by recapturing territory in the south and the east. The problem was that the Russians built a large amount of defensive positions along the front lines. This forced the conflict into its first stalemate. There was a small victory for Ukraine when it recaptured Snake Island on the 4th of July 2022, but the only way to change the course of the war was to break through enemy lines. On August 29th of 2022, Ukraine launched a widely anticipated counteroffensive in the southern Kherson province. But the Ukrainian attack was making slow progress at first. In a bit of a surprise move, Ukraine started a huge counteroffensive in the Kharkiv province on the 6th of September 2022. This part of the front line stagnated after Ukraine successfully defended Kharkiv during March and May. Ukraine took advantage of this and launched a surprise attack. The Ukrainian forces quickly broke through enemy lines, which were already weakened because of HIMARS attacks. Within only 3 days, the Ukrainian troops advanced 31 miles, or 50 kilometers. Russian forces began to flee villages like Izium and Kupiansk, and they suffered thousands of casualties. In total, Ukraine retook 500 settlements and more than 4,500 square miles of territory, or 12,000 square kilometers. At the same time, Russia was making plans to officially annex the Donetsk, Luhansk, Kherson, and Zaporizhia provinces. It did this with a referendum, which was likely rigged in Russia's favor. According to the deputy chairman of the Russia Security Council, the territories will be accepted into Russia, and there is no turning back. As a result, a Ukrainian counterattack would be seen as an attack on Russian territory, but the annexation was also a form of propaganda. Putin had to sell the huge mobilization that followed just days after. Because Ukraine made a huge breakthrough, Russia needed reinforcements to send to the front line. To be exact, It planned 300,000 of them, according to Defense Minister Sergei Shoigu. Putin said that this was to protect the people in the recently liberated territories. But not everyone liked this. Although the exact figures are unknown, hundreds of thousands of Russians fled the country in the months afterwards. The Prague Process Group estimates that 700,000 to 1.2 million Russians left in the first year of the war. After the mobilization announcement, there were huge traffic jams at Russia's border countries. Most of the people fleeing were of working age, so this was a massive economic blow for Russia. Not too long after the annexation and the mobilization were announced, Ukraine carried out a long-awaited attack in Crimea. In 2018, Russia constructed a 12-mile or 19-kilometer bridge, crossing the Kerch Strait between the Russian mainland and Crimea. It integrated the peninsula with Russia after the 2014 annexation, and it carried military supplies to the forces of Crimea. That is, until the 8th of October 2022. There was an explosion on the bridge, carried out by Ukrainian special services. This wasn't a surprise, because a Ukrainian general said that the bridge was target number 1 months before. The Kremlin wanted revenge, and it soon adopted a similar tactic to damage Ukraine. On the 10th of October, Russia started a massive bombing campaign on Ukraine's infrastructure and power grid. Because it targeted civilian areas, it was widely considered a war crime. In the middle of November, half of Ukraine's power grid was out, and 10 million Ukrainians didn't have electricity. By December, Russia fired more than 1,000 cruise missiles and suicide drones at energy infrastructure. They targeted major cities like Kiev and Kharkiv, but also cities like Lviv, far away from the front lines. This continued for months on end, but Russia's campaign eventually slowed down. This was because Ukraine's allies sent a large number of air defense systems, most notably the Patriot system. This is the best surface-to-air system the US has, with a range of about 90 miles and a cost of $1.1 billion. Throughout the bombing campaign, however, the Ukrainian counteroffensive in the south was grinding on. Because the Russians were taking heavy losses, they decided to abandon the west bank of the Dnipro River. On the 11th of November, Ukraine scored a big victory when they recaptured the regional capital of Kherson. But near the end of 2022, Russia took the initiative again, starting large battles in and around the Bakhmut and Soledar. The escalation led to one of the longest and bloodiest battles in the war. Both sides dug themselves into trenches, and they suffered hundreds of casualties a day. This part of the front was described as the most bloody, cruel, and brutal one, and a meat grinder. After months of costly offensives, Russia captured Soledar in January of 2023 and encircled Bakhmut. Eventually, the Ukrainian troops pulled out of Bakhmut in May after heavy urban warfare. By this point, most of the city was reduced to rubble. Still, it was a key Russian victory. Bakhmut had a strategic value for capturing the rest of the Donetsk region, but the traditional Russian forces didn't receive all the credit for their success because the Wagner paramilitary group was also involved. Putin hired Prigozhin to send mercenaries to the front, which included many convicts from Russian prisons. According to the Wagner leader, he employed 35,000 regular fighters and 50,000 former prisoners. Although this could be an overstatement. Prigozhin also claimed that many of the advances in Bakhmut were because of his fighters. Despite his successes, the cooperation between the Wagner group and the traditional Russian military wasn't going smoothly. The Wagner leader posted a viral video showing dead bodies of mercenaries and cursing the Russian military leadership for not supplying enough ammunition. In May 2023, just after Bakhmut was captured, the Wagner troops were redeployed. As you know, this wasn't the end of the story for Prigozhin. Eventually, the conflict became entrenched. When we look at changes in territories from the beginning of 2023 all the way until now, we can see one thing. The conflict went into a stalemate. But saying that the war experienced a complete standstill couldn't be further from the truth. While Russia was making small gains in the Donetsk region, Ukraine was preparing for a huge counteroffensive. Countries like France, Poland, Germany, and the United States promised to send tanks and armored vehicles. This was a big shift in NATO policy. At first, Ukraine's allies only focused on sending defensive equipment like anti-tank missiles or air defense systems. But with the tanks and armored vehicles, NATO was giving Ukraine the tools for a counterattack. This includes hundreds of Soviet-era T-72 tanks from mainly Poland, and tens of German-made Leopard 1 and 2 tanks. The American M1A2 Abrams tank was also highly anticipated, although it only sent 31 in the end. To support the tank force, the NATO alliance also sent hundreds of armored vehicles. The most important ones were the nearly 1,700 American armored Humvees, but it also included armored personnel carriers and infantry fighting vehicles. Meanwhile, Ukraine was preparing 50,000 to 60,000 soldiers for the counteroffensive, divided into 12 brigades. However, the attack came later than expected. The plan was to start in the spring of 2023, but this kept getting pushed back. There were multiple reasons for this. For one, the weather conditions were terrible because the ground was too muddy to operate in. On top of that, some of Ukraine's new troops were still in training. 30 allied countries were training 41,000 new Ukrainian troops, but it wasn't completed in time. For example, the US training for the Abrams tanks only began in May of 2023, and a lot of the weapons that were promised to Ukraine hadn't arrived yet. In May, only 100 of the planned 300 tanks had arrived, and only 300 of the 700 fighting vehicles. There was also a big concern that Ukraine wouldn't have enough ammunition for a counteroffensive. Before the attack began, Ukraine already used 2,000 to 3,000 artillery shells a day. It was burning through ammunition faster than its allies could produce. Nevertheless, the Ukrainian military launched the long-awaited counteroffensive on the 4th of June, 2023. Perhaps the biggest focus of the attack was on the southern Zaporizhia province. Ukraine attacked this part of the front from two angles, and it wanted to capture the cities of Melitopol and Berdyansk. The idea was to push towards the Sea of Azov in order to split the Russian forces in two. There were also attacks on the Donetsk front line, where Ukraine tried to push back the Russian forces to Bakhmut and Avdiivka. Additionally, Ukraine wanted to regain towns in the Kherson province on the other side of the Dnieper River. But just days into the offensive, it became clear that it wouldn't be as successful as hoped. The Ukrainian troops encountered strong Russian defenses, which meant that they could only make small and slow gains. In the months before the counterattack, the Russian side built hundreds of miles of fortifications. They were placed in strategic lines of defense to guard the front and key captured cities. These lines included anti-tank ditches, complex trench systems, concrete and steel barricades, and razor wire. But most importantly, Russia placed a huge amount of mines on the battlefield. This made it impossible to swiftly break through enemy lines. By September of 2023, Ukraine had only recaptured 143 square miles, or 370 square kilometers of territory. This included various strategic towns such as Robotyne and Verbov, but it failed to breach through all of Russia's defensive lines. Ukraine couldn't retake the city of Tokmak, which was a minimum goal according to the Ukrainian general. Near the Dnipro River, though, there were some interesting developments. On the 6th of June 2023, the Kakhovka Dam in Kherson was blown up. This raised the water levels in the left part of the Dnipro River, flooding the area of 230 square miles, or 600 square kilometers. It's not known who's responsible, as both sides blamed the other. But it could have been a Russian attempt to slow the Ukrainian offensive in Kherson because it had become harder to cross the Dnipro River. But the world's attention suddenly shifted away from the front lines on June 23, 2023. The Wagner leader Prigozhin turned against Russia's military leaders. He accused them of killing Wagner forces, and he wanted revenge. His mercenaries captured the southern city of Rostov-on-Don and quickly advanced towards Moscow. Russian soldiers took defensive positions in the southwest of Moscow, and military helicopters started to attack the Wagner troops. The next day, Prigozhin suddenly retreated to avoid further bloodshed. The March for Justice ended only 59 miles or 95 kilometers from Moscow. Prigozhin was sent to Belarus without charges, despite being accused for treason. But everyone knew that this couldn't be the end of the story. 2 months later, a plane carrying Prigozhin and other Wagner leaders crashed in Russia. It was probably shot down by Russian air defenses. After the armed rebellion in Russia was over, the focus was once again on the war in Ukraine. The Ukrainian military continued its counteroffensive by attacking behind front lines. It conducted attacks in Crimea, with another attack on the Kerch Bridge on July 17, 2023. This time, it attacked with 2 suicide drones. Ukraine also carried out a small amphibious landing in western Crimea on the 32nd Independence Day. In September of 2023, Ukraine began to attack the Black Sea Fleet. It used Storm Shadow cruise missiles supplied by Britain and France with a range of 340 miles or 550 kilometers. With these missiles, it bombed the Sevastopol naval base and the headquarters of the Russian Black Sea Fleet. As a result, Russian warships were forced to leave Crimea. This was a huge win for Ukraine and its grain exports in particular. Russia had pulled out of the Black Sea Grain Initiative in July, saying that it didn't cover enough Russian exports. But after the Black Sea Fleet left Sevastopol, the new Black Sea corridor became a safe alternative to shipped grain. This was also because of Ukraine's sea drones, which posed a new threat to the Russian fleet. They're small, remotely controlled boats, which can outmaneuver and strike big warships. Due to these threats, Russian warships steered clear of the Ukrainian coast. Meanwhile, Ukraine also began to strike inside Russian territory, using long-range drones. It attacked buildings in 6 Russian regions, including Moscow. The drones also hit an airbase, destroying 4 transport planes. Ukraine is planning to produce thousands of these long-range drones, so we can expect this to continue in the future. But while drones were changing the situation behind enemy lines and on the sea, the front remained stagnant. By November of 2023, less than 0.2% of Ukraine's territory changed hands over the previous year. Near Kherson, Ukraine captured several small towns on the east bank of the Dnipro River. But after this important Ukrainian advance, nothing much happened on this part of the front. The top Ukrainian general Zaluzhny admitted that the war had went into a stalemate, recognizing that the counteroffensive didn't succeed. He said that there will most likely be no deep and beautiful breakthrough. In the east, Russia was on the offensive again in October of 2023. It moved thousands of troops towards the key cities of Avdiivka and Kupiansk. But Russia also failed to take any meaningful territory after heavy fighting. One of the reasons for the failure of both of the offensives and the counteroffensives is that this war favors defense. With current technology, it's easier for both sides to defend their positions than to gain new territory. This has turned the conflict into a war of attrition, where both sides are using artillery-heavy tactics. Putin seems to be getting ready for a long war, to slowly exhaust Ukraine and its allies. Russia's weapon producers have increased the output of some military hardware by 10-fold. According to the Estonian defense minister, Russia is producing 7 times as much ammunition as Western defense companies. In 2024, the Kremlin plans to increase defense spending by 68% to 10.8 trillion rubles, which would be more than 6% of the GDP. As we know from history, Russia is able to keep a war economy for long periods of time. In World War II, Russia's tactic was to overwhelm its enemy through the sheer amount of resources and manpower. And Moscow is also getting support from its allies. According to Ukrainian intelligence, Russia has received 1 million artillery shells from North Korea. To put that into perspective, the US and its allies have supplied 2 million rounds to Ukraine in the first year and a half. While Ukraine's allies have more money at their disposal, that doesn't mean they have more weapons. Most of the military support given to Ukraine came out of defense stockpiles, but this can't go on forever. The NATO alliance has realized that it must increase military production to continue its support. The situation is especially dire with ammunition, which has been drying up over the past months. According to the EU Parliament report, Ukraine is using up to 7,000 artillery rounds a day, more than 2 million a year. This is more than the NATO alliance is currently able to produce. The European Union could only send 500,000 rounds over the span of 12 months, and the United States Army only produces 30,000 artillery rounds per month, so around 360,000 a year. This is planned to increase to 100,000 a month by the end of 2025, but until then, the ammunition supply will fall short. Meanwhile, The war of attrition is also having an impact on Ukraine's manpower. Its military proposed a plan to mobilize 450 to 500,000 people, which would be a drastic measure for a country of 37 million people. In a war of attrition, Russia definitely has an advantage because of its larger population. To wrap it all up, a lot has happened in the last 2 years of conflict. While this video covered some of the biggest events, it's impossible to do justice to all of the developments. Heading into the third year, we will all be hoping that Ukraine returns to peace. But in the likely scenario that this war drags on, it will be interesting to see how the situation evolves. It's quite possible that next year's video will be even longer.
The Ukraine war isn't close to being over, but as historians famously say, if you want to know the future, just look at the history. There's a popular saying amongst historians that ancient wars were fought for spoils, and modern wars aren't made to be won. Keeping that in mind, the 21st century is littered with such cases. The Syrian civil war and US conflicts in Afghanistan and Iraq are a few of the many examples that we can think of that relate to the above statement. Right now as we speak, the world is caught up in a similar situation with all eyes set on one of the most pressing global issues of our time, the ongoing conflict between Ukraine and Russia. As Ukraine continues to fight to liberate its occupied territories and eject Russian invaders, both its Western supporters and global observers are constantly pondering the eventual outcome of the conflict and its aftermath. And the one question which is on everyone's lips is, how will the war end? Through this video, we are going to share some insights and reveal what historians around the world think on the subject matter. But first, please hit the like button and help our channel grow. It's just a quick click, but it helps make a big difference for us. Now, let's get on with the topic. On February 24th, 2022, the world awoke to news that Russian tanks had rolled into Ukraine from the east and north. More than a year later, tens of thousands of casualties have been reported on both sides, and millions of refugees from Ukraine have been recorded across Europe. At the onset of the invasion, it was widely believed that it would be quick and decisive victory for Russia, and they would crush the Ukrainians in just weeks. But to the credit of Ukraine's unshakable resiliency and continued Western support, after a long and bloody 18 months, the war is still on. As the war entered a new phase this summer when Kiev launched its much-anticipated counteroffensive, there were hopes Ukraine would regain the upper hand, but sadly, it's painfully slow, with one thing becoming clear, that it won't produce quick results, and its success, measured in terms of retaking Russian-occupied territory, is not guaranteed. But is there a light at the end of the tunnel? According to war historian Hein Goemans, this year may mark the first anniversary of the ongoing war, but it certainly will not be the last, and in all probability, will continue for several years. Decoding the nature of modern wars, Goemans further added that many wars just don't end, and the last war which ended in total, utter defeat on one side was the Second World War. Seeing as how this war is shaping up, it's highly unlikely that the two countries would be able to completely subjugate each other. A potential solution, according to Goemans, to end the war is to settle at the negotiation table.
So it must end in some form of negotiated settlement.
But with neither party really willing to do so, this has turned the present conflict into a war of attrition. Margaret Macmillan, war historian and professor at the University of Oxford, pointed out on a similar note, stating that while each conflict is unique and tends to defy history, a clear-cut defeat of either side in this war is highly unlikely, at least from where we stand today. A more likely scenario is that prolonged fighting will leave both sides exhausted but unwilling to admit defeat, resulting in a frozen conflict or a forever war. A concern also voiced by Samuel Sharap, who is a senior political scientist at the Rand Corporation and specializes in the foreign policies of Russia and the former Soviet states. In the eyes of Sharap, the present war could very well turn into a drawn-out war that could last for decades, with periods of hot and cold conflicts. The history pages too suggest that it might be the most likely outcome. A study from the Center for Strategic and International Studies, using data from 1946 to 2021, discovered that 26% of interstate wars end in less than a month, and another 25% within a year. However, the study also found that when interstate wars last longer than a year, they extend to over a decade on average.
Even if tomorrow there was not one Russian soldier left in Ukrainian territory, Russia could still very well continue missile strikes and bombing Ukraine for years into the future.
So even if the fighting ceases and Russia may park its tanks, there's no guarantee that it will give up its ambition regarding Ukraine. Not to mention that a long war between Russia and Ukraine will also be highly problematic for the United States and its allies. The West so far has played a very critical role in this war, supplying Ukraine with much-needed weapons to turn the tide, and also through sanctions crippling Russia's economy. But a prolonged conflict also means a possible escalation, either to Russia's nuclear use or to a Russian NATO war. The longer the war drags on, the greater the economic and military dependencies of Ukraine will be on the West. As a result, it may cause budgetary challenges for Western countries and readiness problems for their militaries. The rebuilding of Ukraine will require massive investments too. The country's energy infrastructure will need to be rebuilt, and just keeping its economy afloat in the meantime may require up to $5 billion a month, as estimated by the International Monetary Fund. After the hot conflict ends, the US commitment will likely continue, but an end to the conflict seems increasingly hard to find. Although the Biden government and NATO have promised to continue their constant support to the Ukrainians, God forbid that day ever comes.
If the West gets this wrong, Ukraine will lose, it will cease to exist as an independent sovereign state, Russia will win, and the tentacles that it stretches abroad in its malign campaign for influence will continue.
Coming back to the nuclear threat, ever since the war started, Putin has been threatening to use nuclear weapons if NATO doesn't back off and let him have Ukraine. Every once in a few weeks, a major Russian somewhere talks about the prospect of a nuclear threat that is more or less designed to scare Ukraine and other world leaders to hold back from allying with Ukraine. But in the views of experts, this is nothing but a clever Russian strategy of playing back our fears to us, and its nuclear threat is just a toothless claim. For one, nobody thinks that Putin is foolish enough to attack NATO directly, so even if any nukes are involved, in all likelihood, it would be tactically aimed at Ukraine, which would only strengthen the resolve of Ukraine and its allies. The other issue is that nobody actually knows how many Russian nukes work, as most of them are from the Cold War era that have not exactly been maintained well. So Putin's so-called nuclear deterrent might just be a straw man. Speaking of Putin, another popular opinion among historians is that for any negotiations to take place, President Putin has to go. With him at the helm of the Russian Federation, peace with Ukraine is just not possible.
I would describe it as Putin's war. I think he wanted it. I think he brought it about. I think given his position in Russia, the war would not have happened unless he wanted it.
We all know that the war in Ukraine is part of Vladimir Putin's political immortality project. As a former KGB agent, Mr. Putin is motivated by the prospect of restoring Russia to what he believes is its former Soviet glory. This would explain Mr. Putin's 2014 annexation of Crimea and his current invasion of Ukraine. Although some may say this has backfired against him, Putin has shown zero inclination to step down from the war effort. In fact, all signs point to the contrary, as Russia is still pulling off several surges by sending a large number of troops into Ukraine, often for a disappointing outcome. We could say in many ways that the same man who started the conflict could end it, if he chooses to. But the problem, according to some historians, is that right now, he just does not have an incentive to do so. This is Putin's war, says Macmillan. The Russian president has staked his prestige on it, and the more losses, the more difficult it is for him to pull back. The Russian president's paramount objective is to avoid a crushing defeat on the battlefield, as nothing less than the survival of his regime is at stake. In order to do that, Russia needs to win, or at least create an illusion of military achievement. Showing Russian people that, hey, we are winning, in doing so will allow the Kremlin's propaganda machine to spin a narrative of revanchism and stoke popular demands for further aggression against Ukraine. So while some historians like Macmillan acknowledge that through this war Putin is fighting for his political life, some historians like Gomans unveil much darker clouds.
There is the problem, and there's a bit of a debate over this, whether Putin can actually domestically survive a loss in the war. Because if he can't, then he can anticipate that if he loses, he will be punished for his poor performance, he will be jailed, exiled, or most likely fall from a window in the third story of some building in the Kremlin. He will get killed. I assume that is most likely.
Then there's also the question of what happens if Putin dies right now. Several health rumors and assassinations attempts have only fueled this debate, leaving everyone wondering what will happen to the ongoing conflict if the man who started it dies in the midst of it. Well, the Historian Club has somewhat of a mixed feeling towards the situation. On one hand, we have one half which foretells that this could lead to political chaos within Russia and would immediately stop the war in Ukraine. The other half remains convinced that the government would probably be more violent and hawkish, which means more trouble for Ukraine. Russia has some other cards up its sleeves as well. However, it is not evident how they will fare in the long shot. If one thing this war has taught us is the importance of allies, and that's Russia's biggest problem, the lack of allies. Russia only has a few allies, which include Iran, Belarus, and North Korea. They have been providing Russia with most of its weapons due to heavy sanctions, but it is not enough. However, there's still a critically key ally that can turn the scales heavily in Russia's favor: China. China is one of Russia's largest trading partners and has been instrumental instrumental in providing it with supplies ever since Russia came under Western sanctions. Some historians even deem that secretly, China wants Russia to win the war in Ukraine, thus kicking off an age of conquest, one mirroring China's plans regarding Taiwan. Another China, on paper, has repeatedly denied sending military equipment to Russia since Moscow's all-out invasion of Ukraine. Its actions are anything but. A senior advisor in President Vladimir Zelensky's office has told Reuters that Ukrainian forces are finding a growing number of components from China in Russian weapons used in Ukraine. The Pentagon also released a similar statement, commenting that Beijing has reportedly approved covert shipments of lethal aid to Russia disguised as civilian items. Looks like all those handshakes and talks of a no-limit friendship are finally paying off. By all accounts, Russia's battlefield resources are dwindling right now, and if the Pentagon reports are true, this could be a serious game changer in Russia's capacity to keep on the ongoing war. So, what happens if Russia gets the upper hand? Geomins points out that no deal offered by the Russians can be tenable, as any deal that will leave Russia in control of some Ukrainian territory will only be accepted by Ukraine if it is guaranteed brutal security in the future, and the only way to do that is through NATO. That in itself is ironic enough, as according to Putin, this is one of the reasons why he supposedly went to war with Ukraine, as the Ukrainians were eager to join NATO. So any promise that Putin makes or any settlement is just plain dubious. And let's not forget that Russia under Putin has never ended its wars at the negotiating table, and at best, it has frozen them, keeping its options open. Russia has shown zero interest in making concessions that would come close to the minimum requirements of Ukraine and its allies, as long as his military avoids total collapse, and he believes there is a chance of political charge in the West. Putin will likely keep sacrificing Russians to stay in the fight. However, there is a chance for negotiations to take place, but for that, Ukraine needs to win, or at least the negotiations must take place when they have significant leverage on the battlefield, but that comes with a fallacy of its own. While most of the world wants Ukraine to win in this good versus evil war, and Russia to be utterly defeated, a wide range of historians also have argued that Russia must not be humiliated by the resounding defeat in Ukraine. If Ukraine emerges victorious, one of the hardest things would be to treat Russia generously because of the anger of what Russia has done. More specifically, how the Russians have behaved in Ukraine, as the evidence of war crimes is just getting stronger and stronger all the time. But what Ukraine also needs to keep in mind is the fact that it shares a long border with Russia and doesn't want Russia to go into something like a breakdown of society, a failed state, or a civil war. Drawing parallels from the aftermath of the First World War, historian Margaret Macmillan cast a long shadow on the subject, expressing that with countries like Russia, there's this deep sense of visionist, and if they feel that they have been treated badly, the tendency would be to blame not their own leaders, but to the outside forces, which is what happened in Germany after the First World War. Although the Germans lost fair and square on the battlefield, a lot of Germans simply didn't accept, including, of course, the key members of the military who fostered this idea that Germany had been stabbed in the back by traitors at home and had not really lost on the battlefield. We all know how that played out. So if something similar happens to Russia, who knows what future chaos it can wreak on Ukraine. A lot is riding on the upcoming US presidential elections too.
Putin is the aggressor. Putin chose this war, and now he and his country will bear the consequences.
Presidential elections are rarely won or lost over foreign affairs, but in the early stages of the 2024 race for the White House, Ukraine has already become a potent issue on the campaign trail. While President Joe Biden insists he'll support Ukraine for as long as it takes, former President Donald Trump claims he'll end the war in one day as soon as he retakes office. Since the war began, the Biden administration and the US Congress have directed more than $75 billion in assistance to Ukraine, which includes humanitarian, financial, and military support. But now things could change, and if there's one man who can't wait for the results to come out, is our very own Vladimir Putin. Top historians are concerned that Putin is factoring the 2024 US presidential election into his Ukraine war planning in hopes that a loss by President Joe Biden next year will lead the US to curtail its support for Ukraine and improve Russia's negotiating position. And why wouldn't he? Of course, NATO, the West, and the European Union have all stepped up to help Ukraine, but if there's one country that has gone far and beyond, it's the United States. So the winner of the White House will set the tone for the NATO alliance backing Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky's government and help determine how much Western military assistance will get forward. So, to sum it up, here are a few ways how this war could end. The first and most obvious way for Ukraine to win would be for its armed forces to take back all the territory Russia has unlawfully seized since its first invasion in 2014, including Crimea. This would be a fantastic outcome, but if we're honest, we have to acknowledge that Ukraine may not achieve total military success in the next year or two, which could also turn it into a forever war. war. Also, in order to do so, a continued pipeline of all kinds of funds from the West is paramount. A second way is through diplomatic agreements. A military stalemate is indeed possible, and at some point negotiations with Russia will be needed to end this war, but Ukraine should start negotiating only when it is in the strongest possible position, and not be rushed into talks when Russia shows no interest in any settlement terms other than Ukraine's surrender. One way to do that is also with an armistice, a temporary agreement to cease military operations, but then again, it does not conclude the war decisively. Given the history between these two countries, in all likelihood, future conflicts will occur in the case of armistice. Fortunately, there is also a third possible way to satisfy the need for Ukrainian success and Russian failure without giving Putin the power to say no. Here's how it could work. If the US continues to provide the Ukrainian military with whatever it needs to advance as far as possible in its counteroffensive, Ukraine could declare a pause in offensive military operations and shift its primary focus to defending and rebuilding liberated areas. Then, at NATO's July 2024 summit in Washington, they can invite Ukraine to join the Western Alliance, guaranteeing the security of all territory controlled by the Ukrainian government at that point under Article 5 of the NATO treaty. This would mean that all the land Ukraine controlled at that time would be protected by NATO's rules. Offering Article 5 protection to Ukrainian territory in this fashion will be similar to the kind of protection NATO provided to the part called West Germany after the Second World War. This would be a defensive pact, meaning NATO would help Ukraine if someone attacks, but it doesn't mean they have to attack others for Ukraine. So tying Ukrainian NATO membership to such conditions would give Putin another incentive never to meet them. Gaining security within NATO as a strong, pluralistic, democratic state would be a big win for Ukrainians too, arguably as big as quickly regaining Crimea. It might make it possible for Ukraine's leader to focus on ways other than fighting to get back the parts of the country that Russia took through diplomacy or further sanctions to blockade and sabotage. Yes, Russian forces could try to go on the offensive again, but the likely futility of attacking fortified Ukrainian positions, now backed by the threat of NATO firepower, would be a strong deterrent. Meanwhile, sanctions on Russia would remain. Its economic and military strength would continue to erode, and there's nothing Putin could do but watch as his frozen assets abroad are drawn down to pay for Ukraine's reconstruction. If that's not a sweet revenge for Ukraine, then what is? Today's geopolitical world moves very fast, and it's pretty much impossible to keep up with all the news. That's why we launched Global Recaps, a geopolitical newsletter that covers world news in a quick and simple way. We send out an email directly to your inbox that covers the most important world news that you can read in less than 5 minutes. Best of all, it's completely free, and you can sign up now by using the link in the comments or link in our bio.
This is a drone that came to assassinate Putin at his home in the Kremlin. According to Russian officials, it came from Ukraine. In fact, it wasn't just one drone, according to Russia. Ukraine sent 2 drones, but fortunately the drones were downed with no victims or material damage to the Kremlin. Best of all, Putin wasn't even there, but official statesmen claim that this was an attempt on his life, and Russia now reserves the right to respond however they see fit. Here's how Ukraine responded to these allegations.
We don't attack Putin or Moscow.
So, in this video, let's go through the facts and figure out who's lying and why. We are about to uncover the darkest truth in this war. By the way, this would not be a business basics video without me asking for your likes. I work hard and fast on this news to get it out as quickly as possible. If you can just take a second to hit the like button below, it will really make my efforts worth it. Thank you.
Overseas now to a wild accusation in the war in Ukraine.
2 drones.
2 Ukrainian drones. A drone strike.
Drone attack. 2 drones attacked the Kremlin.
Russia hasn't provided evidence to support the claims, but says this was an assassination attempt.
We didn't attack Putin. We leave it to tribunal.
Here's what we know. At 2:37 a.m. local time on Wednesday, a video appeared in a Telegram channel showing smoke rising from the Kremlin. Then roughly 12 hours later, a report came out that 2 drones struck inside the Kremlin roughly 15 minutes apart. The first drone was spotted over the Kremlin at 2:27 a.m. Moscow time. It exploded over the Senate Palace and the palace's roof was set on fire. The second drone struck at 2:43 a.m. According to the Kremlin, its military acted timely to shoot down the drones. And looking at images, we can see burn scars on the dome. We know these were unmanned drones, and we know no material harm or damage was caused by either drone. Russian state media has posted a photograph of what it said was the crashed device, which appeared to resemble a Ukrainian-made UJ-22 attack drone, a relatively small and versatile drone with the ability to fly through poor weather and travel up to 500 miles, or about 800 kilometers. Coincidentally, the shortest distance between Ukraine and the Kremlin is around 280 miles, or about 450 kilometers, falling within the range of the drones seen in the photo. But it's unclear where or when the photo of the crashed drone was taken. I personally would take this photo with a grain of salt, since Russia has not made any evidence public that supports their claim. Nevertheless, the Kremlin press service called the drone attack an attempt on the president's life and a terrorist act. And they said that Russia reserves the right to take retaliatory measures where and when it sees fit. Ever since the drone attack, Russia has increased security in the Kremlin and put anti-missile weapons on the roofs of the building. Here's a live tweet. As I just discussed, the Kremlin was quick to blame Ukraine for this attack, which is reasonable, I would say. Russia does have an extensive list of enemies, but it's not hard to argue that Ukraine would be at the top of that list. The only problem with the accusation is that Russia didn't provide any evidence to support their claim. But the claim itself has many holes, and I'll get into that in just a second. The story just doesn't line up. But that didn't stop the Kremlin from sending a message to Ukraine. Shortly after the Kremlin issued its statement, air raid alarms wailed across Kyiv, signaling a possible strike from Russia. Ukraine's President Zelensky has categorically denied having any involvement with this attack.
You know, I can repeat this message, and I think it will at least will be understandable for everybody. We don't attack Putin or Moscow. We fight on our territory. We are defending our villages and cities. We don't have, enough weapon for this. That's why we don't use it anywhere. For us, that is the deficit. We can't spend it. And we didn't attack Putin. We leave it to tribunal.
This is a first for Ukraine, because in the past, when attacks have happened on Russian soil, Ukraine had been purposefully ambiguous about their involvement. But this time, it's a clear denial. Even U.S. Senator Mark Warner, chair of the Senate Intelligence Committee, said that there is no indication yet that Ukraine is behind the alleged drone strike on the Kremlin. Besides Mr. Zelensky, other Ukrainian officials also categorically denied Russia's claim. An advisor to Mr. Zelensky suggested in a statement to the New York Times that Russia would use the claim to launch a large-scale terrorist provocation against Ukraine in the coming days. So let's now get into that accusation and the holes in the story that Russia is selling. Russia has said that Ukraine is behind this attack. Now let's take a look at that theory for a second. There's two possible ways Ukrainians could have pulled this off. First, this drone came from Ukraine, traveled across Russian territory, and then exploded over the Kremlin. I'm in no way a military expert, I'm just a small YouTuber begging you guys to hit the like button, and even I can see that this is a little far-fetched. How could a country that's at war not notice two drones flying from enemy territory and then fly more than 200 miles into Russia and then get that close to the Kremlin? Yeah, this is either not true or a huge embarrassment for Russian defense forces. Moving on to the second possible way Ukraine could have carried out this attack, it could have been Ukraine has a team in Moscow and they're the ones who did it. This is a reasonable assumption, but the only issue is that according to US intelligence, Ukrainians are pretty good at tracking Putin, and they definitely knew Putin wasn't in the building. Now, attacking an official building in the Kremlin definitely sends a bold message to Russians that they're not untouchable, even in Russia, because of a war that Putin started. But it's not a strong reason for Ukrainians to purposely attack an empty building at night because it only hurts their position with NATO when it comes to requesting more aid for their defense. The risk-reward just doesn't make any sense. Sure, they can send a message to Russians, but in return, they can lose out on the help that's keeping them standing. And that's what I mean when I say the Russian story doesn't line up. It's full of holes. Again, I'm not saying there's not a chance Ukrainians didn't do it, but if Russians want everyone to believe their version, they need to share more evidence. Otherwise, this seems more like something Russians did, just to use as an excuse to launch something dramatic against Ukraine. In fact, there are several reasons to believe this story that have been put forth by Ukrainian officials. First, an attack on the Kremlin would give Putin the rationalization he's been seeking for some kind of dramatic and murderous action that might not make much military sense, but that would destabilize Ukraine and unsettle the world on the eve of a major Ukrainian counteroffensive. Faking a drone attack would fit into the long-standing Russian affinity for false flag operations. In fact, the series of apartment bombings in Russia in 1999 was used as an excuse by Putin to launch a brutal war against Chechnya. Later info came out proving that the apartment bombings were most likely set up by the Russian Secret Service as a false flag for their plans. This drone strike kinda looks like the same play. So now, the question is, how will Russia respond? Uncertainty is always frustrating, especially when it comes to future-defining events like the war in Ukraine. And despite having the best tools in history for acquiring information, at this point, we are still far away from even knowing whether China will help Russia with heavy weapons, let alone predicting the outcome of the entire war. It's easy to see why attempts to clear up the uncertainty attracts a lot of public attention. Daily updates on the Russian losses and the deep state map are just two examples of information sources that are very popular because of providing precise information, and maybe even too influential for what they are. Despite the fog of war, no pun intended, there are at least two things we know for sure. One, this war isn't going as intended by the Russians. And two, they don't seem to mind this. Seems like losing hundreds of soldiers every day isn't that big of an issue to Putin, as terrifying as that sounds. But this rate of losses is still not sustainable by any metric imaginable. So what really makes this guy so confident about this rather grim strategy? Does Russia really have enough soldiers for this? As I've said before, covering war topics is a risky move on YouTube, but I've continued doing so because of your guys' support. This is me asking, once again, to please hit that like button below, because that helps out the video a lot in terms of the algorithm, which isn't really a fan of war videos.
Ukraine has issued a nationwide air alert just hours after Russia launched a wave of airstrikes.
Ukraine is gearing up for a counter-offensive. The defense minister there is saying that preparations are almost complete.
Comments this morning from Ukraine's defense minister, Alexander Reznikov, saying that preparations for the counter-offensive are coming to an end.
It remains unclear exactly when this counter-offensive may begin.
We have seen some real difficulty in terms of the recruiting and training across the Russian military, and it would essentially mean you've got some sort of rebellion going on inside the Russian military.
There are many things that Russia is spending unsustainably, including soldiers, money, missiles, and occasionally, even ships. On some of these, we can at least get a rough estimate. For some types of weapons, the information wasn't even classified until the war started, and from then it's relatively straightforward. They shoot a missile, you decrease the number by 1. They produce a missile, you increase the number by 1. But when we try to estimate the number of people that can go to war, it's different. All the numbers needed to do the calculations seem to be here, but for some reason nobody knows even roughly how many soldiers Russia can send into this war zone. And no, you cannot just take the size of the army. On one hand, most of its branches just cannot be used in this war. And on the other, mobilization is a thing. On top of that, Russia really likes doing partial or covert mobilization, which complicates everything even further. So, unfortunately, the real number is in a black box. However, we can still look at what comes in and out of this box to at least understand what the trends are. The first number that definitely travels through this box is the entire population of Russia. It's 3 times that of Ukraine. But just like in Ukraine, it's not stable. At first glance, this population chart doesn't really look that bad. Sure, there was a decline, but in 2010 it started growing and only plateaued after 2015. Except, the more you go into the details, the uglier it gets. First, this spike after 2014 is there because of Crimea, which Russia annexed almost overnight without really fighting, and the Donbas region, which was the most densely populated area in Ukraine before the war started. The Russian land grab truly made a difference. Then we can look at the balance of migration and natural population change. This chart clearly shows that for the last 3 decades, there wasn't a single year when Russia consistently had more births than deaths. And this natural decline was only canceled out by immigration. And there's more. This net positive immigration was only sustainable by an inflow of people from former Soviet republics looking for job opportunities. And by only, I really mean that over 95% of all immigrants came from these countries. And after the beginning of the war in Ukraine, this net immigration might be pretty difficult to maintain. But what about emigration? Well, here's a map of how many ethnic Russians there are in each country of the world. At the top of the list, we have Ukraine and Kazakhstan, which is, well, it's pretty understandable considering they are former parts of the Russian Empire, which tried really hard to make its entire territory evenly settled with ethnic Russians. In third place, quite surprisingly, we have the United States of America. I guess the West isn't that bad after all. Then there's Brazil, then Germany, and only then Belarus. While the Russians in South America can be a topic for an entirely new video, the Russians in North America and Europe are a strong indicator of what is often called brain drain. While low-skilled Ukrainians and Uzbeks look for better wages and life conditions closer to Moscow, high-skilled Russians went to the US for basically the same reason. Russia is losing the war for brains, and the war for land in Ukraine certainly doesn't help. An estimated 1 million Russians have fled the country since the start of the war, mostly afraid of mobilization. And yes, we are talking about mobilizing the population for a war and somehow ended up talking about the brain drain. These two activities don't relate to each other all that much. They even have different target audiences. While highly educated professional workers flee abroad, young, unskilled men can still be mobilized. They just can't afford to leave. So that's how you build a strong army. You just keep your people poor so that they can't flee from mobilization, right? Well, it doesn't seem like that's really the case. You see, a modern Russian battalion tactical group is not just 600 to 800 personnel. To be fully operational, it should also have this much hardware. And this is the stuff you can't just grab from the streets. You have to build it. And to do that, you need to have professional labor to maintain the facilities. This is where it gets pretty painful for the Russians, because no matter how many soldiers you can mobilize, sooner or later you will start using tanks from the 40s and 50s for these soldiers. And judging by these nice-looking T-54s and T-55s, it's not sooner or later, it's literally just now. When speaking of things that the Russians can't produce substantially, it's not only humans and tanks, it's missiles, and all types of armored vehicles, fighter jets, and of course, battleships. And while the hardware for the Russian army can be rebuilt in a decade or two, the tens of thousands of soldiers, they're not coming back. Not only in the sense that human life is priceless, but also literally. The former size of the population will never be restored. Despite that, the Russians don't seem to care all that much. From their point of view, the war in Ukraine is a here and now experience. We just have to survive as a country till China provides military support. We just have to survive till the West gets tired of the war. We just have to flood Ukraine with more soldiers than they have bullets for some time, and then it will get better. What could possibly go wrong? As frightening as that may sound, that makes perfect sense if we look into how Russia has been fighting wars for the last couple of centuries. First, they try to perform a sick blitzkrieg show with minimal losses. If it works, good. That's what happened in Crimea in 2014, in Georgia in 2008, and basically the entirety of Siberia all the way back to the 17th and 18th centuries. If it doesn't work, Russia either gives up, in the case that they don't care that much, or they enter the second phase, which is trying to get an advantage by shelling and bombing just everything. If this works, good. This succeeded fully in Chechnya in the year 2000, and to some extent in Syria in 2016. There's a caveat though. This option has only become available in the last century, because air and artillery supremacy can only be achieved by modern armies backed by industrial superpowers, with the condition that the opposing army needs to have no capability of countering this. And today's armed forces of Ukraine, well, they definitely have that capability. As a result of unprecedented support from the West and incentive tactics, combined with unironically stellar performance of energy infrastructure technicians, Russia can only inflict limited damage through the bombing strategy, which even allowed Ukraine to stage a couple of counteroffensives. And this is not a war where Russia can just retreat. Sure, from our perspective, it would make perfect sense, but from Putin's standpoint, this would mean admitting that starting the war in the first place wasn't worth it. Curiously enough, not a single war in the last century ended with a Russian defeat after Phase 2 tactics didn't work. Technically speaking, the First Chechenian War is the odd one out, but it really isn't. So, with a Russian retreat not really being an option, we enter Phase 3, mass self-destruction. The concept is pretty simple. You mobilize tons of people, you send them to the front lines, and then you overwhelm your opponent that simply doesn't have enough population to create a comparable army. It doesn't matter if your soldiers have rifles from the 60s, they can still shoot. It doesn't matter if they have tanks from the 50s, they can still shell. It doesn't matter. Unless it does. You see, the two most recent wars involving Russia where Phase 3 strategy was used are the Winter War and another part of World War II that the Russians called the Great Patriotic War. The latter, in case you didn't know, refers to the part of World War II where the Soviets were on the good side, starting in June 1941 when the Germans invaded the Soviet Union. But back then, the Russians were in quite a different position. The first and most obvious one is that they were on the defense and they were fighting against total occupation. So they could just retreat into their vast and sparsely populated territory as much as they wanted. And on top of that, the morale was orders of magnitude higher. The second advantage is also rather obvious. The Germans weren't only fighting against the Russians. On this map from June of 1941, the Soviet Union and its allies are red, and the Western allies are blue. This doesn't even include the US, which started its Lend-Lease deliveries in October of that year. We don't know precisely how much the foreign support helped the Soviets, but let's just mention that the Americans delivered this much, and the British this much. I think it's safe to say that Russia can't clearly count on that today. But here's something a lot more important. Foreign aid only accounted for a part of the total Soviet hardware, maybe not even a fourth of it. All the Russian equipment we are seeing right now is at best a modernized version of a Soviet design, and at worst, outright produced in the times of the Soviet Union. In the 1940s, they were producing a staggering 10,000 tanks every year. Now this number is at most a 40th of that, and 1/7 of visually confirmed losses in the first year of the invasion. That's just tanks. You get the idea. No matter how many soldiers Russia mobilizes, power multipliers, such as tanks, will eventually run out and deny Russia any offensive capabilities. Now, let's look at the Winter War between the Soviet Union and Finland, which at first glance makes the current war in Ukraine seem like a mirror copy. Here's some anti-Finnish propaganda that the Soviets made in 1939. We are going to Finland not as conquerors, but as friends and liberators of the Finnish people from the oppression of the landlords and capitalists. We are not going against the Finnish people, but against the Kajander's government, which is oppressing the Finnish people and provoking a war with the USSR. This was over 80 years ago, by the way. Not only that, Finland was also a smaller country, It also received military aid from the Allies, and it also has similar geographic features, with flat areas along the entire border. The war was also intended to be quickly finished by the Soviets, and when that didn't work out, the Soviets started bombing civilian infrastructure, which was not successful at all. Then they followed by flooding Finland with tens of thousands of poorly equipped soldiers and suffered great losses. Wow. But luckily for Ukraine, that's where the similarities end, and the overlooked details start. One of these details is actually not even that hard to notice. It's the population difference. In 1939, the Soviet Union had 46 times the population of Finland. In 2022, Russia has 3.5 times the population of Ukraine. Yeah, you see the issue there? Another difference is the casualties. The highest estimates of Russian losses during the entire Winter War roughly equate to what they have already lost in Ukraine as of April of 2023. This is disastrous for them, considering what the last 80 years did to Russian weapon manufacturing and demographics, which was mentioned earlier. And the last nail in the coffin is that right now, Ukraine receives a lot more foreign aid than Finland did in 1939, with aircraft being the only exception to date. With that said, it's really hard to believe that the outcome of this war will be similar to what the Finns had to agree with in 1939. So, the question is, what is Russia doing about this? China isn't gonna help anytime soon, because it wouldn't fit into their pursued image of the world's biggest advocate for peace. We've seen contributions from Iran, but they don't seem to have turned the tide in Russia's favor. What's even worse is that from now on, it won't even be able to mobilize people in the freshly occupied territories. There's just not going to be any people in these endless piles of rubble. There are only two options available. It's either luring people into the army with money, or just grabbing them from the streets. You might have seen some of the advertisements for the Russian army, according to which you can pull yourself out of poverty if you join the military. And it's hard to say whether these were successful, but at least they indicate an interesting dynamic. In 2014, these ads were different. They were badass clips about pushing your limits and overcoming feelings to become the most manly, brutal warriors imaginable. And now it's all about being able to buy sausage for breakfast. I mean, you have to appeal to the target audience somehow, and if your target audience is poor Russian men, it's no use persuading them to die like a man or defend your homeland outside of your homeland. They just don't care, unless they're desperate. So, mobilization it is. Except you can't even do that to the full extent. Because as the Kremlin is concerned, nobody is more dangerous to Russia than Russians themselves. Nobody is going to attack their giant nuclear country from the outside, so the only people who can change the government are those on the inside. Putin is being extremely cautious, and to some extent, even paranoid about this. When building a bridge, you have to make sure that it can withstand multiple times the normal pressure from the cars that are passing through. When mobilizing men for war, you have to make sure you can easily suppress any protests against it. That's why the Russian government is so afraid of publicly announcing general mobilization. Not to mention, they don't want another couple of million people to just flee the country. But, as dire as the situation is for Russia, a victory is by no means easy to achieve for Ukraine. While a general mobilization in Russia is unlikely to start in the near future, nothing stops it from recruiting in the occupied regions, or doing it covertly. The total numbers here are incredibly hard to imagine. But Russia's Minister of Defense stated that last year, around 300,000 people were conscripted. Did he lie to intimidate Ukraine with a big number? Did he lie to calm down his nation with a small number? Did he tell the truth? We can't tell, unfortunately. We also can't tell whether this includes numbers from occupied regions. There is truly an ungodly amount of uncertainty here. At least we know one thing, which is that throughout the entire first year of the full-scale war, The Russians were trying to scare everyone with an enormous second wave of the invasion, which they never managed to pull off. Another reason why this war is far from being a walk in the park for the Ukrainians is that a lot of the Russian problems apply to their country as well. This dent in the population pyramid is honestly terrifying. And where Russia gained from the occupied regions, Ukraine lost. The brain drain has also heavily affected the country, with thousands of university graduates seeking higher-paying jobs outside of Ukraine. All in all, while the nation has enough power to defend its very existence, every loss on the battlefield makes the future a harder time. But in desperate situations, desperate unity is born. With an existential threat visible to every citizen, Ukraine's morale remains sky high. And with a cruel dictatorship having invaded its neighbor for no acceptable reason, foreign support remains unwavering. In the long term, deep scars will be left on Ukraine's face. But here and now, it has every chance of surviving this devastating war. And we have every capability to help them emerge victorious. If you guys remember earlier, I mentioned that Russia is running out of tanks. This is actually a very big problem for the Kremlin, and a big headache for Putin. If you want to learn more about the true impact of these issues on the war, you can check out my video on my new channel, Basics Daily. There I publish daily videos covering important geopolitical news in a concise manner. So please, show some support and check out the new channel. The list of Russia's allies was short to begin with, and now it's getting shorter. One by one, Putin is losing friends that he thought he could depend on in times of need. Slowly, he's realizing that starting a war against Ukraine was a big mistake. And it might be his last mistake ever.
Fierce fighting is ramping up in eastern Ukraine.
It's been the most prolonged battle of the war and costly for both sides.
Taking into account the historically minimal unemployment rate of 3.5% in the country, there are simply not enough workers in many areas.
The Russian offensive had fits and starts, and it has not achieved the momentum and success that they expected it to achieve.
Ukraine is gearing up for a counteroffensive. The defense minister there is saying that preparations are almost complete, and according to NATO, Ukraine's allies have delivered 98% of the combat vehicles they promised.
Let's start from the beginning. When the war started back in 2022, it seemed the whole world condemned and sanctioned Russia for disturbing the peace. But no matter what musicians want you to believe, the whole world isn't just the West. I just wanted to get that joke in here to lighten the mood a bit. Coming back to the topic at hand. There were still a few nations at the beginning of the war that supported Russia, whether it be directly or indirectly. During a UN vote back in early 2022, 141 countries voted in favor of ending the war and forcing Russia to immediately, completely, and unconditionally withdraw its military forces from Ukraine. While 4 countries directly supported Russia's senseless violence by voting against this resolution. These countries were Belarus, Eritrea, North Korea, and Syria. More importantly, 35 countries decided to not side with the West and abstained from the vote. These included superpowers like China, India, Pakistan, and Vietnam. Even some countries that voted in favor of the resolution, like Serbia and Turkey, decided to not completely partake in the sanctions against Russia. In fact, 2/3 of the world's population lived in countries that were either neutral or Russia-leaning at the start of the war. But like I said, that was the start of the war. Now, though, things are different. Many of these countries have changed their tune and are not so friendly with Russia and Putin. So in this video, let's go over what changed and why Putin is looking for allies left and right. Before I jump in, just a quick reminder to please hit that like button below. I can't thank you guys enough for all the support in recent videos, and your likes made a huge difference in the algorithm. And this pushes YouTube to serve my videos to more people. So please, take a second and hit the like button below. Thank you. Let's start with India. At the beginning, India abstained from voting in the UN vote. On top of that, India did not support the West's package of sanctions and had continued trading with Russia. In fact, India and China were the main trading partners with Russia, which helped Putin weather the blow of the Western sanctions. But later in 2022, at the G20 summit, China and India started to distance themselves from Russia. Narendra Modi, the Indian Prime Minister, and Xi Jinping, the President of China, both voiced concern about the war. We could also hear Modi telling Putin, and I quote, "Today's era is not of war." Coming into 2023, India has continued to deal with Russia when it comes to buying oil, but it hasn't been the bestest of friends. When the West announced the price cap on Russian energy sales, India made sure to not breach Western sanctions of $60 per barrel when trading with Russia. So it seems like India isn't ready to ditch Russia yet, but it has started to lay the groundwork for a future betrayal. Which is not good news for Putin. But right now, it doesn't seem like he has time to worry about India distancing itself, because other countries like Serbia are moving much faster when it comes to pushing away Russia. At the beginning of the war, many considered Serbia to be one of the closest allies of Russia. It wasn't just the Serbian leaders who were supporting Russia. Serbian citizens had pro-Russia rallies in Serbia when the West announced sanctions on the country. Serbian leaders publicly blamed NATO for the war, not Russia. Which is a little odd, but we'll get to the true reason behind that in just a second. But all this public support from Serbia and Serbians made sense, since Russia and Serbia share close historic ties, and citizens often refer to each other as brothers. Additionally, Serbia hates NATO as well, much like Russia. When Kosovo broke away from Serbia and became an independent state, NATO sided with Kosovo, which, of course, didn't please Serbia. So that saying, "an enemy of my enemy is my friend," played a role too in Serbia's support of Russia against NATO. So obviously Serbia didn't follow Western sanctions against Russia, and they continued buying Russian oil at that sweet, sweet discount. But all of this friendliness started to change when the Serbian president made a surprisingly strong statement saying, "We said from the beginning that we cannot support Russia's invasion of Ukraine. For us, Crimea is Ukraine. Donbas is Ukraine. It will remain so." That's because Putin used the UN recognition of Kosovo independence referendum to make his case for recognizing Ukrainian cities captured by Russia as part of Russia, since people there, quote-unquote, voted to join Russia. The integrity and fairness of that referendum is already in question, but this statement definitely did not please Serbians who felt betrayed by Putin's indirect recognition of Kosovo as an independent state. And thus, Serbia-Russia relations started to fall apart. On top of this, Serbia is much more dependent on EU for trade than Russia, and it receives substantial funding from the EU, so it makes sense that Russia is losing the war it started. Serbia is siding with the group that benefits its people the most. Talking about funding, another country that recently betrayed Putin because of EU funding is Hungary. Hungary, which has been in support of Russia and against the Western sanctions from the start, is now all of a sudden reconsidering their position with Russia. The reason behind this is clear as day. Hungary wants EU funding, and the easiest way to get it is to support the side the EU wants you to support. By the way, if you want to support the channel and learn how you can grow a YouTube channel of your very own without showing your face, you can't see it right now, but I'm pointing at my face, be sure to check out the video down below or up in the cards. In the video, I talk about how right now is the biggest opportunity to start a channel. And I also show details about my program that I created for people who are interested in starting their own channel in 2023. All right, sorry about the tangent. Let's get back to the video. Another country that shockingly made a U-turn on its support of Russia is Turkey. Much like previously talked about countries, initially Turkey defied Western sanctions. In fact, Turkey had emerged as one of the havens for Russian wealth and a center for sourcing goods over the past year, benefiting from the personal relationship between Putin and President Erdogan. Turkey's exports to Russia rose to $9.3 billion in 2022, from $5.8 billion just a year earlier. But then, out of nowhere, Turkey abruptly stopped the transit of sanctioned goods to Russia last month, as the European Union and the US pressure allies to support measures imposed over President Vladimir Putin's invasion of Ukraine. The government ordered a halt of transit of such goods via Turkey from March 1st in compliance with sanctions, leaving Russia with one less ally they can depend on. Even with the allies Russia does have left, Putin can't expect much. China has refused to supply arms or funding to Russia to continue this war. Pakistan, on the other hand, has supplied Ukraine with weapons to continue its defense in the war. Experts believe Pakistan's move was most likely done in close cooperation with the USA. So it seems like, as Russia is falling behind in this war, Putin is once again reminded of a famous truth. When it comes to geopolitics, there are no permanent friends or enemies, only permanent interests. Let's talk about globalization.
A new year and a new start. The world's largest single market has now opened, enabling all but one of the 54 nations to begin trading.
From South Korea and the United States, we'll discuss ways to strengthen economic alliances within the technological industry.
The move aims to help developing countries and counter China's drive to exert influence in emerging economies through large-scale investments.
The use of the currencies of friendly countries is going to increase dramatically.
The last few decades have seen the rise of global trade and international partnerships on a level never before seen in the world. As globalization has taken its place in the world, it has allowed for an interconnected system that truly can be called a global village. Even now, as you watch this video, you might be sipping on coffee grown in Brazil, wearing a shirt stitched in Cambodia, while viewing this very video on a phone made in China. All this while you're settling in Texas, in the United States. We've become used to this way of life, and often we think nothing of it. But that just goes to show how globalization has taken root in our lives. All that, however, is about to end. In this video, I'll talk about why globalization is ending, what's causing it, and whether that's an entirely bad thing or not. So get your Brazilian coffee, increase the volume on your Korean-made device, and let's go. As we talk about how globalization is ending, help me end the bot's dominance in the comment section by throwing a quick like on this video. These take a lot of effort to make, and it's often discouraging when bots minimize the reach and the effort that we put in. Your likes help me in correcting that injustice. Okay, on to international news. The first thing I'm going to do, just so that we're all up to speed, is to explain what globalization is and what it entails. Well, to put it simply, globalization is the word used to describe the growing interdependence of the world's economies, cultures, and populations. This is brought about by cross-border trade in goods and services, technology, and flows of investment, people, and information. Basically, countries the world over have built economic partnerships to facilitate these movements over many, many years. And this entire global interconnected network of that flow is globalization. Through this process, the geographic, cultural, economic, and institutional distance between countries seems to shrink as everything becomes this huge mesh, a global village, if you will. That's why you can be in Miami enjoying food made in Lagos, Nigeria, or you can be in Mexico using gadgets made in Taiwan. That is what globalization is all about. Since time immemorial, humans have always sought different places to assimilate goods and cultures with their own. Think of Christopher Columbus's quote-unquote adventures, Marco Polo, and the famous Chinese Silk Road. All these are testaments of man's desire to seek far places and riches that those places have. With the advent of steamships, railroads, the telegraph, and other technological breakthroughs, globalization started to take form, and we saw an increase in economic cooperation among countries. Where globalization really took form was after the Second World War, when the United States and its Navy's prowess led efforts to revive international trade and investment under a new world order. With the US guarding the seas and structuring international trade better under new negotiated ground rules, globalization began to take shape in the new form that it is today. A seamless world that is full of seamless integration. The idea was, and still is, to create a better world with countries seeking to cooperate with one another to promote prosperity and peace. If each nation brings what it offers to the table, the globe becomes an open market, where goods, services, and resources are traded in an open and free market. This has worked for decades, resulting in nations becoming richer and benefiting massively from it. Nations like China and India have emerged as unprecedented winners of globalization, improving their economies and world standing significantly. In fact, China has become the world's factory. with almost anything and everything that is globally made passing through Chinese hands at some point. Yes, that includes those denim jeans you're actually wearing right now. But the question is, why is globalization ending if it seems as good as it does right now? Well, that's the juicy part.
The two leaders issued a joint statement on Tuesday calling for responsible dialogue to end the war in Ukraine.
The yuan ruble trade exceeded the ruble dollar trade for the first time ever.
Beijing described this relationship as at its highest level ever.
China is standing with Russia to offer a world order as an alternative to an order that is defined by and manipulated by the United States.
When globalization came into effect under America's watchful eye in the late 1940s going on, America decided who joined the club. The US would allow any country to participate in trade and commerce only if they renounced ties with the then Soviet Union. Remember, this was when the Cold War started. Over time, this limitation was removed as diplomatic relations started to take shape. However, in recent times, the aggression that Russia has brought out when it comes to Ukraine has revived that old battle again, and sides have been taken again. What makes it worse is that, unlike in the 1940s, there's another major superpower also at play: China. One of the primary factors that is bringing an end to globalization is geopolitics and the threat of war that it harbors. It seems as if the West is calling to decouple from China and Russia, and ultimately this will lead to the fragmentation of the globe in terms of trade and financial flows, as various nations will have to pick sides. So, alright, let me back up and explain it a bit more. Do you remember this?
And in some respects, the way that the war in Ukraine has gone and Russia's subjection to sanctions means that Russia's economic fate is sealed.
The EU wants to cap how much it pays for gas from Russia. Putin says if that happens, he'll cut them off completely and, in his words, freeze them.
Countries are being forced to choose sides. And then there's the issue of sanctions on Russia. Are they working?
But what this has triggered is a global realignment within the context with which Russia's quote-unquote pivot to Asia is happening.
After Russia invaded Ukraine in 2022 and began what has been a long and devastating war, the West saw it fit to cut Russia off to avoid indirectly financing Putin's war machine. This was the beginning of the end of globalization. You see, Russia was a major player in this game, with Russia exporting massive amounts of energy and liquefied gas to Europe. On top of that, Russia is a major exporter of grains and vegetable oils, among many other things. By eliminating Russia from the global markets, despite its necessity of it, had a heavy impact on the globe. Europe struggled, and is still struggling, with having other sources of gas and oil, and even globally the effects were felt. A lot of European countries and first world nations of the highest order started to face energy problems to the point of rationing power. Even the almighty USA was not exempt from the challenges as it faced increased fuel prices. From January to June of 2022, the prices of regular motor gasoline rose by 49%, and the price of diesel fuel rose slightly more than 55%. This was a result of the energy restrictions that had been placed on Russia. Because the world was being deprived of Russian energy, the entire globe was punished. But that wasn't all. Food prices skyrocketed as well, and more sanctions were placed on Russia. That is the challenge that comes with globalization. Certain countries and regions become so reliant on others that if something happens to one cog in the wheel, the entire system crashes and burns. That's why continents and territories tens of thousands of miles away from the actual conflict could still feel the effect of the Ukrainian war. Now, please don't misconstrue me as someone who's minimizing Ukraine's plight to the additional cost of wheat on the global market. No. I am highlighting how Russia's sanctions and Ukraine's limitations affected the entire world. Now that Russia is fully immersed in this war, whichever country allies with Russia is exposed to facing the very same consequences that Russia is facing right now. Belarus is one such example. Having aided Russia in this war, the West has cut them off from global trade because of where they chose to lay their allegiances. The scariest of the allies is China, who has repeatedly shown support to Russia in all but military means. Recently, I even made a video of how President Xi Jinping traveled to Moscow to meet with Putin to discuss trade and peace, but mainly trade. I'll put the link in the description below. Its support of Russia has been noted by the West, and China has even been threatened with sanctions if they aid Russia. US President Joe Biden warned about the implications and consequences if China provides material support to Russia. China's somewhat defiant response rejected sweeping and indiscriminate sanctions as dangerous for the world economy, something that can be likened to opening Pandora's box. As bad as the effects are that came with Russia being forcefully booted out of the globalization chat room, doing so to China would have untold ramifications. China is one of, if not, the most central player in the global economy. Because of its cheap labor, factories, and manufacturing industry, China is very hard to remove from the global economy without exerting massive pain on everyone, even more so than Russia did. Most products from clothing to tech products pass through China, and that is not an industry that can be replaced overnight. China and China's zero COVID policy taught us that painful lesson. When China shut its doors during the COVID era, the world ground to a halt. Many companies that had factories in China were not able to move past that, as supply lines were cut and everything ground to a halt. Now that China and Russia are creating a front against the US and the West, well, this creates a problem. We are starting to see a fractured and divided world that is pitting the US and their allies against China and Russia and their allies. The dangerous part is such a situation has no winners, just disruptions that will cause more inconveniences and problems for everyone. Geopolitics is one of the major reasons why globalization is coming to an end. With various nations aligning themselves with others, what used to be a cohesive, inclusive system of trade and partnership becomes a fractured mess that will result in individualism over team play. We have not yet reached that breaking point, but the fractures are showing, and the catalysts are ready to be triggered. As horrible as it truly is just a matter of time. That's not the only reason why globalization is facing its end, though. There's more.
The 30-year-old South Korea-China ties have been tight enough to bump up their trade volume by nearly 50 times.
Now, China is the continent's largest trading partner, but Africa exports way less to China than China exports to Africa.
The African countries in particular are unable to extract from their relationship with China.
2021, the two countries signed a 25-year pact that Iran has yet to see any benefits out of.
As beneficial as globalization has been, it has also been bad for the world economy because of uneven development and the exploitation of resources from underdeveloped countries to developed ones. I will explain all of this in just a second. I'll also explain how globalization may be dragging America down and why it's lost its favor. All right, stay with me. Much of modern globalization has resulted in uneven development globally. Where true globalization is supposed to benefit all nations that come into the marketplace, the modern version of globalization has the rich becoming richer and the poorer nations becoming poorer. Where development exists, it is simply not relative to the development occurring in the developed world. The roots of this might be the fact that the modern concept of globalization has roots that come from the European colonization of Latin America, Africa, and India. As such, much like the fashion that existed then, where major world powers such as England and Spain took advantage of the abundance of resources found in new territories, we have that happening again. What we call globalization in most parts is simply exploitation. Underdeveloped countries are being exploited to the benefit of large and more stable countries, creating a poor path dependency. Don't take my word for it. Hear it from Andre Gunder Frank, who wrote about it in The Development of the Underdeveloped. In his writings, he said that the current underdeveloped state of Latin America is a direct result of capitalist development. He explains that as capitalism spread in Latin America, it only benefited the major countries. meaning that during colonization, countries like Brazil benefited from having a trade relationship with their colonizers. Core countries rely on underdeveloped countries for cheap labor and raw materials. For example, the coffee trade was a major factor in boosting Brazil's economy during colonization. However, shortly after its small economic success, Brazil faced a severe economic decline. This is because during colonization, Brazil had a stable trade with European countries. However, when Brazil was on its own, it could not sustain the small economy it had built. As a result of this, Brazil's path dependency has prevented the economy from growing. Brazil was exploited to benefit European countries, and when the core countries brought their trade elsewhere, it had negative and long-lasting impact on Brazil's economy. What this simply shows is that globalization is bad for the global economy, because it puts developing countries on a poor economic path from which they cannot easily change, leaving the underdeveloped countries unable to develop. It's like creating a reliance where your growth is capped. You can only do well up to a point, and then after that, you can't go any further. You can even see it today. Many African nations are in a debt trap to China in the name of globalization. These deals are simply structured in a way that the larger economies get the most, if not all, of the benefits, and the poorer economies are grateful for the scraps that they get. And not being grateful for this exploitation has its own punishments that come with it. As a tagline for this part of the video, we can simply say that globalization has fully encouraged developed countries to exploit the resources in underdeveloped countries, resulting in uneven development across the globe. Take that for a headline, as long as it is. But the problems with globalization are not always played out on the international stage. Sometimes looking inwards at the economies themselves shows the loopholes in this system. Let's take a look at the USA as an example of this.
We're talking about jobs and a major hiring crisis. It's a problem, really.
American manufacturing workers lost 2 million jobs.
Nothing like this has ever happened before.
But since 2006, it's really changed a lot in manufacturing.
A record high 4.5 million people leaving their jobs in November.
Every job lost to trade with China, there were 150 other jobs lost by American workers.
Let me start you off with an interesting fact, just to give you some perspective. In 1960, an average American household spent over 10% of its income on clothing and shoes, equivalent to roughly $4,000 today. The average person then bought fewer than 25 garments each year, and about 95% of those clothes were made in the United States. Moving on to today, the average American household spends less than 3.5% of its budget on clothing and shoes, under $1,800. Yet the shocking thing is that we buy way more clothes than we ever did in the past, about 70 pieces of clothing per person. This is almost thrice the consumption. But here's the stunning fact. Out of these purchases, only about 2% of this clothing is actually made in the United States, thanks to the offshoring and globalization that took hold in the mid-1980s. Increased consumption that could be benefiting the US has become null and void. Take a drive around and you'll see industrial centers up and down America's eastern seaboard and across the South that have become ghost towns, as factories have emptied and employees have filed for unemployment. What I'm simply saying is this. If the past couple of years have proven a trend, it is that America is losing jobs to the global market. And to be more specific, America is losing manufacturing jobs to the global market. Due to the cheap labor and materials overseas, particularly in places like China, most factories that are in the homeland are being closed down in favor of just making products abroad. Where a company has to pay for building a factory and pay an expensive minimum wage in the United States, they would much rather reduce their overheads by going to China, where everything is simply cheaper, and would help them save millions if not billions of dollars. Well, because of this shift in manufacturing, millions of American jobs have been lost, and a good portion of the industry is simply done overseas. Administrations like the Trump administration tried to combat this shift by placing protective tariffs on goods being imported into the United States from China. But that resulted in a trade war. China and other such countries now know they hold what they have, and they too are looking to consolidate their advantage. In this pursuit of endless profit, globalization and capitalism have directly resulted in suppliers in the United States looking overseas for cheaper manufacturing, leaving the American population jobless. Millions of jobs that could and would be much needed in the US are now benefiting other nations while depriving the host nation of that opportunity. This is not entirely an American-only problem. The same could also be said for most European nations as well. In a way, globalization, particularly in America, has been the thief of domestic jobs. Well, that's quite a tagline to put on it. To put this all into perspective, globalization has had its days. Its negative effects are fast catching up to it, resulting at the end of this global village. On top of the geopolitical games being played, the uneven development, exploitation that prohibits the expansion of their economy, and trade wars as a result of capitalism and cheap labor overseas are destroying the system. They may have worked before, but these have no place in this new era. And it's starting to show. When everything is put into perspective, it would not be a wrong statement to say that globalization had a negative impact on the world's economy. It's no wonder that Ray Dalio said, "We may be at a point where globalization is ending and where provincialism and nationalism are taking hold. You will see more protectionism, perhaps the reversal of the trend in the 90s of the trade agreement and globalization." However, when you look at it from a certain perspective, as any objective journalist should do, you will realize that ending globalization is not as easy as it sounds. Why? Well, let me explain. I believe that there could be some short-term disruption, but I don't believe that globalization in the medium to long run is going to be completely obliterated, which I think is the spirit of a lot of these predictions. These are the words of Wharton management professor Ezequiel Hernandez. According to him, it will take much more than a conflict between two countries to destroy the economic fundamentals of international trade. This is in reference to the Ukrainian invasion destabilizing the globalization world order. What he's saying is simply that the world is too interconnected now to imagine a future where ties are cut. On a global scale, companies and countries need each other. No country can stand alone as its own supply chain and customer base anymore. It is only through trade and reaching beyond borders that companies can secure their supply chain, grow their customer base, find skilled and unskilled labor, and provide the population with the goods and services they demand. That is simply how the world is today. Hernandez went on to say, "For most reasonably sized businesses, the home market is just not large enough of a market, so they need to serve foreign markets. That will mean having more global or commonly regional supply chains." That is a truth that is kinda hard to dispute. The world is a global village with ties that cannot be simply cut off. Even then, many people like Hernandez claim as connected as the world is, it's not too intrinsically connected to the point of detriment. That is because the connectivity is not as deeply rooted as we think it is. Foreign direct investment, for example, accounts for just 4% of the global economy. And South Korean multinational firms such as Samsung and Hyundai conduct only 10 to 15% of their business outside their geographic region, with the bulk of it inside of Southeast Asia. Of course, this can vary to a certain level depending on the specific product. Also, because each country can establish trade relations with whomever they want, globalization can be skewed but never eradicated. Take Vladimir Putin as an example. Once the West shunned him, he just redirected his focus elsewhere. In his particular case, China provided the alternative market that, to a degree, compensated for the loss of European markets. That, in a way, shows the flexibility of globalization. Even when nations are sanctioned, they move their market elsewhere and oftentimes they get viable markets. This quote of his is the perfect summation of this argument. I don't think we're exiting globalization. I think we're entering a new stage of international global relations where national policies will shape how globalization eventually develops. So what we're left with is the probable reason of why globalization is ending and why it might not. Looking at everything we've talked about, well, what are your thoughts? Do you think the era of globalization is over? Or do you think there's still life in it? Let me know down below.
The Arctic was once a zone free of geopolitical tension.
Arctic region is heating up.
The polar ice melts, northern nations are rushing.
Plentiful resources.
Russia has a very extensive threat perception in the region. This is
Moscow's military wing building new bases.
The build-up of the Russian military bases.
When you think about geopolitically important regions, the Arctic isn't the first area that comes to mind. But over the last few years, the Arctic has slowly gotten more and more important. Russia and the NATO are now conducting huge military exercises in the region. In 2022 alone, 30,000 troops from NATO countries were training for war scenarios in northern Norway. Last year, the Scandinavian NATO members, Norway, Sweden, and Finland, have held multiple large-scale military exercises. To counter this, the Russian armed forces are also frequently doing military drills in the region, all because the North Pole has gotten more important in an economic sense. Countries like Russia, China are betting that Arctic will become a major trade hub in the future. So, this isolated region is catching the attention of world's biggest powers. And the reason is quite simple. At the center of Arctic lies the huge Arctic Ocean, which is 1.5 times the size of the United States. It connects the Pacific Ocean with the Atlantic Ocean. These waters were frozen just a few decades ago, but now they're slowly melting. The Arctic Ocean is now 3 degrees warmer than in 1980, and it is warming up 4 times faster than the rest of the world. Over the last 40 years, the ice caps in the Arctic have declined by 12.6% per decade on average. Especially during September, which is the month with the smallest Arctic ice caps, the decline is severe. According to NASA's data, the ice-covered area decreased from 6 to 7 million square kilometers in 1980 to only 3 to 4 square kilometers right now. Likely, this decline will only increase in the near future. When there's less ice in the Arctic, the area reflects less sunlight and absorbs more heat. This causes more ice to melt, which can lead to a vicious cycle. While this has bad effects for the environment, it also opens up some enormous opportunities. Economically speaking, resource deposits and trade routes worth trillions of dollars will become accessible. Trade from Asia to Europe and America could go through the Arctic Ocean, which will be incredibly fast as compared to the traditional routes. Right now, the Suez Canal and Panama Canals are essential for global trade. The Suez Canal connects Europe and Asia, and Panama Canal connects Asia with the eastern coast of America. But the sea routes through Arctic are 50% and 30% faster than these routes respectively. Now, this might sound a bit weird when you're used to seeing the traditional world map. In the standard rectangular map, the Arctic seems like a huge detour. But when we look at the globe from a North Pole perspective, things are a whole lot different. Suddenly, the Arctic Ocean becomes the ideal transit route for global trade. There are roughly 3 sea routes through the ocean. The Northwest Passage next to the US and Canada, the Northeast Passage next to Russia and Norway, and the Transpolar Shipping Route through the middle. The first 2 are already accessible in the summer months. The third one could become accessible in the middle of the century. But the trade routes aren't the only opportunities that arise because of melting ice caps. The Arctic holds some of the largest reserves of untapped natural resources in the world. It is not exactly known how many resources are hidden underneath the ice caps, but the value likely ranges in trillions of dollars. Putin has publicly said that Russia estimates the value of Arctic resources at $30 trillion, which would be higher than the American GDP. This all makes the Arctic incredibly valuable for the future, which is causing a power struggle between many nations. So, in this video, we'll take a deep dive into the increasingly important geopolitics of the Arctic Ocean. But before we dive into the video, I have a gift for you guys. So hit the like button below and let's talk about the gift. I'm sure you love geopolitics. After all, that's why you're watching this video. Same reason I think you guys would love today's
deep into the Arctic Circle.
On September 18th, satellites observed that Arctic sea ice had reached its annual low. This year's sea ice minimum is effectively tied for the second lowest on record.
The annual rate of sea ice loss has more than tripled since the 1990s. In the Arctic, melting ice is raising geopolitical tensions, kickstarting a race for potentially priceless minerals, oil deposits, and shipping routes.
The fast-changing front lines between U.S. and Russia
are oil and ice a recipe for disaster.
The area of the Arctic is traditionally defined by the Arctic Circle, which is the 60-degree mark on the globe. It contains about 20 million square kilometers in land area, or more than 2 times the area of China. There are 8 countries in the region: Russia, Canada, the United States, Norway, Sweden, Finland, Iceland, and Denmark. Denmark itself isn't in the circle, but the huge island of Greenland is part of its kingdom. Russia has by far the most territory in the region, as it stretches over 53% of Arctic Ocean's coastline. This is leading Russia to claim dominance over the region, as we'll go over later in the video. But before we dive into all the strategic calculation that nations like Russia, the United States, or even China are making, we first have to cover the basis of it all. As with many geopolitical issues, the core can be summed up in one phrase. It's the economy, stupid. This map shows all of the fields containing oil, gas, and other natural resources in the Arctic. A number of them are already being exploited, but there's also a huge number of potential fields that are not fully explored. The 2008 US Geological Survey thinks that there are 90 billion barrels of oil, 1,669 trillion cubic feet of natural gas, and 44 billion barrels of natural gas liquids in the region. This would be 13% of world's undiscovered oil and 30% of its undiscovered natural gas. The exploitation of these resources is extremely costly, but with ice melting, this would become a feasible thing in the future. And even if fossil fuel consumption declines, the region's resources will still be crucial. There are huge deposits of rare earth metals in the Arctic, which are irreplaceable for electric cars, wind turbines, and solar panels. Alaska alone houses at least 150 deposits of these valuable metals. Greenland has some of the world's largest rare earth deposits, and Arctic also houses many other minerals. It already produces 40% of world's palladium, 20% of its diamonds, and 11% of its cobalt, just to name a few. There are also gold, iron ore, copper, and zinc. The full potential of Arctic's natural resources isn't even known yet, simply because it's not surveyed. Before, there was no interest in the Arctic's resources because they couldn't be accessed. But as the region warms up, a lot of the land and sea will melt, making it possible to mine the resources. This all begs the question, who owns what? The land borders are clearly defined, but that's not the case in the ocean. The Arctic Ocean is governed by the law of the sea, which is less straightforward than you would think. Every country has its own special economic zone, which stretches at least 200 nautical miles into the ocean according to the international law. However, it's still unsettled who owns what, as you can see on this map. Many borders between economic zones haven't been clearly defined yet. One of these situations is in the Beaufort Sea, between the United States and Canada. The US state of Alaska and the Canadian state of Yukon have overlapping claims there. This wouldn't be a big problem if it weren't for the huge oil and gas reserves in this sea. According to the Canadian National Energy Board, the territory contains 1.7 trillion cubic meters of gas and more than 1 trillion cubic meters of oil. So this dispute is a multi-trillion-dollar question. This little piece of land could sustain Canada's energy consumption for decades. And this isn't the only disagreement that the United States and Canada have in the Arctic. Canada claims that the Northwest Passage is part of its special economic zone, while the United States says it is an international waterway. This passage could be very important in the future because it can replace the Panama Canal as a route from Pacific to the Atlantic. In the past, the US has fought a war over the Panama Canal, so waterways like this are hugely important. Because of the relatively friendly relations between the two nations, the fighting will likely stay diplomatic, but that doesn't mean it will be easy. Talking about waterways, another contentious waterway is the Northeast Passage, a shipping route from Asia to Europe. This map shows that it can replace the traditional route going through the Malacca Strait, Bab al-Mandeb Strait, and the Suez Canal. The part of the Northeast Passage above the Siberian coast is called the Northern Sea Route, which Russia claims as its own. Although other countries don't agree with this. Russia thinks it has the right to control foreign ships passing by this route. This wasn't a big deal when the region was just a bunch of ice. But with the ice melting now, this trade route could become an important part of the global economy. So the fighting is picking up. Under the international law, the high seas of the Arctic Ocean are heritage of all mankind. But Russia has huge claims in the middle of the ocean, stretching all the way to the North Pole. It claims this ridge, which is a long piece of shallow seabed running right through the Arctic Ocean. To back up this claim, Russian divers even planted a flag at the bottom of the ocean. In all fairness, this is not an outrageous claim. Shallow parts of the sea can be claimed by a country with the landmass next to it. But the problem here is that it's not clear which country borders the ridge. Both Russia, Canada, and Denmark claim that it is part of their continental shelf, resulting in 3 overlapping claims. The United Nations is in charge of recognizing who owns what, and there are still legal battles going on about this issue. This is incredibly important for the nations because the country who owns the ridge has the right to exploit potential resources there. In the past, the issues like this have been resolved by splitting the area equally among the nations, but that can only happen if every nation agrees. A great example of this is Russia and Norway's claim over the Barents Sea. They had an overlapping claim the size of half of Germany, but they just decided to split the area in two, resolving 40 years of diplomatic back and forth.
Perhaps the biggest step forward in the development of the Arctic. We can now say with certainty that Russia will expand into the Arctic in the next century.
And its nuclear-powered engines give it almost unlimited endurance. Russia has 2 other ships just like this one already, and 6 even larger icebreakers on the way.
Many countries are betting on the future of the Arctic, but Russia is the pioneer in this regard. This makes a lot of sense when you look at the numbers. It has about 5 million square kilometers of land and over 25,000 kilometers of coastline in the Arctic. While only 2.5 million people live in the Arctic Russia, it's still a hugely important region for the country. It makes up about 20% of Russia's GDP and 22% of its exports. This is because Russia has a resource-driven economy. Oil and gas make up about 16% of its GDP and 12 trillion rubles of the government budget in 2022. This was about 50% of total government revenue of 25 trillion rubles. So, natural resources are basically the financial lifeline of Moscow. Russia also has a huge mining industry producing goods like iron ore, gold, aluminum, and diamonds. In all of these products, Russia is one of the top producers in the world. Because this resource-driven business model has been such a success, Moscow is looking at ways to expand it. And the Arctic seems like the perfect place to do so. It has huge amounts of untapped resources that can be a growth opportunity for Russia's economy. That's why Moscow launched a 15-year development plan for the Arctic in 2019. First of all, Russia wants to make the Northern Sea Route operational. Putin issued a presidential decree in 2018 saying that the Northern Sea Route should become a global transport route. By 2030, the Russian authorities want to ship more than 100 million tons of cargo through the route. This is a very high target, but the growth is already exponential. Over the last decade, the cargo volume through the route has increased 15-fold as shown on this chart. In 2021, the total volume was 35 million tons, with a record 86 transit journeys. To continue this growth trajectory, Russia plans to build 40 nuclear icebreaker ships. On top of that, Russia is developing 3 Leader-class ships which can break up the ice for the commercial ships. It is also making 16 search and rescue ships that can help ships when they get stuck in ice. All of this will make commercial transit a whole lot easier. Apart from the ships, the Russian authorities are also building the necessary infrastructure like ports, railways, and oil and gas terminals. The most impressive infrastructure project has to be the 110 billion Vostok oil project. It's located on the coast of Taimyr Peninsula in Siberia, and it will be the largest Arctic oil terminal. The project led by the giant Rosneft company is the cornerstone of Russia's Arctic ambition. Eventually, the Vostok port could ship 100 million tons of oil per year. It will be highly profitable because there's an estimated 5 billion tons of oil reserves in the area. Going back to the natural resource map from earlier, we can see that the Taimyr Peninsula has one of the biggest onshore oil and gas fields in the region. The project also includes 2 airports, 15 industrial villages, and a 500-mile pipeline. For the construction alone, 400,000 workers will be needed. Over the long term, the project could create 130,000 jobs. According to the leader of Rosneft, it is the biggest oil project in the world. In a meeting with Putin, he claimed that this project alone could increase the GDP of Russia by 2% a year. Whether these figures are trustworthy or not, it's undoubtedly a huge part of Russia's economic planning. Another massive investment in Russia's Arctic region is the Yamal mega project, which Russia's gas company Novatek is the biggest shareholder of. The peninsula and its nearby areas contain 20.4 trillion cubic meters of natural gas and 1 billion tons of gas condensate and oil. The Yamal Peninsula is part of Yamalya region, which is the largest oil and gas producing part of Russia. According to Novatek, it contains 80% of Russia's gas supply and 15% of world's gas supply. Some people say that it's the crown jewel of the Northern Sea Route. Most of the natural gas comes from this field, where 115 billion cubic meters can be extracted every year. Much of this natural gas is liquefied and turned into LNG. Then it is shipped through the port of Sabeta, constructed by Novatek and the Russian government. Along with this port, there is also an airport, a power plant, and a 300 miles railway providing access to gas field and the seaport. The project cost around $27 billion and it has a total capacity for 16.5 million tons of LNG per year. Right next to the Yamal Peninsula, Russia is starting up yet another LNG project in cooperation with the same company. On the Siberian Gaida Peninsula, it's investing $21 billion to fund the Arctic LNG 2 project. It has a capacity of 6.6 million tons of LNG per year. Most of it comes from the nearby field. Just like the Yamal project, it also includes an airport, a seaport, and a power plant. As if these massive LNG projects were not enough, Russia and Novatek are already planning a third one. It will be called the Murmansk LNG project, lying close to Norway on the Barents Sea. It will begin construction in 2024 after the Arctic LNG 2 project is finished. The huge push for LNG is part of Russia's strategy to achieve 20% market share in the global LNG market. The LNG from these plants will ship through the Northern Sea Route on large tankers. Russia is constructing 16 icebreaker gas tankers and 15 LNG icebreaker ships to transport the fossil fuels to the Arctic Sea.
The bear and the dragon are crawling together in the north. Moscow and Beijing have signed a deal.
中俄合作无上限，我们争取和平无上限，维护安全无上限，反对霸权。
As the world is concerned about climate change and Arctic ice melt, there is one nation which of course is rejoicing in this rather worrying phenomenon. And it happens to be
China, the world's biggest consumer and importer of energy, will turn on its taps for Russian gas next week. Now, an enormous new pipeline dubbed the Power of Siberia.
So, Russia is making huge plans for the exploitation of the Arctic. But after the February 2022 invasion, there seemed to be a huge problem. There were a lot of Western companies heavily invested in Russia's Arctic ambitions. The most prominent example of this was the French Total Energies company. It owns significant shares on the LNG projects in Siberia, which backfired after the Ukraine war started. Just a few months ago, Washington announced heavy sanctions on Russia's Arctic LNG projects. Now, Russian oil and gas cannot be sold to Western markets anymore. It's still unclear what Total Energies is going to do with these billions of dollars of investment. The sanctions also had a huge effect on Russia's own investment ambitions. Many Western companies were heavily involved in the development of oil and gas infrastructure. This includes companies like American General Electric, Baker Hughes, the German Lind, and the British Helen Smith. They left after the Ukraine invasion, which paused many of Russian projects. However, this doesn't seem to be the end of the story for Moscow. There was one country who stepped in to fill the void. Guess what that country was? It was China, of course. As Western investments and customers left, the Chinese bought huge shares of Arctic projects, supplied oil and gas technology to Russia, and secured enormous oil and gas supplies. The well-known Belt and Road Initiative even has a branch solely dedicated to this region, the Polar Silk Road. This project was started in 2018 to get China geopolitical influence in the Arctic. The Chinese government began to claim that it was a near-Arctic state, although the shortest distance between the country and the Arctic Circle is 900 miles. Despite this large distance, China still has two vital interests in the region: access to trade routes and access to resources. Let's start off with the sea routes to the Arctic. China is well known for being a trade nation, as it ranks first on the total international trade with $6.3 trillion of it in 2022. The melting of the ice caps will be a huge economic opportunity for China. The new routes to the Arctic can be shorter and way more profitable. Right now, shipping from Dalian in China to the biggest European port in Rotterdam takes 48 days through the Suez Canal, but it will only take 33 days through the Northern Sea Route. And this can also resolve some of the weakness in China's trade routes. 80% of China's trade to Europe goes through the Malacca Strait, as does 70% of China's oil imports. The whole Chinese economy is dependent on this single passage, which is only 1.5 nautical miles wide at its choke. If a conflict breaks out against a rival nation, this is one of the biggest Chinese weakness. So, China has been looking at ways to diversify this trade, which the Polar Silk Road can offer. It can replace the traditional routes from Asia to Europe, something that was proven in 2013. The Yangshan became the first Chinese cargo ship to cross the Northern Eastern Passage. To secure its commercial shipping through this passage in the future, Beijing is building an Arctic icebreaker fleet. It currently has 2 icebreakers, and it's building a third one already. Another important interest of China is to secure energy resources. The country is by far the largest energy consumer in the world. As you can see on this chart, China's primary energy consumption has exploded over the last years, taking over the US as the biggest in the world. China now uses 44 terawatt hours a year, compared to US's 27 terawatt hours. As the most energy-hungry nation on Earth, the potential new resources in the Arctic are of a particular concern to China. That's why China has gotten involved in Russia's energy projects in the far north. For example, the Yamal LNG project is partially owned by China. The state-owned China National Petroleum Corporation has a 20% stake, and the Silk Road Fund has a 9.9% stake of the project. The Chinese government is also heavily invested in the new Arctic LNG 2 project. The China National Offshore Oil Corporation and the China National Petroleum Corporation both have a 10% stake, and they are both state-owned. In total, China invested more than $90 billion in Russian Arctic projects. By doing this, it has secured energy resources long into the future. It's almost certain that the new Russian LNG tankers will be heading to China, especially because Western export markets have closed to Russia. As you can imagine, Putin is very happy with this helping hand from Beijing. In 2017, he said that the Silk Road has reached the north. welcoming the Chinese investment in Russia's energy projects. In Putin's recent visit to Beijing, this energy cooperation was one of the main topics. The Russian side is eager to replace its European export market with the growing Chinese one. Part of this plan is to build gas pipelines from Siberia to China. The first one has already been constructed, called the Power of Siberia pipeline. This pipeline stretches over 2,000 miles and connects various Siberian gas fields with northern China. In 2019, China and Russia signed a $400 billion deal for 30 years of gas supply through this pipeline. In 2022 alone, Power of Siberia supplied 15 billion cubic meters of gas to China. This is projected to reach 38 billion cubic meters by 2027. But this wasn't enough for Putin, as he aims to export 98 billion cubic meters of gas to China by 2030. That's why Russia proposed another huge national gas pipeline called Power of Siberia 2. This 6,000-mile pipeline would transport natural gas all the way from Arctic Yamal Peninsula to northern China via Mongolia. In this way, Russia could connect its Arctic gas reserves to Chinese export market. This would have a 50 billion cubic meter annual capacity, and it would cost only $14 billion. Russia is eager to start this project, as Putin called it the deal of the century. But there are some issues over the gas price and the feasibility of the pipeline. China doesn't want to pay a high price for Russian natural gas because there are cheaper alternatives. In general, China is not as desperate to buy natural gas as Russia is to sell it. On top of that, Chinese companies don't want to finance the pipeline, making it difficult for Russian companies to get started. In 2015, the project was postponed because of these issues. However, there is a chance that the pipeline starts construction despite these challenges. As Russia and China have started no-limits partnership, the strategic benefits of the pipeline could be more important than the economic feasibility. And a potential Power of Siberia 2 pipeline only strengthens China's position in the Arctic, as it could be a permanent connection with the Yamal Peninsula. Apart from all these deals with Russia, China has also tried to gain influence in other Arctic nations. For example, it invited Iceland to join the Belt and Road Initiative, it built a strategic railway between northern Norway and Finland, and it bought stakes in Greenland's rare earth mines. However, China receives a lot of pushback from the United States in these countries. Apart from Russia, all Arctic nations are US allies. Washington has been leveraging this to keep China out of the region as much as possible. An example of this is the fact that it pressured the Danish government, who is in charge of Greenland, to turn down deals from Beijing. Due to US security interests, Denmark refused an offer by a Chinese mining company to buy an abandoned naval base in Greenland. This could give China naval access to the Arctic, something that America doesn't like. Washington has also boycotted a deal between a Chinese construction company and the Greenlandish government to build 3 new airports. This brings us perfectly into the military activity that's been picking up in the region. According to former US Secretary of State Mike Pompeo, the Arctic has become an arena for power and for competition. As the Arctic Ocean opened up to shipping routes and to resource exploitation, it has also opened up for military purposes. Just like any other ocean, the Arctic now has a lot of strategic importance. The biggest militaries in the world are waking up to this reality. But this is not the first time that Arctic was militarized. During the Cold War, the region was one of the frontiers. The fastest way to fly between the United States and Russia is over the North Pole. To defend against any incoming submarines and ballistic missiles, both nations built a large number of bases in the region. The US and Canada started a NORAD military organization to defend the continent against incoming Soviet attacks. In Greenland, the United States tried to build an underground military research station called Camp Century. Secretly, this was a cover-up for a tunnel system to house 600 nuclear warheads. Greenland is very close to the Soviet Union, which made it the perfect launching site. However, this project was not completed because of the shifting ice caps. Nonetheless, it just shows how strategically important the area was. After the Cold War ended though, most of the US and Soviet bases were abandoned. There was no strategic interest in the Arctic anymore. But over the last 2 decades or so, this has changed completely. Russia started to renovate hundreds of old Soviet bases, and it even built new ones in the region. Since 2014, it has built over 475 new military structures. It's not just Russia. United States is getting back in the region too. It's investing in bases in Greenland, and the NATO alliance is upgrading its military presence in the Arctic. But it seems like the Russian military is ahead. According to experts, the West's military footprint in the region lags behind at least 10 years to the Russian one. As you can see from this map, Russia operates way more military bases within the circle than all NATO members combined. In total, it outnumbers the alliance by a third. This is all going according to Moscow's plan. In Russia's 2022 Maritime Doctrine document, it says that the Arctic is its most important maritime direction. Russia will protect these waters by all means necessary. But the question is whether Russia's military presence in the region is solely for defensive purposes. Putin wants to re-establish Russia as a global power, and the Arctic seems like the perfect plan to start. Because the region is still underdeveloped, it's the wild, wild west, at least geopolitically speaking. And crucially, it's one of the few areas in the world where Russia has the chance to dominate the NATO alliance. Its Northern Fleet is the strongest navy in the area with 16 deep-water ports, 25 conventional and nuclear submarines, and 20 surface vessels. 8 of the submarines are capable of launching long-range nuclear missiles. Most of them are located on the Kola Peninsula, right next to Norway. Russia regularly exercises in the region, with a recent example being in January 2022. It launched a massive navy drills to secure its shipping lanes in the region. And Russia also has many bases along the Siberian coast, most notably its northernmost military base to date, called their Trefoil Base. It's located on the remote island here, and it houses a 35-meter runway and a Bastion coastal defense system. This airbase, just 500 miles south of the North Pole, gives Russian jets swift access to the whole region. Russia is also using the Arctic as a test bed for many of its new and novel weapon systems. It's testing many hypersonic missiles in the region, which are game-changing weapons that fly more than 5 times the speed of sound. They are extremely difficult to detect and are capable of hitting North America while avoiding its air defenses. One example of this is the Zircon cruise missile, which Russia successfully tested in 2022. These new weapons are being introduced to already powerful Northern Fleet. And the massive oil and gas investments that Russia is making in the Arctic are also an indirect military threat. Much of the infrastructure that is built for economic purposes is dual use, meaning that it can also be used by the Russian military. The air bases, railroads, and ports related to the existing infrastructure all also have military potential. These developments are concerning to NATO because it could lead Russia to control one of the most important oceans in the future. Another thing that's concerning NATO is the growing military cooperation between China and Russia, especially in the Arctic. Last August, a joint group of ships from the Russian and Chinese Navy were spotted near Alaska. 9 years ago, the same thing happened. When Obama visited Alaska in 2015, the Chinese Navy sent ships to the Bering Sea near the American coast. Apart from provocations like these, China and Russia are also training for combat situation in the region. During the 2022 military drills, Russia organized a major joint exercises with the Chinese military. This just shows that China also sees the Arctic as a place to compete with the United States. Along with the Ukraine war, this militarization of the Arctic has led Norway to increase its military alert level. The NATO member stated that it's the most serious security situation in decades. In part, this is because of the suspicious attack on Norway's subsea cable. This cable connects the Norwegian main island to the Arctic island that Norway controls. More than 2 miles of the cable were cut out, and Russia is #1 suspect. Although this provocation is nowhere near an act of war, tensions are definitely rising in Scandinavia. As a NATO member, Norway has the military backing of many Western countries. But to make sure they are able to respond in case of a war in Norway, NATO has ramped up its exercises in the region. The 2022 Cold Response exercise was the biggest in years. In 2023, the Norwegian Armed Forces led yet another massive exercise called Joint Viking. At the same time, the British held the Joint Warrior Naval exercise near the Norwegian coast. So, the NATO alliance is trying to prepare itself for the possible conflict in the region. The fact that Sweden and Finland also became NATO members helps a lot with this situation. They don't have access to the Arctic Ocean, but both nations have territory within the Arctic Circle. Their membership strengthens NATO's land and aerial presence in Scandinavia. During the 2024 Nordic Response exercise, Sweden and Finland will also participate. But Finland's membership in particular has a lot of strategic benefit for NATO. The country shares an 800-mile border with Russia, which partially goes through the Arctic. Combined with Norway's border, it makes for one of Russia's weak spots in the Arctic. Most of the northern fleet is located on the Kola Peninsula, which could be cut off during a NATO attack from Finland and Norway. Because the border is so large, it's very hard for Russia to defend this territory, and the consequences of Russia losing access to the Kola Peninsula would be huge. Without the Murmansk port, Russia could lose its dominance in the Arctic Ocean during a potential conflict. To bolster its other Arctic front, NATO is also stepping up its defenses along the North American coast. In 2022, NATO's Secretary General visited Canada's Arctic region for this purpose. One of the main talking points was upgrading the Cold War-era NORAD defense system. Canada and United States operate this together to protect against incoming Russian missiles and submarines. But this cooperation doesn't always work out well. The US spends way more on its defense than Canada. Its defense budget was 3% of the GDP in 2022, compared to Canada's 1.24%. Canada doesn't reach the 2% NATO spending standard, which America doesn't appreciate. Washington wanted to make upgrades to the NORAD system for years, but Canada had been slow to adapt. When Biden visited Ottawa last year, he talked about the lack of Canadian defense investments. However, this seems to have changed as Canada announced investment plans for its NORAD systems. It's going to invest $4.9 billion in its northern defenses over the next 6 years and $38 billion over the next 20 years. This includes modernizing the NORAD threat detection, improving air defenses, and building new military infrastructure in the north. However, this is peanuts when we compare to what the US is investing. In 2024, it plans to spend $145 billion on military innovation and modernization alone. This will improve America's capabilities in general, which will have benefits for NORAD defenses as well. It's also building military infrastructure in Alaska. Recently, the US military announced plans to expand its port in Nome to make it a deep water port. After the new $600 million investment, this port will hold big US ships close to the Arctic Ocean. It also invested $300 million in an Alaskan air base. The US Air Force has transferred dozens of F-35s to the state, saying that it will host more advanced fighters than any other location in the world. The US is also expanding its presence in Greenland, where it has committed $4 billion to an air base. But it remains to be seen if this is enough to counter the growing Arctic threat from Russia. The NATO alliance has to act fast because it's still at a disadvantage in numbers.